Radio. We are in the building, man. I am chilling out today in my kitchen, ready to cook up today's game for you guys. Shout outs to everybody here, man. What's going on? Aaron B in the building. What's going on, Don Philly? We are here. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. 9 people in the building. Hit the like button on the way in. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Got a great show for you guys today, man. Not too much good news, man. I think I spoke about this a couple days ago. Shout outs to Bunny. I was over at Bunny's channel. We had a great interview. I want you guys to go to the community tab and check it out. I definitely have it posted all over the place. If you guys have missed it, I know the last couple days have been snowballed. You know, I know for me, definitely the last couple of days have been snowballing together. So you know what I'm saying. So if you missed that exclusive, definitely head over to Bayou Bunny's channel and check out the interview we got over there. You know, pretty cool stuff. You know, it was good. You know, make sure you guys go check it out. You know, we're talking about a lot of different things. You know that I might go over on today's show. So good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully today's show finds you guys in good spirit. Man, I wanted to do a video, but I will have a video coming out probably in the next day or so, or in the next 24 hours, about this topic in particular. I want to say rest in peace to our brother. If you haven't heard about it, Big Pokey, aka Sensei, aka Big Podina. You got so much names, man. Look, man, rest in peace to Big Pokey. Big Pokey passed away. He actually was on stage when he passed away, and I saw the footage, and the footage was it was crazy. Like, bro literally took his last breath on stage. It was like one big exhale, and then I guess he felt he was about to turn up, and then lights just went out, and you know what I'm saying? You know, he ended up transitioning, I guess, right there and then. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I guess he passed, you know, right there and then. You know, it was just sad seeing him on the ground like that. And like, you know, he I ain't gonna lie, the hardest of the litters, like, you know, that was his like moniker. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Between the whole SUC, you know, Hawk, Big Mo, and a lot of you know other Texas natives that you know. I think Kiki's probably the last one. You know, it's funny as hell. That you know not the situation, but how the situation played out. James said, I watched the whole interview differently. Dope people going to hate no matter what. Blessings. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know exactly what the issue. I recently came to my attention that you guys have an issue. I don't know where it stems from, but you know what I'm saying. Hopefully, you guys work it out, or you know, iron it out, or you know. I guess I mean, I don't know. You know, I stay clear of a lot of stuff, but you know, if it takes you guys going, you know, y'all separate ways, and you know, both of you guys seeing success, then you know, then so be it. You know. I kind of look at the space, y'all, as the same 30 people arguing with each other after a while. You know, it kind of really is like that, you know. Ironically, you know what I'm saying? So hopefully whatever is going on, that gets worked out. But yeah, man, you know, back to the brother passing away on stage, man. We definitely gonna have a music show very soon, because I've been making a lot of beats, right? And I'm trying to go in a different direction before I really start, like, really putting my foot, you know, into exactly what I want to do music wise, right? So I've been recording music and making a bunch of beats and stuff, and the beats are you know, the beats are coming along very well. But I was looking at something a minute ago about Texas artists and stuff like that, and I was in a Discord not too long ago, talking to a couple of producers, and it's crazy. I was hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Let me do this. I was um I was thinking of Big Pokey, like the day that he died. Like it was 3 days, it was like 3, 4 days ago. I was cleaning up in my house, and like for some reason, like the he has a song called Keep My Name Out Your Mouth. That song, like a part of that song, like a part of his verse in that song was like repeating itself in my head. I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, I need to download that song because that was my song. And then like a day later, I heard that he passed away. So and on stage. So what's going on, Toya? Shout outs to Tell Toya in the building. What's going on? Shout outs to Toya. Shout outs to my girl Toya. Toya been going live too. You know, it must be something in the air, y'all. It must be something in the air. Everybody's going live. And these are crazy times that we're living in, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Big Pokey done died on stage. I hated to see it. And I really hate to report on it. But what I was saying that his verse was like going over and over again in my head, and I was talking to a brother in Discord that's a producer, about like Texas artists and stuff like that, and somebody was like making like a joke on his death because somebody's gonna say lean is involved. There's some type of overdose or whatever because he really started, he really popularized and really, started like the help ushered and moved in the screw and chop era. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes down to chopped and screwed music, he really really was like damn near at the front of the line. When it comes down to it, and like so many people from Swisher House has been died. Halt, just a bunch of rappers from that camp. Big Mo, all of them died. But the thing I was talking about to the producer that I'm telling you that I was talking to in Discord, the thing I was talking about in particular was how those artists actually becomes more they become more popular after they die for some reason. Texas artists like Chop and Screwed, Texas legends, for some reason they and just like anybody, honestly, they say your stock goes up after you pass away. You know what I'm saying? Because dead man can't speak. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? Tupac, he got way richer after he passed away. Biggie, way richer. All of the artists, they get their catalog gets a spike whenever they pass away. What's going on, RG3? Shout outs to RG3 in the building. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to grab something, but give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to grab something in the other room. But we just here kicking it though. I got a lot of stuff I want to run by you guys. But yeah, like we got to do a music show because I want to talk to you guys how technology is changing as always. And you got a lot of tech brothers in this space, but they don't really talk about stuff like this in depth as as I'm going to talk about it or get into it. But that saying that I just told you, that it used to be when somebody dies, their stock basically shoots through the roof. Happens with everybody. Michael Jackson, everybody, even if they haven't been on the charts for years, it's like, oh, sales are up 200%. They even go as far as to even telling y'all and showing people that, oh, this person gained 2 more million subscribers while they were living. So obviously we all know, I wouldn't say people act fake, but your stock rises when you pass away. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's for a moment, or if it's a spike, or if it's for a long run or whatever, your stock always rises when you go. and you damn near have no say of it when you leave. So that's why, they say write a will, do this, do that, blah blah blah, right? Now we're in a day and age where things are changing. Whereas if you have somebody like an artist that's like a rapper or whatever, you got algorithms, and I know YouTube has them damn near everywhere that has a copyright uh you know bot or whatever. They have them, even if it's for melody, y'all. Because that's a big thing with music. Oh, the person stole the melody, not even necessarily lyrics or whatever. But anyway, what I'm saying is that they have you saying almost any word or making a bunch of sounds, because you different cadences, different things. They have you saying a bunch of words. And then also with sound and tone and stuff like that, they can manipulate your voice to say other words that you haven't said before. It's weird. AI technology is weird. Just know that. I'm not going to get into the specific details. But what I'm saying is you can take a bunch of lyrics that you wrote, right? And you can copy and paste it, it basically prompting the AI to say these words, and then you can put a preset on it that says Tupac or Biggie or Kanye or whatever, and do a whole new remix of a song or brand new music. And this is what record labels will try to do. They'll try to get a bunch of ghostwriters, and they will input it into a machine, and it'll generate, I guess, what do they call it? Posthumous. It'll generate posthumous music for people that's passed away. It's easy to do stuff like that with a Pop Smoke voice, with a Tupac voice, a Biggie voice, or whatever, because the algorithms and the machines are used to hearing their voice. They can tell who it is. It's basically a footprint. Okay, basically a footprint. You can take somebody's footprints and replicate it on mute on a track, and boom. That's the new AI technology of today. Whereas before, you know how they'll do those concerts with like the hologram. Oh, it's the hologram Tupac jumping up and down. And we live in a weird day and age. Go look up. I look up certain things that's going on back at home, right? And I talked about this artist a minute ago, but I don't talk about too much DMV artists on the show because y'all probably don't know him. But there was an artist, there was a rapper named Gunu. Okay, there was a rapper named Gunu who got backdoored by some people in his hood or whatever. That's the story, right? He had a funeral. Guess where his funeral was hosted? His funeral was hosted in a nightclub. What's going on, Cynical? His funeral was hosted in a nightclub. So they had his body, everybody listening to his songs, dancing to some go-go music and stuff, but they had his body. And it's not the first type of funeral like this, but honestly, this one should have been, even though people did talk about it, this one should have been more bigger than what it was. But basically his body was just propped up. He had on some Amiri jeans, Amiri hoodie or whatever, and his hands were in his hoodie, and he had on some glasses. You know what I'm saying? He had on some glasses. I don't know if he had on a chain or whatever. I'm kind of trying to remember. The footage is on the internet if you want to go find it. It's on YouTube, and I think it was at Bliss nightclub. But anyway, his eyes were open. That's what creeped me out. His eyes were open. Honestly, okay, you got shades on, but you can have those shades where the tint hides your eyes, so you don't know if the eyes are closed or open. Nah, his eyes were open. So it's not like you're looking at somebody that's dead, kind of sleeping or their eyes closed or whatever. His eyes were open. And you had a whole bunch of people partying, around his body. Now, obviously, the family said that's the way they remember him. That's how he wanted to go. So, quote unquote, out of respect for him, that's what his family did, right? Nah, that's some creepy ass shit, y'all. That is some creepy shit. Those funerals where people are like sitting down with a cigar in their hand and all kinds of. Listen, that is the most creepy shit ever. But then you do your research, and you realize that you even got people in places that's like in Philippines and places that's close by where I am, where they actually dig up their ancestors and party with them and then put them right back. It's so weird. They're dead bodies, by the way, and some of them bodies are intact, like in great detail. Like, damn, it's not like they partying with skeletons and shit. They actually it gets weird. But anyway, before we go into dark territory, what I'm saying is that things that you probably used to hear about or read about, or even some people seen, it's getting practiced now. I'm not too fond of listening to somebody's voice like after death, and it kind of makes me wonder exactly what they were doing with Tupac's voice, because man, Tupac, they done dropped like 5 Tupac albums after he done went, and I don't know. We're gonna talk more about that topic though, because I got a whole music show planned out that should be on at some point before Thursday. I know it's before Thursday, so it's Wednesday here now. So probably I think that's the next show that I got lined up for you guys. But we're gonna talk about a lot of music news and stuff like that, and what's going on in music and stuff, because we're gonna get back on this YNW Melly case. The YNW Melly case, it's back on. Like I told you, it was coming back Tuesday, because I guess for Father's Day, it was like a 3-day weekend or something like that. There's some new evidence in before we get to the topic of today's show, I'm gonna give you guys the news real quick. But there's some evidence that they were like, oh, YNW Melly is snitching. You know what I'm saying? They're using something from back when, like a old charge. It's weird. We'll get into that, but obviously YNW Melly, obviously he's not snitching. We got to talk about the relationship he got with his lawyer. You know what I'm saying? I already got the thumbnail and everything already made and stuff, so you guys will kind of see what I'm talking about. But him and his lawyer, they kind of laughing, and obviously him smiling and laughing and doing stuff in the court is not a good look. But there's a big but. What came to my attention is that the jury doesn't see it. They probably hear about it when they leave the courtroom and stuff like that, but they're not actually looking at him. So people are saying that it's not going to sway the jury's perception of him. But we'll go into the details. A lot of people are talking about, oh, he needs to do it because he needs to feel like he has everything under control. Literally, his life is on the line. He has to sit there and listen to everything, and kind of really has no say. So they're kind of going off of his his body language and his demeanor and stuff. And obviously, I guess the judge hasn't said anything to him about it. So I guess the judge is kind of more so siding with him, because even the judge's like demeanor towards stuff. He seems a little irritated with the prosecutor. You know what I'm saying? He seems a little bit irritated. Obviously, there was a witness, which was his girlfriend's mother, who they called on the stand, that we were watching on the last show, and she was irritated, by the prosecutor. She was like, yeah, I feel threatened by the way you're asking me questions and stuff like that. So it's just a lot of little nuances and stuff that's going on. And obviously, what's being overlooked that Melly's team is really trying to hammer in is that, okay, they were being sloppy once the investigation was passed off. They were being sloppy because they thought they had their man, and nobody's like really getting into is YNW Melly is he not guilty? They're not really getting into that. They're not really trying to is like they're it's weird. They're defending him, but they're not trying to defend his image. And it's like his image, and even things that the prosecutor thought was a smoking gun. What's going on, Bayou? Shout outs to Bayou Bunny. I was just telling everybody to head over to your channel and check out the interview. Most definitely, really good interview. So like I said, a lot been going on in the past 2 days. If you guys missed that interview, definitely head to my community tab. It is right there. All you gotta do is click it. You did. So we're gonna get into a little bit of this Pearl thing that's going on, and we're also gonna get into more into the YNW Melly case, because it's I think it's actually going on as we speak, but like I said, his defense is not really trying to clear his image, but they are putting in the forefront, you know what I'm saying, that that the prosecutor and everybody they're moving sloppy. The court is moving sloppy. They're not following up on leads. They don't have a gun. Obviously they can say he was there. They can say this, that, and the third, but they're trying to say he's guilty, but they can't fully prove that he was there. Obviously he lied about being in a car or why he left the car. They kind of figured that out, but obviously all they have to go on is the camera view and phone records. All they got to do is go on from the camera view from the studio and the phone records, honestly, and say, okay, he was sitting in that seat when the shots went off. You know what I'm saying? So we're just gonna leave it there. Like obviously, if he doesn't cop to it and they can't prove it and they don't have a smoking gun, honestly, his defense is doing the right thing. Whether they're getting somebody that's guilty out or keeping them in. And his lawyer doesn't seem to mind it. She's getting like what, $6K a week, 6 or 8K a week. So she not tripping. And it doesn't look like she got to do much. So that case is getting even more crazier. And then the driver Bortland, they're gonna actually try to do the same thing with him, but they're gonna try to do it at a later date. So he's still sitting behind bars also. But obviously Melly is the star, so boom, they're gonna run with that. So we got more news and stuff coming up. Definitely some more of the same. The Dolph case, as soon as going on in the Dolph case, as soon as Straight Drop's brother got caught, then people on the street start getting killed after he started snitching. So y'all pray for Memphis also. They said Castelia Heights is getting shot up. I don't know, a lot of they saying PRE was behind the death of CEO Teasy, so people don't know. Then some people are trying to say he got backdoored, but what people do know was that his body sat out there overnight, dead than a motherfucker, in Orange Mound. His body sat out overnight before the cops came and picked him up. So and honestly, to a certain degree, I mean that's fucked up, but can you blame Memphis police? Like, honestly, if you had something to do with it and people are out here trying to get street justice, like what are you doing sitting in cars and shit hanging out in Memphis? Like that makes no fucking sense. But then again, hey, it is what it is. You did. All right. So give me 1 second. I'm about to pull this up. So what are we talking about today, Cooter? Well, I'm glad you asked. We're talking about patriarchal parents, and they're not only women. I don't want y'all to be like, oh, it's a man versus women thing. No, you got dudes in the manosphere that can be patriarchal parents. And what I mean by patriarchal parents is people regurgitating talking points, and you know they don't they don't know where those talking points came from. I mean, I get it. It sounds cool. You know what I'm saying? It sounds cool. Makes you seem like you know what you're talking about, but a lot of people don't know what they're talking about. And it's been an uptick in something that I've been talking about for the longest time, which is why I'm kind of wary of new people coming into the space, is because if you're going to mention something, at least know what you're talking about. So if you're questioned on it, or somebody wants to truly have a conversation and unpack what you're talking about, it will be in your best interest to know what you're talking about, so that you don't do any damage, or whatever, for whatever reason. But you have for the last couple of years, you have a lot of people just saying whatever and regurgitating talking points, and um, they come into the space regurgitating talking points. They come into the space and really don't know where it came from, why it was said a certain way, and why it's an actual topic, why it's being discussed. Like, they don't really know the origins, or they just don't know what they're talking about, if that makes sense. And what I'm saying is that CNN, or all these bigger platforms, bigger podcasting platforms, and the news, and everybody else, they're going to find out about this person, and they're going to make this person the poster child of what you got going on. And this person is not even the poster child of, quote unquote, what you got going on. In this case, the manosphere. So it looks bad too, because if somebody's regurgitating stuff from the manosphere or the space, and they're on a bigger platform, when other people hear it, they're going to think that's what we believe, or that's what we're talking about today and right now. So a lot of people in this space, if we're moving the chains forward, we got to talk about modern men. We got to talk about moving forward. Okay, we know what the game is, we know how it's being played, blah blah blah. How are we going to move forward as modern men, and make the correct adjustments, and still get a decent quality of life, or get the things that you want out of life, or whatever, basically moving the chains forward. The talking points that somebody like Pearl or somebody else will bring up without proper tact, or whatever, or not knowing where the conversation came from, or where it's at today. Number one, is gonna be taboo. It's gonna be cliche, number one, but it's new to everybody else. So only we're gonna get to suffer from hearing the same cliche shit getting spat out over and over again. But it's gonna be not only taken out of context, but it's gonna make the space sound taboo. You know what I'm saying? um I think a lot of people agree with what the manosphere is saying, and not the delivery, by the way, but like, basically, like I said, we need people that's more tactful, expressing what we're talking about, because it's gonna sound cliche. When people talk about, like, the quote unquote patriarchy, they're trying to make it seem like, oh, dudes want women in the house, pregnant and barefoot, no jobs, and blah blah blah, and this, that, and the third. And that was the world of yesteryear. Does men and women engaging with each other, and having fruitful relationships with each other, does that improve both sexes' quality of life? Of course. But the manosphere more so talks about why those things are being done, more so than trying to restore, you know what I'm saying, the patriarchy. It's weird. Like we talk about every day other than dudes just on here complaining about women. Dudes will ask stuff of women and don't even know why they're asking for that thing. Like cooking and cleaning and all this other stuff, and they kind of don't even yield lives or have those things set up to, you know what I'm saying, they don't necessarily know why they're asking for it, especially now, especially if they never had it. You know, you're listening to dudes that never had it. They, a lot of the dudes that talk about women all day, you kind of feel sorry for them because it's like, damn, you never really had somebody that was down for you or somebody that really gave a damn about you, which, you know what I'm saying? That's sad in and of itself, but it's the reality of a lot of dudes. So they ask for things that, or accommodations and stuff like that, that never really, they don't know why they're asking for it. Number one, they don't know why they're asking for it. And they don't, especially nowadays, they don't know why they're asking for it. I mean, if you look at people now, they're looking for the internet to restore romance and PDA and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be a hot mess if you're on Instagram all day or on YouTube all day and stuff like that. It's just it's not an insult. It's just bound to happen because it's gonna shape the way you're looking at certain things. You're gonna get, a dopamine rush from certain things that television or conventional or other things never really provided for you. So like I said, you have a lot of people trying to chase something that they kind of don't understand. Like the point of chivalry, a lot of people don't understand it because it wasn't something that was displayed to them. It wasn't something that they came up doing necessarily. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of different things to break down. But to have somebody that's this young regurgitating black manosphere talking points, it kind of, and I see the black pill in it. It kind of can be like a joke, kind of can be a joke. It kind of turns the message into a joke when you think about it. But anyway, what am I talking about? So just pearly things, and this is gonna be my first time watching it with y'all. All right, I need to go grab something from another room. But Just Pearly Things had a debate a couple of days ago. I was supposed to do this 2 days ago, but I didn't, so I'm doing it right now. Um, she had a somewhat back and forth debate with this guy. I guess he's like I guess he's a dude in like the huge uh not just politics, but he's in like that weird sector with like Destiny. Even Destiny was kind of frying her about this, but he's in like that weird sector with Destiny and all the mother cats that like you that it gets into weird territory, but I guess they're more liberal or more left leaning. I don't know. I don't know about this guy too much. I know a little bit about him, but he's kind of in that weird sector. And obviously, he invites Pearl onto the show and asks her about certain things, and it kind of turns into like a debate. You know what I'm saying? And she's talking about like getting rid of divorce, and if they get married, they should be forced to stay together, and all this other weird shit, and not even getting into child support and all this other. It just starts. Starts. Well, y'all will see what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to Bayou. Bayou said it was. She said, "Thank you for allowing me to interview you. I'm listening from the clouds. Thank you, love. No, most definitely. Thank you for inviting me on the show and asking some of the questions. Definitely those were really good questions. And yeah, there was some information that some of y'all might not know. That is in that interview. So make sure you guys head over to my community tab and check out the interview over at Bayou Bunny's channel. You will not be disappointed, and you might pick up a certain thing or two that was going on in the space at a certain time. Because we talked a little bit about the past and some of the things that goes on in the space that's going on right now. So, y'all will get a kick out of it. All right. Now, and definitely make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to her channel. She has a lot of more fire interviews coming up, and you might want to stick around. Okay. So I'm gonna what's going on, Sin? I'm gonna kind of do some commentary on this, even though I'm gonna be listening like you guys. I'm gonna do some commentary on it, and we'll get back into some more news and views. You know, we got to talk about now brothers are all of a sudden talking about She-Ra 7 setting women up to get harmed, which I've been saying for the longest time. You know, some of the stuff that she's telling them. You even got Jay Prince. A lot of like Cynthia G don't even argue with the regular manosphere no more. She just argues with the knockoffs to make herself look even more right. So you got Jay Prince over there getting flamed up by Cynthia G. There's so much stuff that we got to catch up on. So let's get into this, and give me 1 second. I'm gonna be listening with you guys, and I will add in some commentary. So let's go. Make sure you guys hit the like button. 9 to 11 people in the building. Make sure you guys like and subscribe and support today's show. Fair use. Let's get into it. You said she was getting cooked, Sin? Uh-oh. Well, like I said, these are the ones that are going to be getting on Dr. Phil and Jay Leno and stuff like that. And they're going to be parroting certain talking points. And they're not going to be necessarily in the position to defend those talking points or even prove why they are a thing. So misrepresentation of the space is going to be another big bag of bullshit. So let's go. It's player talk. Let's get it.
2.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this beautiful Wednesday, June 14th. It is an early episode. Yes. And actually, I'll be doing my best, actually, despite our historical trend of doing terrible shows, that I do believe today should be good. I think it'll be good.
Don't overpromise.
Today's episode is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Thank you. The reason that we're starting early today is because Pearl Davis, just Pearly Things as she's known on the internet, will be calling in today to have a civil and lovely discussion with me. And she's in the UK, so this was the best kind of compromise we could put together time-wise, and I appreciate her, making the effort at least to give us a reasonable time to get on the call. So that's going to be happening like in 10 minutes.
Yeah, in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
At 11.
And yes, and so I look forward to that. Just a few quick announcements with the time I've got. The subreddit is back up. We're back, people. We're back, baby.
What's going on? What's going on? Antisocial Socialite Podcast. Let's go. What's going on?
Why is this sad music? I thought it was happy. Why is Tucker here with zombie eyes? We're so back.
Honestly, I missed it.
I did too.
I was bored.
Where's the subreddit?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Zach is. Oh, come on, Zach. It's okay. Zach, it's okay. Okay. He's having a hard morning. Yeah, I know.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, wow.
We'll get through this together. We are a family.
His baba's in the microwave. It'll be out in a minute.
The Baba.
His
yeah.
baba.
You know, they all turn on us at times, Zach, but we'll get through this together. Yeah. Well,
Appreciate that.
Yeah, we got you. Everybody be nice to Zach today on the subreddit, please. AB, on the other hand? No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, I missed it.
I did too. I
I'm with them.
did. Yeah. There's a lot going on there. Let's be real.
Those cheeky bastards.
Oh, do me a favor and hit that new Trump soundbite that just dropped. They did everything right and they indicted me.
I did everything right and they indicted me. They indicted me.
It's so legendary.
Indicted me.
Did everything right and they indicted me.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I walked in and everyone was
Screaming.
turned into like pirate Trump.
He sounds like a pirate
He
captain,
sounds like
dude.
a pirate.
Someone give that man a hook.
Walk the plank, indicted Mar-a-Lago. They indicted my ship. The same. A great storm this way comes, a stormy Daniel.
They indicted me.
I plundered those documents fair and square by the pirate code. I buried me treasure on Epstein's Island.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so let's see. A quick shout out, I guess, to the Brick Chef. Well, that looks great.
The Brick Chef.
That's when you take a step back. This is the dude who makes all these really beautiful custom Lego pieces, right?
Yeah, to point out, this is Lego, because I was unclear at first, just looking at the front.
Lego bits.
Yeah, these are all Lego bits. If you turn around, you can see the entire thing's Lego.
He's got a huge TikTok following.
Yo,
shout out.
This guy's a celeb in your world, huh, Zach?
Yeah, his name's Ethan. So
what a guy.
Unfortunate.
What a guy.
I know him.
But yeah,
Ethan.
he's got a really fun Lego TikTok. So huge shout out to him.
The Lego Chef. Thank you, bro. She's in the lobby. Great. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to thank our sponsor, ExpressVPN, and then I'm just going to get right into it with Pearl. And I look forward to that. So let me thank our one sponsor real fast, ExpressVPN.
ExpressVPN for sailing the high sea.
Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like passing a note in class and having the teacher read it aloud to everybody. Oh,
that's the
golly.
Oh, God.
Cringe.
Air mode.
And it's like, is it Mrs. Miss Hot? And she has to read that. Bad times. Yeah, why does everyone need a VPN? That's a good question. Internet service providers know every single website you visit. And ISPs can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who then use your data to target you. Excuse me?
What?
F that, bro.
What?
Why should you use all different security threats? Why use ExpressVPN? Well, let's see. ExpressVPN reroutes your network data through a secure encrypted tunnel so your ISP cannot see or sell any of your online activity. Stick it to the man. Super simple to use. Fire it up. Click the one button in the app, and bada bing, bada boom, Bob's your uncle. Rated #1 by CNET and Tech Radar, ExpressVPN is widely known to be the best one, the premier one. You know, it works on phones, laptops, and even you can put it on your router so that everybody on the Wi-Fi is protected. I like ExpressVPN. I mean, listen, having a VPN is pretty useful if you need to, if you're using a service or, yeah, and you needed to think that you're connecting from a different geolocation. It can be very useful if you're on streaming services or websites that are only accessible to certain countries like England or Japan or whatever.
Oh, monsieur.
Or France. Use the VPN to get access to that content, like Netflix UK, Netflix Japan. It's got all different content. Super awesome. Yeah, it works. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it works.
It works, and it's the best one. It's the best one in the game, and they got a great offer here. Check this out. Protect your online privacy by visiting expressvpn.com/h3 today. That's expressvpn.com/h3. And you'll get an extra 3 months for free.
Whoa.
That's right. 3 months for free at expressvpn.com/h3. Thank you to our lovely sponsor. Please consider supporting them if you're in the market for a VPN. Thank you. All right. So
thank you.
All right. So yeah,
should we Philly D this and just jump right into it?
Should we what?
Yeah. You know what? Let's just jump right into it.
Let's just jump right into it.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Yeah, I don't want to keep her waiting.
Okay. All right, stand by, let her in. 1 second. All right, pin.
So she's in the lobby, we're just connecting her. Oh, there I can see her. Great.
She's in
Hi.
Zoom.
Her VPN. Thank you. Look. All right. Oh, Jesus. What is that?
Thank you. What's happening?
I don't know. Was it me? Oh, there was just crazy audio feedback, but your camera feed looks great.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All
now.
good.
Okay, good. Yeah, we fixed it. Hi, how are you?
Your feed looks good. You sound good. Thank you.
All right, so letting this play. Um, I guess we can now see if this is going to be a debate or is it going to be basically a conversation. So we'll see if it's a debate or a conversation. So let's check it out. All right. So let's get back into it. Let me bring it back up. I wanted you guys to kind of get a feel for the atmosphere. All right. So let's go.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for calling in. Obviously, I saw your tweet. Is this a trap or a good faith conversation? It's not.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which.
Well,
yeah,
I think this is a good faith conversation. I mean, what would you consider to be a trap?
It's kind of like when you walk into an interview and it's like they're not trying to have a conversation. They're just trying to like paint you out to be a certain way, I would say.
Sure. That would be like a bad faith when they go in there with an agenda and they're not really open to hearing your thoughts. Well, certainly I hope for it to be a challenging conversation, but I hope that you'll find it to be in good faith. I mean, you know a little bit about me, I'm assuming, so you kind of know what's my positions on a lot of things. But I do look forward to speaking with you, and I thank you, by the way, for accommodating us. I know you're in the UK, so I thank you for making the time and coming out here at a weird hour.
Yeah, no, I used to watch you like last year, actually, a good amount, like a year or two ago, maybe.
What is like as a fan or as like a hate watch?
No, I don't know if it's like awkward to talk about like Trisha, but I used to watch like the show you guys did together.
Oh
I thought
yeah.
it was actually really good.
No, you can. Well, thank you. That's nice to hear. Yeah,
I know it like didn't work out, but I actually thought that was really good content.
Oh.
Like you guys did the like the bus tour. I thought that was so funny.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. We actually worked really hard on that. All these guys.
The bus tour is why frenemies fell apart. So
wait,
I'm glad at least you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, it was her segment. Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know if it's so long ago. It's ancient history. But I remember she was upset that it didn't go the way that she was hoping that it would.
Oh, she thought we shot it unprofessionally.
Yeah. But but Pearl liked it, so there you go.
Yeah.
Pearl, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess let's just jump right into it. I want to just, I don't know how many of my audience, I'm sure a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh and Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs, so to speak. And you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think that we should be. I think women are happier when we have, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Yeah, I understand. So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative like outcomes a society has when like families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see, the kids are more likely to go to prison. They're more likely to drop out of school. They're more likely to, be in mental health institutions. So you just see like all of the problems that come with, single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like in what way can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families. So Like, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Child support. So if there's a divorce, let's say
actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah.
So see, this is kind of what you know what I'm saying, what's going on. She's just kind of blurting out stuff and saying stuff, and you know what? Are they gonna look at her and be like, oh, well, that's how she feels? No, they're gonna be like, that's how the manosphere feels. What's going on? Fasting is life said, wow, I wonder how she knows this. Has she had children? Has she had children and married? Definitely not. Definitely not. And you know what actually makes this a little bit more interesting, because when MOT said that he was going to take over and become the quote unquote president of the space, right? When he said he was going to take over and said he was going to become the president of the space, Fantastic had to get in his ass about, hey, well, you and the other, I forgot the other chick's name that were on that podcast. You and her don't know what you're talking about, and dudes aren't in here complaining, you know what I'm saying, of just women. They're complaining about child support, and they're complaining about other things that you don't have to go through because you don't have any kids and you've never been in child support court, which is true. You understand what I'm saying? You got brothers that are in the space, and some of the information that they need to hear pertaining to child support and how to navigate court, and be able to at least get visitation or lower something, or you know what I'm saying, get certain things done. They need that type of information, and this is a space where they should be able to come to and get that type of information. So yes, there needs to be a at least a department here in the space that talks about things of that sort, And I must say this too. I mean, it kind of gets even more wackier with the conversation when people get older, because they're gonna say that you shouldn't have messed with the people that you messed with, that's gonna take you to child support court or blah blah blah. When it's easy for somebody to say that. You know what I'm saying? But in hindsight, you understand what I'm saying? How that works. In hindsight, yeah, you find that out later on. But obviously, when you're messing with somebody, that ends up being your baby father or your baby mama, you don't know that. And that is true, Cynical, and that is very much true. And that was an option. See, women don't want to take their options off the table. This is what makes it even more even more crazier, because it's coming from another woman. You know what I'm saying? Women aren't about limiting their options. It's sad to say, but to y'all believe that y'all need as much options as you can get. And when you think about it, it's there's a lot of people that believe in that, which is true. But in reality, everything ain't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, even though the options are available to almost every woman, not every woman is taking advantage of it or using it or in a position to use those options. But it's not even about that. It's about having as much options as possible, should in case you need to use it. That's what it's about with women. What's going on, Eric Bird? That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Other women will be like, oh, I'm not a hoe, I'm not this, blah blah blah. But a hoe, and maybe your best friend is one, and maybe you are at some point. But if you need to use it, it's there. Or if some women will be like, oh, I'll never work on OnlyFans or do any type of work like that. But guess what? If the chips were down and somebody say, hey, you want to lawn mow and cut this grass? You know what I'm saying? You want to lawn mow and cut this grass, or do you want to do this? You know what I'm saying? And they will say, oh, well, damn, I'll do OnlyFans, because the money's more quicker. So you know what it is, it's a part of it's a part of the options that's being available. So a lot of people, they believe that more, that more is better, that more is better. So let's see. Let's get back into it. So she's just blurting this stuff out, and it sounds crazy. The reason why stuff like this will catch fire is because it sounds crazy coming from modern women today. But then what's also a trip is that, you know what I'm saying? She's like the more plain Jane type. She's like the more quote unquote practical, being a practical woman. Like she's more she's so she says she's more focused on being practical. And a lot of those women, to a certain degree, they do well with men. Oh, okay, she's not gonna child support this, she's not gonna me too me, she's not gonna this, she's not gonna that. And anybody will say anything until they're in that position. So so let's go.
Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well, that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married. So that's just my opinion.
Right, but like in the real world, that kind of simplistic.
And there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, we could talk about exceptions, but like the rule.
Well, the exceptions are the important part, because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, oh, you want to talk about exceptions, but the exceptions is the important part, because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about like, 25% maybe or more, because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right. If it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions. But
okay.
Like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other, it's like mutual. So
surely that's not every time.
I think. Yeah, I know.
But it's not healthier either.
Mm-hmm. I just think that the goal should be to keep families together, and that the goal should be to work through it.
I think most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look at the stats and say family is important, right? Family is important. Nuclear families is important to like the health of children growing up in general. I think we can all say that. But when you say something like divorce should be illegal,
yeah,
we got to kind of suss that out, because that's a pretty extreme claim. For example, in 2014, family violence was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Well, but you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually it's not based off of evidence. It's based off a balance of probabilities. And there are incentive programs that you get, like in the UK, you get a free lawyer if you accuse your husband of abuse. And it's less than 10% of cases are actually like followed through with the police.
Sorry, I don't want to move on quite yet. I want to stick on the topic of not allowing people to divorce. So you're saying that you do want to allow people to divorce, then you don't really believe that?
No, I would say ban divorce.
Okay, because you just said you would allow an exception in the case of abuse.
I said one-sided abuse exception, sure.
Okay, so how do you prove the one? So then you don't believe in forced divorce? Or and you ban divorce.
Fine. Yeah. Ban divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay, sure. Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of how do you prove that the woman or man?
Well, I think
yeah.
I think you have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship. Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes. Otherwise, just stick out of, which is fine if you don't, want to be with someone forever. But I just say stay out of marriage. Because when you marriage is supposed to be, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, and for richer or for poorer. It's not supposed to be, when I feel like leaving. And the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just, when the girl just feels like leaving.
That's not true.
So and well,
it's just not true.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
That's
on
not.
My show.
That's just
so,
that doesn't prove anything.
And even if you look at when no fault divorce was initiated in the 1970, I think it was initiated. I mean, one of the number one reasons was financial differences and irreconcilable.
Sorry,
I can't talk.
So,
but yeah, I just think for the people that don't believe in real marriage, because what is marriage if you can get divorced over damn near anything? It's not marriage anymore. It's something else.
Well, I think the reason for that, historically, this emphasis on staying married, right? Or even before this no-fault divorce was an option, and it was more difficult for women to get divorced, or men, the abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them, but their kids, right? I mean, obviously having your kids watch their mother get beat up. And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
I acknowledge that. It goes both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and
do you think that's the majority? Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce.
25%. 25%.
What?
It's 25% based on statistics.
No, but that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. It actually followed through in criminal court.
Well, regardless, 10% is enough, don't you think?
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like.
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Right. But again, that's because the woman says that she was, because they're incentive.
Okay, but you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Okay.
See, so what's going on, Race and Vinny? Shout outs to Race and Vinny. See, so even in the beginning of the show, in the beginning of this of this podcast, he even picks up on it. He's like, "Oh, okay, you're spewing out stuff. You're just parroting stuff. You know what I'm saying? You're just parroting what you heard. What's going on, Shatera? You're just parroting what you heard some other people say, and you're kind of saying it, because even a lot of the talking points that's being parroted by the space today, they're old talking points. And if you go look up some of these stats and stuff, that's why you never really hear me pull up stats or say certain things, number wise, because numbers change. You know what I'm saying? So she's basically regurgitating, you know what I'm saying, what she's heard the space talk about, and what quote unquote the greater manosphere talks about. You know what I'm saying? So that's really what she's kind of bringing up. But he's like, okay, well, if I ask you to go in on on some of those talking points, you're kind of just throwing another cliche out there instead of really going in. And it's like Fashion said, it's like what a lot of us said. How does she know that? You know what I'm saying? How does she know that? So it is what it is, and even Rolo denounced her. So it's like, wow, that's wild, because she's a huge fan of Rolo. But anyway,
in the UK, there's a law that
Panda Bear. Yeah, that's what they call it, Panda Bear.
How does that prove that women are lying about violence?
Because I'm saying that you can't. Okay, you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probability. So it means it's more likely that they did it than didn't do it. It's not innocent until proven guilty.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just to let the abused.
I mean, you could call
partner.
it jail when you have a lifetime of not seeing your children. When the
You
whole
could, but it's not.
community.
What's going on? What's going on, Brownie Ellie? Brownie Ellie in the building. You said Pearl up there sounding like KS. But see, the thing is that KS could defend what he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because KS was around it, you know? You said she has to stop the she has stopped the interview lifelines. I'm just saying, KS, you know, and it's funny because these dudes came out of nowhere. These dudes would have never debated KS if he was around, for fear of sabotaging their channels. You know, Destiny wouldn't have debated KS. Destiny wouldn't. Man, these dudes were nowhere to be found when KS was around. You know, I hate to say it like that, but that's the. You said who she incidentally paid. Yeah, but she didn't say she paid him for that. But hey, you know, even Alan Roger Curry, rest in peace to him. He said that she was taking some of his stuff. So, all right, let's get back into it. So
I mean,
he picked up on it.
I mean, have you spoken to these men? It's like literally their whole community thinks they're an abuser. Now they get to see their kids maybe 3 days a month if they're lucky. A lot of them are put on.
Sure,
a lot of them
course.
are put on.
Yeah,
right.
there's bad outcomes for sure, but
Horrible.
on the whole,
I mean, a lot of men zero themselves out during this.
They what?
Like a lot of men commit suicide during.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. You know,
it's horrible. It's like absolutely terrible. Like I interview these men that are going through this.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened, but at the same time, you're saying women are lying about violence, and I haven't seen you be able to prove
I'm
that.
I'm saying that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court, because family
but it's
court
not
is
a crime.
based off of evidence.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just about the welfare of the kids, and you know, I mean, the people.
It's
involved.
a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of abuse. And so I'm saying there's no, you can't. They only prove it in less than 10% of cases.
Okay,
in criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence. Family court is not.
So let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Still seems like enough to give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, because people change, right? Especially when people get married young, which does happen. People change, people go through shit, people grow apart. A lot of the men who end up being abusive, you hear, were one way before they got married and one way after you get married. So I don't think it's fair to say you're just leaving whenever you want, or you should just have to stay in this forever. Wouldn't you prefer people get married than never get married? Like, I feel like you would be disturbed if, like, only 5% of couples ever got married.
I'd rather people got married and stayed married.
Right, but that wasn't one of the options.
I actually don't see a point in getting married with the way that marriage is today, to be honest. Yeah, because again, like, what is it? The average marriage is like 8 years. So the average marriage is 8 years and you're done. That's not marriage.
Leaving a marriage due to domestic violence and not pursuing criminal charges. Let's say that a woman's in a marriage and they have no fault marriage divorce. So let's say she doesn't want to charge her husband. She just wants to leave amicably. Okay. But in your situation, she's forced to charge him legally, to have a police investigation, charge him for domestic violence. Wouldn't that be more damaging to his reputation?
Not if he beat the case, because again, it's based off of evidence. But I mean, I think that why would you want an abusive guy walking free? If he's actually abusive, he should go to jail. Shouldn't we agree on that?
Right, but it's just not that simple. Again, because like it's just not that simple. Abuse cases, because, you know. And it's not that simple to convict people.
I just don't think that men should be punished without evidence. And I think in family court, it's not based off of evidence. It's based on a balance of probabilities. And so you have a case where men only, like, they're stuck seeing their kid like 3 days a month, when, again, it's not based off of evidence. Like, you know, I've interviewed guys where literally the wife, and I've seen the court documents. It's coming out in my documentary that's coming out in the fall. But the wife was plotting to try to get the guy to hit her.
Right. I'm sure that happens, but
And the
that
wife still got custody.
right.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a representative case. Again, I mean, for example, you ask why a mom wouldn't want to try a parent. It's more nuanced, right? I mean, you need a more developed take on that, because it's very traumatic for the kids and the family to put their father through a violence case, and especially when the kids are probably going to have to ask to testify, to talk to the police. I mean, I totally understand why a mother or father wouldn't want to put their family through that, don't you?
I mean, I can understand it. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, according to national statistics on domestic violence, okay, there's 10 million men and women each year that are the victim of physical abuse. But in your world, I have a feeling that a lot of these people would be trapped in these marriages, and that's okay.
I said in one-sided abuse, they could leave. Yes.
Okay.
So no. Yeah.
Okay.
I do think in order to get custody of your kids, if you're going to accuse the other side of abuse, you should have to prove it.
Do you think what do you think is more harmful to kids, divorce or physical abuse?
Physical abuse.
Okay, you passed that one. But you had to think about it for a second. But anyway, let's move on from this.
No, I just thought it was kind of a silly question. That was all. But
okay, that's refreshing. Tell me, what does red pilled mean to you? Because I've heard you use that phrase a lot. You're part of the red pilled community.
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. I will say a lot of people have their own definitions of it, so people use it for different things. But I would say it's viewing the world the way it's supposed to be, or like the way it is, not the way you're told it is. So, like, you know, for example, a lot of guys think if they treat a girl nice and give her flowers, that, you know, she'll essentially sleep with him. And then a lot of guys find out that's not true. And so then they, you know, came together and realized that. So that's just one thing.
Is that true? Do men really believe that?
But what do you mean?
That if you buy flowers and be nice, she'll sleep with you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's real. I think that's like a really odd way to describe dating. It's just like men are nice guys and women are.
I just think
it just seems very cartoonish. Like we're talking about real world stuff, and it's just you can't.
I just think men don't expect like women to reproduce more with felons than non-felons. Like I think that's a surprise.
Women reproduce more with felons.
Violent
felons.
Yeah. I mean, like, think about it. Like, Ted Bundy.
Hold on. Well, yeah, what does that mean? So.
And see, she's just letting him ask like these questions, and like she's not even going into detail. She's just like responding, and like she's not even going into any type of details. Like he's just like, she's just regurgitating shit. Exactly. She's just regurgitating shit and not going into no type of detail or context. And like, instead of him just even like, he's just moving on to the next question. He's like, okay, you felt that. Okay, you felt that. Like he's just running it down. And then she's not even stopping him from running that narrative. So yeah, this is wow. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. This is wow. All right.
Felons who are procreating have more kids in general than non-felons. What does that stat mean?
They have more children with felons than non. It's like
So if
I don't remember if it's violent felons versus non-violent felons, but I just remember violent felons have more children than non-violent felons.
and so there's men who are looking at that and they're pissed.
No, not
Because I've
pissed,
never
I
heard
think
that stat in my
surprised.
life.
No, I think just surprised.
Right? I've
Because,
never heard that stat.
Okay.
Yeah, is there a source for that? It just seems kind of an odd stat. Like, what does it prove? Felons have more kids than non-felons.
Well, I think the reasoning is because women want a guy that can like protect her, basically.
A felon?
Yeah.
That's a weird.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. What's going on, Ty City? Hey man, rest in peace to Big Pokey. That's what I'm saying. You know what's going on, Link? Shout outs to Link in the building. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's using dead talking points. Like, she's not using up-to-date talking points. If you don't know what's going on, and like I said, you listen to Manosphere talking points right now. If you don't know what's going on, you're going to think that the Manosphere is really trying to restore the patriarchy. Whereas the Manosphere is en route to moving the chains to say, okay, this is, having modern men draw their line in the sand. Okay? So my thing is this, yeah, what's going on, Spawn? Yeah, she running on iOS 12, like she running on an old iOS. And this is not, I mean, look, when you steal stuff from people and then you've made a career, or your career jumps off because you stole something from them, a lot of times you're not going to steal their more current stuff, because obviously you're going to end up sounding like them, right? You're going to end up sounding like them. So what they do is they steal from dudes that, that nobody really knows. And then that's the last time, after a while, you're opening up a studio, you're doing this, you're hearing, you heard what you heard, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to take the ball and run with it. And then what happens is, when the conversation is moved forward, now you're just regurgitating old talking points, and you're not able to put into context of what you're saying, because you basically thought that was I hate to say it like this, I don't know how to explain this, but you basically thought that was the end all be all, what you took. When you came in the middle of a war, you came into the middle of a conversation, you're uninformed, which you don't care about, because you're trying to take something. You know what I'm saying? When you smash and grab, the people that get shit stolen from, the people that get like they shit taken for the most part, or the people that run around and feel they got to take shit, are never smarter than the people that they're stealing from. Always remember that. To a certain degree, you may have outsmarted them in that moment, but you just came in and you left. You're never smarter than, in certain cases, when we talk about intellectual property, or the type of property that we're talking about, which is to a certain degree intellectual, but it's now more so to a space in this case than a particular person, even though she steals from particular people. But she says it generally in a space where it looks like she came up with it, or it's like so many breathtaking, profound things she says, it's going to be like, wow, how did you, people are going to wonder, how did you come up with that? You know what I'm saying? And then you're going to fuck up the saying that you've stolen, because you're trying to tweak it to make it seem like, you know what I'm saying, it came from you, or you thought about it. You said white folks always fuck up what they steal. There's a lot of truth in that. There's a lot of truth in that. Cynical said you properly can't steal their vibe or swag. That is true. But it goes back to what I was telling you guys with the whole production piece. When you have mics and all this stuff, even if you're good, bad, right, or wrong, it's going to seem more legit. It legitimizes what you're talking about and what you're doing. Hell, Kevin Samuels stole from a lot of people. Did that stop what he was doing? And maybe Pearl knows some of the people Kevin stole from. You never know. Shout outs to my girl Toya. Shout outs to Toya dropping the huge $10 on the super chat. I do not have any sound effects on today's show. I will try to get my my board up and I will put it on today's show. I'm sorry I don't have any sound effects, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Toya said she dropped a huge $10 on the super chat. She said on the Cash App, my bad. She said, "You're cooking. I'm in the clouds." Thank you, love. Spawn said, why is having a webcam so important to you? What do you mean, me? I'm not saying people have to necessarily cam up or have a webcam. You know, me, I'm like I said, I'm not doing nothing fancy. I'm in here chilling in my kitchen, you know, doing today's show. What's going on, Rainwater? But having a webcam, not for me in particular, having a webcam is not important, but to a certain degree, what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to be doing podcasts or vlogs and things of that sort, yeah, if you're not doing content that doesn't really require you to show your face or whatever, or if you want to show your face, it's up to you. It's up to you. But that's going to be a requirement to a certain degree going in the future, not for someone's opinion, but for the, you know, the growth of your show and what you're doing. You know, what's going on, Bishop Macbone? We're talking about Pearl again. You know, you said I brought it up because of the interview from yesterday. With Bunny. Well, the webcam thing is to a certain degree. If you have somebody that's talking about certain things or putting certain things out there or preaching certain things to a certain degree, the whole webcam thing could be for integrity. You know what I'm saying? It's a big deal to a lot of people in the space that if their demeanor or their actions don't, you know, match what they say or certain things, you know, people can read a lot of different things. So the whole webcam thing to a certain degree, if you're a content creator, right, and if you have people that got so much to say about you, and let's say you cam up and you put yourself out there, you put your face out there, your likeliness and stuff like that, you put everything out there, and you got a whole bunch of people that don't even cam up, don't even give a damn about what they talking about, much less know what they talking about. You start to think that, okay, then, you know, you're not even bringing the same thing that I'm bringing to that arena, yet you feel that you can judge me or talk about me or what I got going on. Now, obviously, being a content creator, we put ourselves out there. So people can twist, people can turn, people can say anything that they want to say about you and what you got going on. The people, I'm just going to say for to a certain degree, if you don't cam up versus somebody that does cam up versus somebody that does put themselves out there, to a certain degree, whether you're right or wrong, you really have no footing to talk about that person unless you've been in their same shoes. You know what I'm saying? Unless you've been in their same shoes. Like after a while, you stop wanting to listen to people that are talking about something, and then you stop the conversation by saying, have you done that? You know what I'm saying? Because people will get up on here and talk about a lot of shit they don't know nothing about. Like, for example, you got a lot of people talking about YouTube subscribers and likes and all this other stuff, right? Which honestly, to a certain degree, yeah, okay, this person got more subscribers. Doesn't make what they're saying more real, or doesn't make the person that you're listening to less credible or anything like that. And it's honestly something that doesn't even matter and people shouldn't be worried about. Because the thing is that if you're really not a content creator, you're going to be able to listen to people that's having a conversation about stuff they don't know about. You wouldn't know about it unless you've actually have put in a certain amount of content or put out, you know, certain things. So there's certain things that you pick up and certain things that you know as a content creator. But listening to people in the audience and just random people just talking about something that they don't know nothing about and haven't figured out for themselves, they will start to judge you or envy you or say, oh, this person's numbers ain't this person's numbers ain't that. So, you know, that's kind of where that falls into context, because niggas are always judged by the things they don't have. You can go out today and go buy yourself a Bentley, right? And then somebody will type in, oh, but he doesn't have the Coupe GT. He got the flying spur. That's the entry level Bentley. That's this, that, and the third. Niggas have always been judged on that, that exact way. So certain conversations that people try to get into, they overstep their boundaries. You know what I'm saying? So if you hear a lot of content creators talking about camming up and stuff like that, or doing certain things, what's going on, Let's Troll, and doing certain things, it's really how much skin they got in the game, what they put into. And then you got new dudes that come in here, they got microphones, they got cameras, they got pyrotechniques and all kinds of weird shit, and they just trying to take the talking points and still don't know what they're talking about. So that's kind of what's going on in this situation with Pearl. You know what I'm saying? Because to tell you the truth, there's certain people that I could tell you about that they kind of was better off without camming up. You understand what I'm saying? They kind of was better off without camming up. Like Donovan Sharp, he was better off not camming up. You know what I'm saying? Because he had a face for radio. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say. You got a voice for television and a face for radio. He had a face for radio, so he was better off not camming up. Did he fuck up when he cammed up? Yes, but he made the proper corrections and the proper movements after that to not let that be the end all be all of what he got going on. Pearl, in Pearl's case, she's better off not camming up. She has more of the voice, but not the actual look. But the fact that she does cam up, it kind of makes people, it kind of puts her in a certain category that may throw people in the audience off. You know what I'm saying? Because they, and it's not y'all job to think. It's not y'all job to be, thinking about subs and all this other stuff and what this person can do and what that person can do. It's up to the content creator, So no matter what y'all do or say, the responsibility does fall back on the content creator, So that's why it's kind of laughable when it comes down to certain conversations, because somebody will say something about subscribers and it's like, okay, subscribers used to be a thing, but subscribers really kind of don't mean nothing in the terms of YouTube. But then again, to a certain degree, if you have more subscribers, of course, it means something. But if you understand your audience and how audiences work, you understand what I'm saying, then 20,000 subscribers might be a headache versus to somebody else that built their shit on the way up. That might be you know what I'm saying, a good thing, whereas somebody else, it might be a headache. So that's why y'all are seeing like weird shit occur on the internet. When people go viral, it actually doesn't help. Have you noticed nowadays people are not trying to go viral like that? Because going viral can fuck your channel up more than it can help it if you're not prepared or you don't know how to spin something. You know what I'm saying? And anybody that's new into the space that I even helped on the way up, I sat there and told them that. I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Definitely work your way up. But gain an understanding of little aspects and certain things. Gain an understanding of your audience. Gain an understanding of your niche and what goes on and how people act and respond to certain things. Be on these panels. Argue with some of these people. Gain a feel for everything, right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you blow up and you don't have the experience to handle it, it can fuck up your life. Go ask the Home Depot girl. Go ask the girl at Home Depot. You know what I'm saying? Go ask a couple of people that found their way into certain fame and it fucks up their life. It's a little bit different with the manosphere because I get on here to a certain degree and I say things I normally wouldn't say. I say things I normally are not prepared to say, to a certain degree. I don't talk about some of I don't talk about some of these topics in the greatest way to talk about it. I don't talk about some of these topics in a way that's going to appease certain people, but I give the game straight lace, no chase. And I talk about it in a way that people in this space can get it. Whereas somebody that's just out there that don't know what the hell I'm talking about, they're going to be like, what is he talking about? Why is he saying that? Why is he, you know what I'm saying? So if you don't know, you don't know. If you do know, you do know. But the thing is that as a content creator that's done what I've done and have the track record for it, if you're on the internet not saying the most favorable things, you don't have a party trick when the internet got a party trick for you. You don't got a party trick for a nigga. Like, okay, you gonna do that? Well, I'm gonna respond with this. You understand what I'm saying? To a certain degree, the reason why this thing that we're breaking down right now is gonna be like, wow, are you serious? Damn, why she say that? She regurgitating stuff. The reason why people can read right through you is because you're not battle tested. You're not battle tested on the internet. You're not battle tested. You didn't lose any channels behind this. You didn't, and that's going to be one of the problems that's going to be with these new niggas coming in here. That's trying to make a new manosphere. They have channels. They feel so comfortable saying stuff that we said, stuff that would have gotten dudes fired. They feel so comfortable saying certain things and they don't know what it means. Look how they feel so comfortable. Look at Pearl. So what I'm saying is that, okay, I mean, you know, you're not really battle tested. And it's not that you go to these platforms to get challenged or battle tested, but if you're not even battle tested, you don't know if somebody's even throwing a trick question at you. Dude didn't even go into context with half the stuff that he's saying. And he's like, okay, you felt that. How so? On what premise? On to the next question. Hold on, let's finish that question. And let me explain. She doesn't even realize that she's saying stuff that she has to unpack. Most of what she's going to be saying comes with a disclaimer or some type of sit rep. I'm using military terms now, not, you know, a situational report. Okay, due to the fact, even if she says something egregious, oh, I think they should get rid of the divorce. You should state it. If you're going to say that, you should state it like, yo, due to the fact that women have taken advantage of this and have taken advantage of that and have taken advantage of this and that, I don't believe that divorce should really be a thing, or whatever she said. You know what I'm saying? You got to put some examples out there before you just blurt something like that out, because then he going to say, oh, well, that's immoral, or you're trying to be like the patriarchy and say this and that's taboo and this, that, and third. That's how you have to already go in thinking of how they think. He already did his homework on her. I saw a snippet of this part where he was like, he knew about her family and everything, right? And Pearl basically told on herself. He was like, you know, what did your father do? Blah, blah, blah. And she was like, oh, well, and he was like, yo, your mother is the president of this, that, and the third. And she was like, no, we just said that to get the government to get us a grant or to get us something from that. Like, literally, she up there admitting crimes. He literally reposted. I saw on his page, he literally reposted a short saying, yo, did Pearl Davis admit to committing a crime? Basically saying that her father used her mother to act as a president of whatever company to get a grant or a loan or something like that from the company, like basically fraud. You know what I'm saying? So you got to watch out. And then obviously, if you've been in this space for a long, you look for people to ask you trick questions. So, you know, there's a lot of elements to this shit. It's a lot of elements to this shit. And a lot of people think just because you got the better production that you run the space, you're the best that the space has to offer. But she's never been in this space. She never sat on these panels and talked to these young men. She don't know where she didn't even do the field work. All right, so let's go.
Ted Bundy. Why do you think Ted Bundy had like love letters?
Oh, well, that's a whole different weird phenomenon about women being interested. Some weird niche of women involved. All serial killers.
That's surprising.
Right. It is surprising, but I don't think it's any interesting commentary on the dating scene that serial killers get love letters from freaks. You know what I mean? Richard Ramirez did too. All serial killers do.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, but the point is, it's one, like, it's not the same for women. It's just men.
So what is your point exactly? That what does that prove, that felons have more kids than non-felons?
You know, that a lot of times women pick the bad boys, you know. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Does having more kids
with, I mean, a guy that's a violent felon, you don't think? Okay.
Is there a source for that? It's just a really weird stat. I'm just trying to grapple with it.
I can get it. I can get it in a
Sure.
second.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, we can try to look for it too. I just want to hear what's.
It's in. I can show you where I found it. It's
Okay,
in this.
fantastic.
Mm,
Yeah, Casey Anthony got love letters apparently. So she was a serial killer, right? Oh, she killed her daughter.
Not serial, just a one time.
So Casey Anthony murdered her daughter, and she was getting love letters too. She got letters proposing marriage. Don't you find that surprising?
yeah, that is surprising.
So in a sense, it's not. It goes both ways, kind of when you look at it holistically.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
Based on what?
I think you can just. I would just say, I would guess that it's more common with women because of that study versus like a fringe case. I would be surprised if women got the same amount of letters, but I could be
You
wrong.
might be surprised, but do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like concrete facts? I find that when you talk about, and I've watched a lot of your videos, you say stuff that I don't think has much of a backing in reality. It's based on feelings, maybe instead of not emotions, but feelings. You say, I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
I try. I would say I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Interesting
But-
defense.
Hold on. Do you want me to find it or no?
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you a minute. That's totally fine. Okay. So why should I engage with in a conversation with you at all if women are just emotional? Shouldn't I be talking to a man about this?
Probably.
Why do you bother to even have a platform? Shouldn't you just concede to a man?
Yeah, probably. You
Right.
know.
So we got to look for a man to replace you. Don't you think?
No, not really.
You don't think? Okay. But you do think women are more emotional.
I gotta find. Hold
Okay, go ahead.
on.
I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I won't.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to
it's all
talk to
good.
you and find it at the same time.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute there. But it's fine too. We can move on. I'll give you a minute, but we don't have to get stuck on it.
Okay.
It's fine. I mean, we can. It's fine. We can move on.
Might be waiting a while.
I found it.
Oh, go ahead.
Send-
Okay, perfect.
Oh, there we go. What's it called? I'll pull it up.
Here. The link, he pulls up the study in this stream, so the link is on here.
Whose stream is it?
It's Rolo's stream.
Rolo Tony
But-
Browntown?
yeah,
Tony Brown.
yeah.
He's a
He's
good-
great, actually.
I know you're a fan. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's really nice.
I like his head wear.
I like when he rocks out.
Where do I send it to?
You send it in the Zoom chat.
The Zoom chat, yeah.
Or you
Oh,
could
it's
just
on
tell
my
me the
phone.
name of it and I can pull it up.
Okay.
Either
It's
way.
in Rolo Tomasi is offensive and vile. It's like 7 months ago. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll look into it. So if
Mhm.
women are so emotional, do you think it's bad faith in terms of an argument to argue from feelings and to present feelings as facts? Do you think that's a bad faith way to argue or no?
No, I was kind of kidding. I was like
What were
joking.
you kidding about?
When
So a lot of people, shout out to Link. Link says, doesn't Rolo not like her? A lot of people don't like her because they know that she's stealing their talking points. And they kind of feel trolled without her mentioning them. Yeah, that see, Faster said, damn, she's trolling. See, they feel trolled without her mentioning them. They feel, they're taking disrespect, and yeah, I mean, obviously that's what's going on. Rolo doesn't like her, you know. At first, I think he did, and then he switched up. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Rolo is too fond of her now, but she still mentions him, and she still, because the conversation before was that, oh, she's watching all of these people's shows and just stealing from them and regurgitating from them. So, that was literally that was literally the first part. Oh, she's stealing from people, and it's like, okay, yeah, you can't prove it. And then it turned into, oh, okay, well, look, she got the production, she got a show. Well, let's just watch it. And that's what people just did. Like, I mean, look, people don't care to a certain degree. They do, but they don't care who the messenger is coming from. They don't. A lot of people don't care who the message is coming from. They care more so about getting the message out and getting someone to hear it. But to a certain degree, you guys need to know where the message is coming from, because things like this will happen. So this is why when BGS and a bunch of other people is like, well, the message is out. It's about getting the message out. This is why people that know better really don't. We really don't give a damn about that, because it's like, yeah, but it's gonna get misconstrued. And are these people gonna pay for it? Nah. If Pearl goes down, she gonna be okay. But what will go down is some of the brothers that are in this space that got jobs, or what will go down is some of the brothers that's in the space that's trying to come up. Because the crazy thing is that when you have a content creator like this, not saying that she's stopping other brothers, but yeah, there's a bunch of brothers that actually have gone through it that should and could and maybe would have started a podcast. She takes up that space, to a certain degree. It takes like 10 niggas in this space to equal what a Pearl is doing right now. That would have been split between 10 niggas or whatever. He said, yep, careers are shattered. Yep. Along with dreams. Yep. So yeah, it's a I don't know, it's really different. And unless you're a content creator or really know about it, or have had your hand in the game at some point, you kind of, it'll just seem like content creators are tripping, but they're not really tripping. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I said that was going to happen with mainstream manosphere and Hollywood. Hollywood is just going to start seeing, okay, this is a monetizable content. We're just going to start bringing and putting people in the space that that y'all don't even know, regurgitating it. Because it's a lot of stuff to regurgitate, and she's after the pandemic, mind y'all. She started saying this shit a little bit after the pandemic. All right. But then again, at the same time, the manosphere should have anticipated this, and she should be in the space doing interviews and stuff like that before she goes anywhere. She goes anywhere else and regurgitate the talking points, because she doesn't know where it is. So she humbly could have got schooled, or somebody in this space could have told her where it's from, so that she can, at least if you're gonna regurgitate the right thing, regurgitate the right thing. So even regurgitate where the nomenclature, where it came from. You said she's dumb. You said men do the same thing. There was an Egyptian chick who ate her husband. Who ate her husband? Uh-oh. No homo. And niggas were still after her when she was in prison. Oh, she ate her husband. Oh shit. Oh, you talking about that movie where that woman sliced off the phallus? You said, who she talking about? It wasn't there. You said, oh yeah, that movie Coming Straight, Red Pill, and then saying it's Red Pill flat out. What do you mean, Link? What's going on, degenerate? Because there was a white woman that actually produced a Red Pill movie. She ate him, right? I think I did hear about that. Like she was like the Jeffrey Dahmus, Jennifer Dahmus. You said, "Oh, I remember there was a story about an Egyptian woman who ate her." Oh, she ate a white man. Uh-oh. 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 Here we go.
I don't know. Whatever you were asking me earlier, you were like, do you? I don't even remember. You said something like, "Do you think you shouldn't have a platform?" Or like,
well, right.
Yeah.
Well, I asked and you said, well, I'm a woman. Of course, I'm gonna. I asked you, do you feel that you make arguments based on feeling? And you said, yes, I do, because I'm a woman.
Oh yeah, I was kidding. No, I use facts to back up my arguments. Sometimes I'd say I'm wrong. Sometimes I think something and it's not correct, but I would say most of my opinions, I try to at least have a basis of fact. Yes.
Okay.
Some things you just see in reality, right? I mean, like
Some things
sometimes
you just
you're
see.
gonna, yeah, I mean, you can, like some things you just learn from interviewing hundreds of people, you see patterns.
Right. But sometimes when you interview people, you interviewing specific people with specific experiences, you're obviously going to run into a bias.
No, I don't think so, because we do street interviews all the time too. So that's like random people on the street.
Okay, fair enough. So there's the red pilled, which are people who see the world for what it is.
Mhm.
And then you have blue pilled people, which I'm assuming is someone like me. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But what does blue pilled mean?
People that see the world for how they'd like it to be, I guess.
Okay.
I don't talk about.
And this was an opportunity where she could have made a Matrix reference. She could have made a Matrix reference. And okay, yeah, I'm gonna look her up. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look her up. She could have made a Matrix reference, because obviously, if she makes a Matrix reference, it'll kind of put things in more perspective. One of the things that oh shoot, I forgot to set up the show and share it. Damn it. All right, give me 1 second, because I still got to set up the show. I just went right into the show and didn't even share it. Okay. But let's get into it. One of the things that I've noticed in this space is that, and it's a difference between red pill people and it's a difference between people that quote unquote know the game or whatever. One of the differences between red pill people, not red pill people. One of the difference between, I'll say red pill people. One of the difference between people that are gamed up and people that are red pill is that a lot of people that are red pill, they're still being red pilled. Like they're still learning about their awareness and being awoke, and they're still getting around the information. A lot of them haven't been around the information for a long time, so a lot of them will believe they know everything, but they don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? Because being red pill aware doesn't make you know everything, but to a certain degree, you know enough. That's all it's for. You know enough. You know what I'm saying? And just because you think you know enough doesn't mean that you know everything. You don't know everything. So when somebody that's, let's say, in the game calls somebody a square, that's different than from saying, oh, this person is blue pill. You know what I'm saying? If somebody says, yo, this person's a square versus this person is blue pilled, those are two different things. But the space talks about dating and relationships and women a lot in a different context, that you would think that somebody that's red pill is gamed up, but they're not. You know what I'm saying? They're a lot of dudes that claim red pill, they're actually not gamed up. As a matter of fact, they think game is a fallacy or whatever, or not real. You know what I'm saying? So in this case, she should have used the Matrix as a reference, because a square and somebody that's blue pill, that's not the same thing. You could be square and red pill. You could be square and blue pill. You know, so that's why the guy added on. So like, am I blue pilled, or would you consider me blue pilled, or like kind of threw it out there to say that, okay, I don't know anything, so you're Miss Know It All. You know what I'm saying? So this is how people that are quote unquote red pill can end up looking stupid when trying to answer a trick question, because they're not hip. You know what I'm saying? It's better for you to be red pilled and gamed up than it is for you to be red pill without no type of game. You know what I'm saying? This podcast been going for 1 minute and 54 seconds. Hit the like button on the way in. Let me share it out. Hit the like button on the way in. And also make sure you guys like and subscribe and support tonight's show. Support today's content. Got some really good game to chop up with you guys. All right. And we're gonna get into, what's her name? Omaima Nelson. Okay. Spawn said some of the people have transitioned being Morpheus. We already in the know. Yeah, I mean, I think black pill people should really be the ones speaking, but they don't, because they just let things play out, to a certain degree. I'm black pilled fairly, but I speak up. But I just, who am I kidding? I just let motherfuckers hang themselves. Hey, keep at it. After a while, when you realize that it's not going to make a difference, because to be black pill is to be okay with whatever, how everything is going to play out. So, obviously somebody should have talked to Pearl. If Pearl wants to go up there and hang herself, well, then listen, if she can get up there and hang herself, if she gonna make a bunch of niggas look stupid, you damn straight, but hey, go ahead and hang yourself. You said salute. You said I had to tune in. I saw the money grifter on the thumbnail, which means I'm not too late to get mine out. You said hopefully tonight. Shout outs to Quaffy in the building. Shout outs to Quaffy Nino in the building. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. We're coming up on 2 hours. If you would like to support the show, you can support the show via Cash App. That's PTV888. That is PTV888. Or you can hit the super chat, or you can hit the PayPal. Good information being kicked out on today's show. Don't sleep on the info. You said, I think the switch is coming sooner or later, the political period for her. She wants to get into politics. That's what BGS and all of them were talking about. Her managers manage Candace Owens. So, we can get we could get laws written and all kinds of shit. Like, that's what niggas was thinking. Yeah, that Fuentes interview is definitely going to follow her. But it's not like she was denying him. She was agreeing with him and throwing it out there, Of course they're going to pull it out the vault, But at the same time, she's growing. She's learning what it is to be a content creator, But hey, it is what it is. This is not an easy niche to be in. It's not like, hey man, let me go online, do my videos and go. No, this shit will follow you. But if you look at it right now, she's tiptoeing. Basically, the white manosphere is having a field day with her, and even the detractors, because the world is different today. A lot of those guys like Destiny, this guy, and a couple of other dudes that you're listening to now today, if it was back in the day, they probably would have been MGTOWs or Wall of Silence type people. But we live in a different day and age, So the space has definitely underground established itself, but people like, hey, I'm going to go to more political right. I'm going to go to more political route and choose to be this person, or I'm going to go to more political route and choose to be that person, So I'm glad dudes that probably would agree with some of the stuff that's going on are having a voice for themselves. But this is like, Pearl is like their little sister that they're just like, hey, you're wrong about that. You're wrong about that. Hell yeah. All of this is documented. All right. So let's go. So she's just regurgitating shit at this point. So
not much about I guess like blue pill, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We don't have to focus in on that. So I've noticed that one of the primary focuses of your content is kind of the problems facing men and how there's so much unfair societal pressures or norms or expectations on men. Why is it that you're so singularly focused on the troubles of men?
Why am I focused on the troubles of men? And that's an interesting way to, I guess, phrase my content. I would say I think it's unfortunate what happens to men in divorce court. So that's
Okay.
probably what I talk about the most. Is I think that men should have access to their children.
That's not what you
So-
talk about the most. You definitely talk about stuff like pay gap myth. You talk about men want younger girls. You talk about men are just doing what's in their nature. You talk about women who have higher body count are less desirable. I haven't. I'll be honest. I've watched a lot of your stuff, and the vast majority is not about divorce court. It's about this kind of like dating coach stuff.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dating coach, but okay.
No, but that realm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean you're a dating coach, but like that kind of realm, it seems that you're super focused on. So, what is your interest in that? Manosphere, maybe that's a better term. Manosphere stuff.
What is my interest? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, so that's what we talk about.
Okay, that's fair. So, what is you say you're anti-feminism? Feminism was basically a mistake. So, what is your problem with feminism? Let's start there. That's a good point, right?
I think that feminism wants equality when it benefits us and not actual equality.
Feminism, and that's are you going back to the beginning of feminism, like the whole history of feminism, like women's suffrage and everything?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't fuck with women's suffrage?
No.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
No.
See, so this is kind of where he's gonna really put the cap on it. You understand what I'm saying? See, this makes it even worse. Because she will say all of this and people will take it as, oh, that's what the manosphere thinks. Oh, that they all believe that. She's speaking for them. So yeah, she can't answer it, man. Yeah, and she had to think about it. Like he's really this is cringe. You said she pulled that straight out of the air. She's just blurting out stuff. You said I don't know about the CUDA. You said HEHE, aka Ethan and Destiny are definitely a part of the Matrix. Yeah, but even if that's the case, you know what I'm saying? Even if that's the case, you know, that's an option in today's day and age. You know what I'm saying? That's an option in today's day and age. You know, when these people get on the internet, obviously the internet is wide, and there's a variety of people you listen to and things that you subscribe to. They can find content creators in their in their niche, because there's a niche for it, so they can become who they want to become. When the manosphere first got on YouTube, it was just you either had to find it, and then obviously it became a niche, but it's a rabbit hole that you got to tumble down and obviously stay here. You obviously got to stay here at some point. You know, you obviously know it's not the most favorable type of conversations that we have in this space, but it is a niche. Well, by the time these people found it, it's an established niche. But back in the day, the brothers either had to choose to be this or that. You know. And then the funny thing is that they might agree with a lot of what the manosphere is saying, but when you have stuff like this going on, where people are misconstruing stuff and flipping certain talking points and try to make it work for them, then they can start pulling little tricks like this, like, oh, you don't give a damn about women? No, but you're a woman. I know, but like, if you catch Pearl at the right moment, and just any of us to a certain degree, I'm not above being ambushed. If you catch Pearl at the right moment, She will sound just as dumb as those girls on what you call it, Fresh and Fit. She would sound just as crazy, if not even worse. If you catch Pearl if you catch Pearl at the right moment.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation. Yeah, because of inflammation. Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Yeah. Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
So yeah, that's literally what's going on. What's going on, Cartel? Shout outs to Cartel in the building. What's going on? Right, DSB. He said laugh out loud, high and drunk. Chris G said DSB. Faston said she never memorized Manosphere talking points. Yes. Never memorized Manosphere talking points. Definitely.
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay, so are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Yeah.
Why?
No. Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
I think if we want the same rights, it comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
No.
Okay,
No,
so then
that's my
there's a
point.
paradox.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
You don't believe? Well, listen, this is your perfect world.
I'm saying that if we are going to vote, have the same cost, which is that men are put into selective service and women are not. And if I had to pick between the two, then I would give up the right to vote instead of sign up for selective service.
Okay, so you're saying women should only get the right to vote if they sign up for selective service, but at the same time, you're saying women should not serve in the military. So in your world, women are just going to be disenfranchised. They're not going to be able to sign. They shouldn't serve in the military because they're not as good fighters, right?
No, I'm saying for me personally, I would not want to sign up for selective service if I had to pick.
So
I would give that up.
You think women should be given the choice if they want to do selective service or not?
I think if we're going to vote, we should have no choice like the men do.
So women should be drafted mandatory into selective service, you believe?
No, that's
okay, but don't you see the law? There's an issue. There's a problem here.
I said, if feminists want the right to vote, right, then it should come with the draft. It should come. I mean, it's not called the draft anymore. It's called selective service. Personally, in Pearl's world, I do not want to be drafted. I do not want to be in selective service.
I know, but I'm asking you, like, in general, in terms of policy, because obviously I think it's safe to say women in general want the right to vote, right? And so then, by your logic, women need to be entered into selective service, right? But you don't think that should happen, or you think that's okay?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Not you. I mean, in general, the women, because women want to vote. So how do we resolve this issue? Do they get drafted like men?
I mean, I think it's unlikely that women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe net taxpayers potentially you could do, but that's
Sorry,
a whole
net
that's a whole
taxpayers?
that's a whole nother conversation. But
Wait, what
no,
does
I
that
think
mean?
if we're gonna vote, I think that we should have the same responsibility as the men and be enlisted in selective service.
Okay.
So that's
So you're saying women should also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18, like men.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying if you're gonna be equal, make it equal.
Okay.
And for me, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Keep me out of that.
Okay, so right. I understand that's your preference, but I'm just trying to understand like the policy that in your red pill. We're doing the red pill. We're seeing the world as it is.
No, I wouldn't assign that belief to like red pill. That's not really like a red pill belief. That's just mine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make a point about.
Mhm.
So do you think having women in the army would weaken our military?
Yes.
So then probably don't draft women into the army.
Yeah, but then take away the vote with it.
But you're not giving that. That doesn't seem very fair. You see what I'm saying? Because you say, well, you guys are weaker. You guys are going to weaken our military.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want you in the military. But because you're not in the military, you don't get the right to vote. It's a catch-22. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do about that?
Well, I'll tell you what I think we should do.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it goes back to, I just think that you have to have some skin in the game. And so it's like, if we're voting for a commander in chief, right, that's the person that decides if we go to war or we don't go to war. And so it's easy to, again, I think that if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men, and women don't want to do that. It's either we're equal or we're not equal.
Okay, well, just to be
equal,
fair,
if we're really equal, have the same responsibility. But again, it's equality when it benefits us.
Well, but your logic doesn't even make sense.
And that's what I'm saying. She's butchering. What's going on, P. Morton? She's butchering something that she doesn't know. Okay. And she stole that from dudes from this space, because the white manosphere steals a lot of their talking points from dudes from this space. All right. So the saying is equal doesn't mean identical. You can't argue with that. Yeah, we can be equal, but that doesn't mean that we're identical. She is probably late millennial, but all early generation Z's are late millennials. Cause by proxy, y'all grow up seeing what y'all saw. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of generation Z's are actually late millennials, sort of late millennial minded. But yeah, she's not young Gen Z though, so you're correct about that. But she's doing what, and this is why they kind of want her bad in the white manosphere, and even women that be on Fresh and Fit that probably sit around and watch this. She's doing the same thing that she berates women for doing. You know what I'm saying? She's doing the same thing that she gets on them for doing. And it makes it even worse because she's trying to, like Fasten said, she hasn't even memorized the manosphere talking points that she's stolen. You know? So it is what it is,
Sense. I mean,
and he already knows.
First of all, there hasn't been a draft in the United States in 50 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if there was a draft, maybe we could have this conversation. But it just seems kind of silly. In 50 years, there hasn't been a mandatory draft. It just hasn't happened.
Mm-hmm.
So, So why is it a big deal, I guess, about the selective service? Because there's not going to be another draft. You know what I mean? There's enough people in the army. I don't think that there's going to be a draft. It's just not going to happen. And with the way technology is going, we're going to have autonomous robot fighters before there's a draft. You know what I mean? So why does it matter? I just don't see the point with the selective service thing.
I just think it's, again, like, women want all the rights without the
What other
responsibility.
ones?
If you don't think that there's going to be a draft, then equally do what the men do. Men
Well,
are
they
fined $300,000.
Well, they
if
don't
their
have
daughters
the
sign up for
option. They don't
selective.
even have the option right now.
Right. So give them the option. You know,
Okay,
I'm just
let's give
saying,
them the
make it
option.
equal. Make it equal.
But
Not the option. That has to be mandatory
I
if we're
know,
going to
but
make
you
it.
saying like women want the right to vote, but they don't want to enter in selective service, but it's not an option. So how do you know what all women want?
I don't know what all women want.
So then why are you saying things that are generalized all women?
I'm saying okay, because I'm looking at the policies that have been pushed. And I'm saying the policies are not like where are the feminists fighting for equality in this situation? Like when
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not that relevant, but also no women in the army is a kind of a byproduct of patriarchy because women are looked as that they'd weaken the military, as you pointed out. Is that possible that it's been driving that policy and not so much women?
I didn't say women drove that policy. I said they don't try to make it equal. It's only equal when it benefits us.
Even if nobody's being actually drafted.
I mean, 50 years isn't, that long of. I mean, who's to say? You don't know, but okay.
50 years. I mean, the last mandatory draft was like during Vietnam, wasn't it?
Do you not think it should be equal? So you think that it shouldn't be?
No, I think what you're saying is fair, but it's not making any sense. Like, okay, sure, let's put women into selective service. Fine. I'm fine with that. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think everyone should sign up for it. And there's other ways that people can support the military other than being on the front line, right? Right. So, what other rights do women want? You know what I mean? That are contradictory.
Okay, women want the right to not be a mother, but men don't have the right to not be a father. So women can have a which I know it varies state. I'm in the UK, so I forget. Sometimes the US is different by state, but like in the UK, abortion's free up to 6 months, but a man can't opt out of child support. So it's like, why does he have the right to not be a father, but women don't? Or why do women have the right to not be mothers, but men don't have the right to not be fathers? I don't think that's fair or equal.
Sorry, just to go back for a sec. So feminists actually do they want the draft abolished. So their point is, let's not sign up for the service. Let's abolish the draft altogether. So they are fighting for equality. They are against the draft. There should be no draft. So men and women shouldn't be drafted. That is also equality, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
All right, my bad. I was definitely filling out some stuff. I wanted to chime in. Shout outs to Spawn. Thank you, bro. Shout outs to Spawn dropping the huge $3 on the on the Cash App. Shout outs to Spawn dropping the huge big 3 on the Cash App. I appreciate you. I need to get my sound effects, but that's not why feminists don't want the draft. That is not why feminists does not want the draft. And she didn't even capitalize on it. No, that's not why feminists didn't want the draft. That's not why they're trying to abolish the draft. Don't no woman want to be out there don't nobody want to see women getting their tacos split by sniper rounds and all kinds of stuff. And honestly, to a certain degree, women aren't stupid. Even they know they will hold the military back. So it makes no sense them being in a war room and having to subject themselves to that type of death. Ain't no woman really about to sign up to get shot up like that. You know, you said she be having the same talking points on different podcasts. She talk about selective service every time. Man, look, she is making the space look stupid. That's exactly, yeah, she wants her cake and eat it too. That's exactly why even his reasoning, she could have rebut back on that. That's not true. That's not true. And that's true. She is a feminist when it's convenient. You know, what woman ain't, you know? You said that's crazy. I'm watching the military movie right now and dude got sniped. Yeah, man, I know what I be talking about. I know what I know. And that's all I know. You know? So, you know, you gotta really they're gonna use this as some type of manosphere of victory, which is like so weird, you know. Why don't you get MOT or all them other cats to go over there and debate them? Why don't MOT debate Destiny and all them other people? Since they know so damn much, you wanna know why? Because they will get their ass sent home with homework. Get that nigga something to think about. All right. So clearly she doesn't know, and clearly the host of the show, look at him, he's bored. This is gonna be an easy night at the office.
Yeah, okay.
So you accept the premise is wrong on that?
I don't. I mean, it's still not equal the way it is, but yeah, what they're saying.
No, it's not equal the way it is, sure. And feminists agree. Feminists agree with you.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him talk about that, but
do you listen to a lot of feminist ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? How do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
So I talk to feminists all the time.
Right. I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, that's fair to say. Right.
And she's getting the white humor. This is white humor. Now Pearl got the 1,000-mile stare. This is all white humor right here. If y'all don't get white humor, I don't know what to tell you. It's really cut and dry, bro. This shit really dry. Like, it's like, damn. She let that joke work its way into her fabric. Look, she got the 1,000-mile stare. Look. He's literally like making her to bed. Like he's joking. He's frying her and she has no choice but to sit there and take it. She felt that one. That's why she just kind of, damn. Everybody in the room kind of like, damn. Damn. And in the clip that in the clip that I was talking about earlier, he points out how she kind of admitted her dad or their family business to partake in fraud. You know? Yeah, she getting out sassed. So now she got the 1,000-mile stare and she can't really do nothing. And I think that's not true. I've seen her talk to more people than feminists. But if that's what he saw, that's what he saw, you know? But yeah, she's getting roasted and toasted right now. So this is crazy.
So when you say you talk to feminists, you mean just
he being super petty, saying that she never really interviewed nobody. That's crazy.
Not like a scholar.
That say they're feminists.
Yeah, but but feminism
doesn't count.
It's like a.
It doesn't count.
Well, you said you know what feminists believe because you talk to a lot of feminists, but I'm talking about like.
No, I said I've never heard them bring it up. So.
Do you have any interest in talking to feminist scholars who are more aware with like kind of what feminism?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think that would be good.
Send them to the UK.
But they're in the UK.
Mm-hmm. No, I actually tried for some, but then they'll be like, "You're a hateful woman." Da 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 da. There's one that's I can't even remember. Some blonde chick out here. Can't remember her name, but yeah, she didn't want to come on.
Blondes.
No, I'm just saying that was her. That's what she looked like. I don't know her name. I forget.
But like, I mean, my point is like when you just bring a random girl and they say, "Yeah, I'm a feminist," it's kind of like the Steven Crowder "Change My Mind" versus like actually talking to someone who's involved in like the scholastics, the academia of what feminism means historically in modern day and previously. So the level of discourse you would have is obviously different. So so feminists are in favor of equality though. So I don't know if that's interesting you or not. You don't believe me?
I'll take your word.
You can trust me. I'm a man.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on. Oh yeah, we're talking about feminism. So what other? So you were talking about divorce court. Sorry, I know you were making a point. So let's go back to that. You were saying that women can decide to terminate a pregnancy, therefore they can choose to be a mom, but men cannot decide that, and they don't get the choice to be the dad.
To not be a dad.
Right. So do you think that like? Do you not think that the idea that the baby, obviously the reason for that, right, which we both know, is that because the baby's inside the woman's body?
I don't think that matters. Yeah.
So
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion at all. But again, it's the double standard. It's like the women have a choice, but men do not have a choice.
Sure. No, I see that there is a sense to that which is unfair. Although there are a lot of single moms, as you point.
In this case, she was just kind of better off talking to him, getting him to talk more, because she didn't even notice she being probed. Like she would have been better off getting him to talk about his ideals and stuff like that. Like, so what are some of your ideals? Like, what do you believe in? And blah blah blah. She doesn't even know how to flip it. She could have flipped it and got him to talk instead of making him make her seem like she's like this character that she's not even the character that she's portraying right now, man. So at that point, she should have just let him talk. Start asking him open-ended questions. Because he just making her seem like she's scum, which is crazy.
Pointed out.
Yeah, that are on child support, Not all, but
Well, men have the choice in the sense that they can just wear a condom.
Right.
If they don't want to be a father.
Yeah, right. But women have the choice to go on birth control.
Okay.
Women have the
but
choice
ultimately,
to take a Plan B. Women have the choice to get an abortion. Women have the choice to take the morning after pill. Women have the choice. You've like IUD. There's a million pills.
Right, but those will have to do with pregnancy. But I'm saying if a man,
women also can require men to put on condoms or not put on condoms.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Women can also require that the men that they sleep with wear condoms.
Right, but if it's inherent, if it's inherently unfair to men, the easy solution is just it kills all this discussion is men just put on condoms when they have sex. Therefore, that.
Well, you can also say women close your legs, like.
Yeah, but you're the one saying that it's unfair for men. That's my point. You're saying men don't have a choice.
I'm saying women have like 10 choices. The men have.
But that's just biology.
The men have condom or no condom, which again is a choice that both of them make because the women can require that the men wear condoms too.
Right.
But you're only.
But it's in the men. I'm saying okay. I'm saying
once the baby is conceived, right?
Yeah.
Then the man has no choice, where the woman has a choice.
Okay, so let's just talk about that then, because so it's your opinion that if a woman is pregnant, the man should be able to decide for her to have an abortion.
I'm pro-life, so I would ban it altogether. My point is the double standard where a man is legally obligated to pay child support and will go to jail if he doesn't. But the woman has the choice to not be a mother through abortion.
I know you're against abortion, but I just want to know what you mean. So let's just say we're trying to make it equal for men. So should men be able to decide for women to have an abortion if she's pregnant?
I think that men should be able to sign off on child support.
Okay, so if they say, "Hey, I don't want anything to do with this baby,"
Yeah.
then the woman can decide to have it, but the father will have no obligations.
Yes.
And you think that's better for society?
No, I think that's equal. That's more fair.
Okay, so you're more interested in fairness than the welfare of society as a whole.
No, if it was up to me, if we wanted to go, what's good for society. I don't think abortion should be legal.
No, I know. We're having
so
a
that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
I'm saying if you want to make it fair, like I don't think that's fair that the woman after she gets pregnant, so they both make the irresponsible.
She playing Ring Around the Rosie with a man. Because he's not even talking to her on some man shit. She's playing Ring Around the Rosie with another man and think that another man you know, can't or is not figuring it out. You know? That's wild and crazy, you know? Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. You can support the channel by hitting the Cash App. That is at $PTV888. That is $PTV888. If you would like me to open up the panel, let me know. Let me know. If you guys have any thoughts and you guys want to chime in, let me know. All right. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Let's get back into it. So he's sparing her at this point. And at this point, she has to get him to talk, because any question that he's asking her, she's just like tiptoeing around it and walking around it and not like answering it, and then, you know, diverting into something else. And then it's just weird. But let's go.
Full decision, right? Because you'd agree it's irresponsible if it's an unplanned pregnancy that the woman, you know, had sex with a guy without protection, right? We'd agree? Yes?
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Okay. So you would agree that's equally irresponsible when it first happens.
Although I guess by your logic, it would be more irresponsible for the men because he has less choices. But yeah, they're both doing something irresponsible.
Well, but yeah, they're both irresponsible. So my point is, after that happens, women have the choice to not be a mother, but men don't have the choice not to be a father. At least, if they don't pay child support, they can go to jail.
Right, because that's for the benefit of the children, which is what's the most important thing.
Yeah, but is it for the benefit of the kid to kill him? Like,
say what?
Dude, it's not for the benefit of the kid. Like the woman can make.
Wait, what do you mean to kill who?
I mean, I'm pro-life. So again,
abort the baby.
So so if we're gonna go for the benefit of the kid, like if your argument is let's do what's best for the benefit of the kid, the benefit of the kid is not killing the child. Right. I mean, and for me, like I believe it's a kid, right? You might not.
Oh, what's that have to do with the fairness to the man? I don't understand that.
You don't understand. It's not fair, again, that men have the choice, that men do not have the choice.
I understand
to not
what you're saying, but
women, yeah.
But then, okay. Well,
and see, she just sounds stupid, because I'm a man, and I will tell you, we have the choice to shoot up the club. Okay. Actually, the first choice, actually, when they say, oh, Jesus Christ, this is not even a manosphere talking point. Like, this is just what it takes two to make a kid. He don't got to shoot up her club. He can wear a condom. You tell dudes, take your pinky, put it on your tongue, and then remove it off your tongue and look at that. That's how much it takes to have a baby. All right. Now, what the fuck? Like, oh, never mind, man. This is how you're speaking for men, and you're not even a man. Like, this is kind of where he's walking her down, and she's not getting it. She's not getting it.
Whatever. We're arguing in circles a little bit.
Yeah, he's
let's
getting
talk about
tired of it.
abortion then, since you're against abortion. I'm assuming your stance is abortion should be off the table in any situation.
Yes.
So if a dad rapes his daughter,
Right.
then she needs
Hold
to
on.
give birth to that baby.
Right, Kwafi. Here we go. Kwafi said this is a political talking point. It has nothing to do with the black manosphere. She's using the black manosphere to say that men are hurting, but there are men who say that they don't like men who don't take care of their children right here in these spaces. Of course, that's being said, but the thing is that she is fancying herself as representing a space, number one, that she's not a part of, because if you peel back the layers of what she's talking about, the white manosphere doesn't agree. So you're definitely right when she says the black manosphere. If somebody was to really be like, yo, so who are you actually really speaking for? And then they'll realize that she's really just regurgitating talking points from both spaces. She's basically throwing something until it sticks, but making the space look stupid with it. Because now, if you're in the space and somebody brings up those talking points and they already got the answer to those talking points, if you don't really know how to put it in the context or articulate what you're going to say or how to really argue with those talking points, it's going to look like you're full of shit. Or it can diminish the actual reason why those talking points, because that's really what feminists, guys like this and other people really wanted to do. It's not about the talking points. A lot of times they agree or they understand the talking point. The whole point is to diminish it. They're just complaining about this. Oh, that's not. It's to dismiss it and diminish it. So that's what it's for. Is really to diminish the talking point. It's to get rid of the talking point. So what they're trying to do is they try to do the reverse cliche thing, reverse shaming thing. I mean, obviously, black manosphere talking points and male talking points can be used for shaming. The way the talking points are put out there, it's alluding to shame, but but the people rather argue instead of actually understand it or feel shame behind it. So that's why it's not used for that reason. So he's basically diminishing the talking point because she's using it out of context, and she's basically diminishing the talking points because it's used out of context. So people will think that, oh, that's not a legitimate talking point when it really is. And then you'll think twice to use it if you go on any of these shows. So, all right, let's get back to it.
That's less than 1% of cases. Why do you guys always bring up? I know,
but that's important, Pearl.
Bring up the most fringe
because if you're going to have a conversation about difficult things, let's talk about the difficult things. This is why the laws exist. The laws exist to protect that little girl.
I'm saying let's talk about the most common thing.
That's
first,
easy.
And
that's easy.
But I'm saying
that's not what's difficult about this.
But I'm saying we can get to the difficult things later. But it's like, why do you guys bring?
Because that's the interesting part. I'm telling you, the law is there to protect on those fringe cases.
I'm saying,
I'm telling you why.
Why don't we start with the majority of?
Didn't we just do that?
You think? Okay.
What do you want to say? You don't agree with abortion. So, like, if a men and women have sex and they're both being irresponsible, then sure, I understand. You say abortion's bad because we don't want to murder babies. That's not controversial. That's easy to understand. The point of these laws is to protect the little girl who's raped by her dad. These are the challenging issues. So this is why I ask you about it, because this is the byproduct of your position of no abortions are allowed under any circumstance. So if you're willing to take that position, you can't just dismiss this because you are saying that this girl who's raped by her dad should have the baby.
I just think we spend a lot of time. I just think I will. Hold on. I just think we spend a lot of time arguing about fringe cases that are less than like 0.5%.
Those are the important cases. That's why
I don't think those are as important as the 99.5% of cases. And so sometimes I think it's a bit disingenuous to say, here's this extreme fringe case that happened. And I don't think you don't make a law for the exception.
Yes, you do.
You don't make laws. The general law is not for the exception. It's for the.
Oh my God, she's butchering the shit out of these talking points. It's called the exception doesn't make the rules. The exception doesn't make the rule. Jesus, peace. The exception doesn't make the rule. Holy shit.
The rule. Like, why
That's
would
not
you
an
go
exception. Why is that an exception? Or I mean, exceptions are important to the law.
Okay,
That's the whole point.
Wait, do you not think it's an exception? Like a 13-year-old girl getting raped by her. I don't know what you can say on YouTube.
Yeah, you can
but,
say
like,
whatever you
getting
want.
raped by-
I don't
okay,
think
we don't.
I don't think raped is gonna.
We stay
trick the
away because
bots. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But do you not think that's an exception?
You and by exception, but
It's
well,
not
she was
common.
raped. What do you mean by exception?
Now, see, this is where some of this stuff happens. And this is where you start treading on crazy talking points. Now, what community are you talking about, Pearl? What community are you talking about? A 13-year-old getting raped not being an exception, because it happens in the black community all the time. I think niggas know about that, but niggas are some sweeping under the rug ass people. And not even a 13-year-old girl getting grape, a 13-year-old girl that's pregnant. I mean, obviously, certain cases they can be an exception, but that's really not an exception. As a matter of fact, didn't they even have a show? They even had a show about that shit. There's a show about 13-year-old girls getting pregnant. Exception? What exception? If you can make a TV series about it and bring on new women for years, that's not an exception. You said, but she will quickly say that's a woman's fault for walking down the street from work because she doesn't have a husband or sometimes. Yeah, and then she gets into that shit too. You know, she gets into that shit too. Okay, Boosie got out. They probably gave Boosie a bond. Okay, we'll talk about that. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Make sure you guys like and subscribe and support today's show. 2 hours and 41 minutes into the game. Let's get it. Shatera said she is implying that 13-year-old girls should have she's implying that 13-year-old girls should have to birth their son/brother. I don't know what she's implying, but like I said, people can take whatever they want to take from it. But what I'm saying is that, kids get pregnant nowadays more than ever. It's not like the old days where, some kid in your school got pregnant and you don't see her again because they shipped her off to the country to her grandparents to go live there, and the grandparents is taking care of her and the baby so she can finish school. That doesn't happen anymore. They got daycare at high schools and shit now, and damn near implying that if you do get pregnant, hey, they can watch your child at school. They got daycares in high schools and right beside high schools nowadays. But see, she's not used to talking about this stuff, so to her, it's an exception, and it's really taboo in her community. Just think about it. So she's not going to view it the same way. It's an exception. I mean, it's an exception to her. It's not really an exception to us. The reality of it. So it's sad, but
right. Like, you think it's common?
No, of course it's not common.
Okay, that's my point. Like, we waste.
Do you think that it's less
so much
important?
time.
Do you think it's less important because it's not?
I think
it's more common than you think.
I think it's more important to talk about the 99.5% of abortions.
That's easy. That's an easy conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Not like I get your position there.
Yeah.
But listen, you can write. Pearl, you can write exceptions in the laws. That's why they exist. Because why should that girl who's raped by her dad forced to give birth to that baby because you didn't want to have a conversation about her?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would still make it illegal, to be honest. Because again, I think you either think it's a life or you don't. So if you think it's a child, you're never gonna encourage killing a child under any exceptions. So
right, right, and that's I guess where the big difference comes between abortion, people who are for and against abortion, is that we disagree on where life begins, essentially.
Right.
But ultimately, what quality of life do you expect this child to have from like a 13-year-old girl who's raped by her dad?
Mm-hmm. Is a lower quality life less valuable? Like that's almost saying if you are in a bad situation, your life is less valuable than someone who isn't. And that's kind of a tricky argument.
Not less valuable, but I mean, if we're
But one should be aborted, one shouldn't. So one should be in society, one shouldn't be in society. I would say that's less valuable.
Well, it's more about you were talking about fairness. You were interested in the idea of fairness, right? Instead of the welfare of society. So let's talk about fairness. You know what I mean? Is it fair to the little girl that she was forcibly impregnated by her dad?
Right, but is it rapist? But yeah, I'm sorry. Like I don't believe in abortion. And again, to me, I think that's a child, and I just can't advocate for the murder of a kid under any
Okay, that's
circumstance.
fair. I understand where you're coming from. What about situations where like 12% of abortions are related to health crises where there's a chance the woman might die or the baby might die or both?
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts on that?
I don't know enough about those situations to really have an opinion on it. I would probably guess that they would likely both die in those situations. So
sometimes it's just the mom.
maybe that's an exception, but I don't know enough about that stuff.
Right. Well, we can use our imagination just for the hypothetical conversation where there's 12%. I'm telling you, there are 12% of abortions are related to health crises. So if it's the baby lives, but the mom dies, what do you think should happen in that situation?
I don't know.
Okay. The reason I'm putting your feet to the fire on this is because you says very specifically that abortion should be outlawed in all situations. So of course I'm testing that.
Yeah, I could maybe see an exception for the life of the mother, but I've heard, and I don't want to quote this because again, it's just something I've heard. I've heard it's not as common as people lead you to believe, and like sometimes those stats are manipulated, but I don't.
Yeah, but the commonness doesn't really matter. It's more about I think the exceptions are interesting. I disagree. I think when you say, why are we focusing on the exceptions? I think that's a way for you to try to dismiss difficult questions.
Yeah, I just think it's like silly when 99.5% of abortions are not the exception. So
you don't, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, why don't you care about the situation of everybody else just because it's the exception?
I just think you should spend more time debating the most common thing. So that's, my opinion.
Okay. Very good. So we talked about feminism. The problem with feminism is that women want equality, but they don't really want equality. They need to sign up for the military, which feminists want to abolish, the draft. And then we're talking about reproductive rights, where the women get all the choice and the men don't. Is there any other ones?
I'm sorry. I was reading something. What'd you say?
Is there any other examples other than reproductive rights and voting / draft that shows that feminism was a mistake or that feminists are disingenuous or something?
But that's what I'm trying to say, Spawn. The talking points comes off as radical because the talking points that she's choosing to regurgitate. Those talking points have what's called shock value in them. Those talking points have what's called shock value in them. So us content creators and people that know the dynamics of radio and stuff like that, they will say things that have shock value in them. For example, if Obsidian, I'm going to use Obsidian as an example. If Obsidian was to say those same things, as crazy as they talk about Obsidian in the space and stuff like that, guess what? Obsidian would, even though they talk about him like he's crazy and say he flip-flops or whatever, Obsidian will have he will have a response. He could talk about it. He could put it into context. You see what I'm saying? The thing about saying stuff that's radical like that and quote unquote for the shock value of it is because you can actually back it up. So a lot of people that talk to people in this space that know that know about certain people in this space, they're not mad because of the stuff that they're saying. They're mad that the person can actually back it up and they have no rebuttal for it because number one, they know it's true. Number two, they haven't thought about it. Number three, they're trying to seem like they're the more moral person by trying to call you out and check you on that talking point, when in actuality they're more radical and they don't give a damn and they don't think as deep as some of the stuff that they preach because they didn't go to those lengths. They didn't even think about going to those lengths. It's like it's a weird thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird thing. So a lot of people aren't mad at the talking points and stuff like that, but you do have to back it up. If with using those talking points to a certain degree, it comes with responsibility. And she's talked about how women don't like to take responsibility, and that's kind of where the talking points collapse. So they can get the shock value out of it, and maybe even to monetize or get a lot out of the shock value of what they're saying. But when it comes time to pay the piper, the talking point is just a check that they ass can't cash. That's embarrassing to the space. Be it told, So anyway, what's the point of having a voice if it's gonna be misconstrued, obviously. And it's a radical talking point. There's no point in having a voice at that point. BGS won't talk about that. Let's see if BGS gonna talk about it. Let's see. Let's see if a lot of the brothers that think, oh, well, there's nothing wrong. Let's see if they're gonna talk about it. Because this is to a point. Even if you are, and I'm not trying to say, yo, y'all need to turn on Pearl. Y'all need to. No, I'm not trying to sway y'all bias one way or the other. My thing is that even if you were riding with Pearl, this would have been like, oh, she shouldn't have done that. I don't agree with her right there. Usually she's on fire. I don't know what happened there, or you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of it's like making it to. I wouldn't say because I don't know this guy, but to a certain degree, how the space treats it or needs to treat it or will treat it, it's like making it to the Super Bowl and then choking with a team that you didn't root for in the first place. So it is what it is.
Something like that.
I would just say there's just a lack. The biggest one I would say is divorce court. 90% women get custody 80 to 90% of the time. I think 90% of alimony payments are awarded to women.
What does that have to do with women's suffrage, though? You said you criticized the whole thing going all the way back to its inception.
I thought you asked other double standards. No.
Well, I asked you what's your problem with feminism
in
general. We can move on, though. I have a good question for you. I hear you talk a lot about the pay gap.
Right.
The pay gap is a myth.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, because women don't do the dangerous jobs in society. So, like, I just think the pay gap, the majority of the time, the majority is women making an excuse. Yeah, just excuses. Poor me. When the you when
Do you realize
when
you're arguing from emotion right now?
are you gonna let me finish?
Oh, I just
Are you
wanted to
gonna-
point that out, but yeah, go ahead.
All right.
It's
You
just
just asked
important
what
to
I
know.
think. You asked what I think.
Well, the pay gap is more concrete than, I mean, I asked what.
I mean, when you take into account the number, women work less hours.
Right.
Don't do the most would you say that's true? Women work less hours?
Yeah, statistically, that's true.
Would you say it's true that we don't do the most dangerous jobs in society?
Yeah, statistically, that's true.
Okay. Would you agree that the majority, if you look at female millionaires, the richest women came from divorce?
Okay.
True or not true?
Yeah, that's true, I guess. I think so.
Okay. So what are we complaining about?
What does that have to do with the pay gap? Any of that?
Because all of those you don't think working less hours contributes to getting paid less?
Yeah, but the pay gap, excuse me, sorry, I've got phlegm in my throat. So what you're doing is you're misrepresenting what the pay gap is. You understand that? The pay gap, when it's analyzed by economics, economists, and the U.S. Department of Labor and such organizations, they do controlled analysis where they eliminate all these factors. For example, ones you listed of women tending to work in lower paid fields. They eliminate women working less. They eliminate for when women take maternity leave, all this kind of stuff. And even when you do a controlled analysis where you eliminate that, there's still a big pay gap.
That's not true.
Okay.
It's like, wasn't it like 3%? Last time I checked, it was 3%.
Oh, so there is a pay gap.
Yeah, but that's 3%.
So, but it's not a myth if there's 3%.
Yeah, but the number they used to push was like 77.
See, this is what happens when you deal with people that don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Again. And she didn't even catch how he flipped that. She didn't even catch how he flipped that. She did not say that there wasn't a pay gap. He said, you like to talk about the pay gap and stuff like that. Obviously insinuating that she knows there's a pay gap. And then he said that it wasn't that. She said it wasn't that far off. And then she said it was like 3%. He's like, so then that means there's a pay gap. It's like, yeah, and I talked about it, and it wasn't that far off. I never said there was not a actual pay gap. So now it looks like he's right when it's how he's stating the questions, y'all. She literally did not say. He basically got her to agree that there is a pay gap when that's the whole reason why she's arguing that she wanted to walk it down to what Shatera is saying. You know, most women don't want to dig ditches and work on oil rigs and stuff like that. So even if you wanted everything to be equal, there's an obvious pay gap, because how she could have flipped it was like, okay, then you convince women to work on oil rigs and dig ditches, and we'll see how much fun you have with that. And when they say no, they don't want to do that, then what are we talking about? What are we arguing about, sir? What are we arguing about? Sometimes you have to let people go on their fool's errand. You let them make their own stupid decisions, and voila, they will come back and be like, no, I don't think I want to do that. You know, that's a part of the game. So if a man says, hey, you're not going to be on the top of a roof in July, and somebody says, well, watch me be on the top of a roof in July, and then realize it's not fun, they're like, hey, well, you got to get up and do it again tomorrow. No, I don't want to do that. And even if you do it, you do a half-ass job. So instead of trying to rebut, you can say, look, we could try to work on this together. How can you get women to go dig ditches and work on oil rigs? I would like to see what's your proposition for that. Make him sound stupid. Because he little sissing her right now. Like, she little sis at this point. She getting little sis right now. All right, let's go.
7 cents to the dollar.
But that's what it is without the. It's about 20% without the
Correct.
the
Correct.
control. Yeah.
Right. And so, yeah, I mean, when women, like, I just think if we wanted to be equal, then do the same jobs men do.
But there is a buy. But that's interesting because you admit there is a pay gap, 3%. I mean, I wouldn't want to work for 3% less.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that's because of gender, but it's also because women are more agreeable. It's like 70.
That's included. That's part of the control.
Okay. I mean, I don't think 3% you can really say that's just because of gender.
Well, I did some research on this. The Department of Labor published an in-depth report. This is under Trump's administration in 2019. This is from the U.S. Department of Labor. I can link you the study if you want. It's called Gender-Based Pay Disparity Study.
Mm-hmm.
The research team found that the raw gender wage gap was 17.4%, and the median was 20%. The raw wage gap increased actually between 50th and 75th percentile and remains the greatest at the highest percentile. In addition, the research team found that the importance of human capital varied across wage distributions in part-time work as well as female-oriented occupations. The updated result explained about 20 to 70% of the raw wage gap over the wage distribution, but it left an adjusted wage gap of 10 to 15%. That was in 2019, according to the U.S. Department of Labor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at that, but the stuff I've seen, it's very small. It's like 3%.
What stuff have you seen?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but I can send it to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I just gave you a pretty concrete. I mean, the U.S. Department of Labor. Do you consider that a credible source?
Yeah. I mean, if that's true, it's just a lot of times like there are like parts of the study that they don't talk about. So, like even on this is what I was looking at earlier. Like they're saying the stat you gave earlier, 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mothers in pregnancy. Also, that 12% number they give is highly inflated. And so it's like it's just a lot of times there's more to it than just like a number you're giving me, but.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the pay gap? I'm confused by that.
No, the point is that like a number you gave me earlier, like there was more to it.
Which number? Which one? I'm sorry. Go ahead. We'll unpack that.
The 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mother in pregnancy.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a doctor is qualified to say this baby is going to put your life at risk. I would trust the doctor to say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
like,
but they're saying that number's inflated.
Who's saying they didn't say that. That what you read did not say it's inflated.
No, I said also that 12% number they're giving you is highly inflated.
Based on what? Because what you just read to me doesn't disprove what I said at all. It actually makes perfect sense.
No, but they're saying it's inflated. I don't know.
They did not say that.
Who's they?
They didn't say that. So here,
who's they?
It's just someone I do research with. So
so just someone.
Okay. Yeah.
That's good. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Don't push, right? Here's an interesting analysis. I thought maybe you'd be interested.
Mm-hmm.
Women don't do the dangerous jobs. Women are overrepresented in healthcare. You know that probably, right?
Yeah, it's the number one employer is nursing.
Then hopefully you can explain to me why, when you look at the pay of women versus men doctors, you can see this graph. There's a huge disparity of the average wage of male doctors versus female doctors. You can see here, and even this is from 2022, last year. This is again from the physician compensation report. Male doctors make on average $285,000 per year. Female doctors make on average $228,000 per year. So this is the woman's field, and yet they're still making significantly less than their male counterparts.
Okay, does it say why?
No,
Just
this is
says
just raw data. This is just raw data.
I mean, you'd have to look at why. So
So we could justify this by saying,
I mean, if women work less hours.
no, but work with less hours.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
This is controlled. They're working the same hours. They have the same qualifications. Yeah.
Okay, well then maybe they are in that field. I don't know.
Okay, so the wage gap is more complicated, perhaps, than saying it's a myth.
It's possible.
Okay, that's nice to hear. So I would recommend, though, when you go out and do these shows and stuff, because when you talk about the wage gap, you're very adamant about it. Like, oh, this is a myth, and this is why, and you extract a lot of meaning from it. So I would recommend potentially approaching that topic with a little more nuance in the future. Especially if you're saying, well, yeah, maybe I'm wrong about this. But here, I mean, here's an excerpt so we can kind of see how you talk about these issues. Here it is.
I think in 2022, any girl that complain, I'm not talking about race because that's the first thing people always bring in. I'm talking about female to male. I think in 2022, if you're complaining about,
yeah, he got her, bro. He's annihilating this. He is annihilating Pearl, bro. Like, yeah, she definitely wasn't ready, bro. He did his homework on her. She thought this was just going to be some type of play nigga that was just going to ask all the cliche questions, and she can give like the cliche response and get big points. But she, wow.
About the pay gap as a woman, you're probably just lazy. I have never had a problem getting the same pay as a guy. One issue is that women don't.
No. So you kind of agree that women who complain about pay are just lazy?
Yeah, the majority of the women complaining about this stuff. Yeah,
what do you mean majority?
What
do you mean majority of women?
Oh my gosh. The majority of the women complaining about this
Based
stuff
on what? Majority of women?
Whiners. Just what I see. Whiners.
What
big whiners. Yeah, I mean, because women, it's like, go.
You're arguing from emotion again.
All right. Okay. Is that what you're going to say every time you don't agree with me?
Oh, no. You literally are just saying stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I disagree. I'm just saying if we want to have a conversation about this stuff, it'd be better if we don't argue from emotion and say, I feel that all women are complainers, because that's not a productive point. Right? You see what I mean?
I swear a lot of y'all don't understand white humor. Y'all don't understand white humor for shit. I'm catching all the jokes. And he's doing it pun intended. Like, I'm catching all the jokes. He's heard her tell other women on these shows that they're arguing from emotion. You know, she's arguing from I mean, maybe it is from emotion, but she's arguing. I see Pearl is arguing from her bullshit point of view, or from what what she remembers and what she wants to regurgitate. But he's trolling her with the "you're arguing from emotion" piece, and he's using it as if he's using it how she should have used it, or how she has been using it. And he probably seen footage of that, and he's jabbing her with that same thing. Because not like he's talking to another man, he's actually talking to a woman about man stuff. And ladies, I don't want y'all to think like, oh, this is why we don't speak up for men, or this is why we could never lead y'all, or whatever. I don't know what y'all be thinking, but I don't want y'all to think that, hey, let me not help out the fellas, or let me not contribute to the space, or help a brother, or whatever, help or whatever. I don't want y'all to think that this is like the end road for you. You know what I'm saying? This is what it's gonna lead to. No, because in reality, a lot of women can pull certain things off, but that doesn't mean that they're successful. Like, for example, when we were talking about Brittany Renner a good while back, she was in her car. She's like, I'm gonna jump on 5011 dicks. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And she successfully pulled it off. But guess what? That doesn't mean that she's not on a fool's errand. You could be a successful fool. That doesn't mean that, what she's doing, she could be successful at it. She may think that it's the biggest thing in the world, but what she doesn't know is that it's not going to necessarily take her to the top. And that's all Pearl is doing. She's arguing about some stupid shit that she barely understands. She's not realizing that, hey, that alone is not going to take you to the top. You know what I'm saying? So she got her cool talking points that she can turn into content and rebel and be a rabble rouser, but she doesn't understand exactly what she's saying because her actual experience, when your knowledge goes out the window, all you can work on is experience. Your experience is not going to take you that far. She doesn't have no true wisdom in what she's talking about, or has like an actual friend or somebody that says, hey, my friend went through this and I've seen it from the outside looking in for what it really is, and this is what I came up with. She doesn't have any of that. And honestly, I mean, does it even matter? What is she trying to have that to be friends with this nigga or kick it with this nigga or whatever? You know what I'm saying? And honestly, it's falling flat to the point that she doesn't believe what she's talking about. You can see her disappointment even on air with it. That's the thing. It's like even somebody that regurgitates something but still believes in what they're talking about would have still argued it, no matter how dumb they sound. They on something. If I sound dumb the first time, shit, let me go a second, twice, or third time to really get my point across if I can. But he's phrasing these questions in a way to really, he's frame controlling. Like, she hasn't even caught on to that yet. And it's funny when y'all come in here and y'all steal these talking points because y'all don't even steal y'all don't even steal the talking points y'all should be stealing. Y'all steal the shiny shit. Don't steal the shiny shit. Steal that rock over there that you're going to have to chip away at. I don't know how to use a pickaxe. Well, you're going to have to learn. Steal that hunk of metal or something. Y'all want to steal the shiny shit and don't know what y'all talking about. I would have pointed out. I would have put that shit up in the air. You know you're using the manosphere talking point, by the way. It's like, you know you're arguing from emotion. You know you're using the manosphere talking point, by the way. Because where him and Destiny comes from, them niggas do nothing but argue with emotion behind their quote-unquote research that they do. And I guess why Pearl's not arguing back or not giving him any fire, even off the jabbing and the trolling. I mean, shit, you can address that. You don't got to say no red pill shit, but damn, you can address that undertone that he's throwing out there. It's like real blatant and dry. She rather just fall in the trap after trap after trap. If Kevin Samuels was alive, what the hell do you think he'd say about this? I think they would have been beefing by now, but yeah, he wouldn't have definitely liked this. And then the thing is that the funny part is, and I'm gonna give y'all some real game. Realistically, let's just say that was the thing, right? He probably wouldn't have said nothing either because he's taking other people's talking points and butchering it. So look at this paradigm that we have going on here. Pearl is funneling in new people, and day after day, Kevin Samuels, even after death, is funneling in new people. But the thorn that's in the space's side is that they would never think that this woman and the guy that she learned from, because that's convincing her, hey, you know, the guy that you learned from was stealing shit. Yeah, he's a what, a martyr. He's whatever. He's a deity now, and people are getting them tattooed on him. And black people now, I've never thought I'd see the day this happened. You know, to a nigga I spoke to. Black people now got a picture of Jesus, Martin Luther King, probably Prince, and Kevin Samuels up on their wall. I'm being dead serious. Do not be surprised if you go into somebody's house and a picture of Kevin Samuels is hung up on their wall or tattooed on them. You know, because you can't teach the younger generation nothing if you haven't been there or experienced it. I can really point out fine, detailed things that people haven't thought about. Like, for example, remember how you used to go over your grandma's house or whatever, and she would have a big ass book just laying on the center table or somewhere in proximity, which is the family album. And you used to turn through all them albums and like, man, these pictures are old. Why you still got this? Damn, that was me when I was a baby. Damn, that was this. Damn, that was that. You know what people turn into an album nowadays? They body. Didn't think about that one, did you? Your body is the tattoos on the body is today's album. Damn near. That's something you felt that you should have framed and kept. Obviously, you got it in blood. And there was a time when you got it. Facebook, Instagram, all of these places, these are albums. Y'all know Instagram now with that nice looking camera and shit. No, remember when Instagram was that old ass camera that came with the cartridge and would spit out a picture as soon as nigga, you had to wait under a red light to get your damn picture developed. Niggas don't look at pictures the same way. We used to go to CVS and had to give them the camera and they take the roll and develop the pictures. So the motherfucker behind the counter know if you a nasty nigga or not. Yeah, you gotta. She said you gotta fan it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. What's going on, the Game Show Podcast? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the fuckery. What's going on, UFO Kamikaze? Welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. So it's like people don't know. They don't know. I mean, it's admirable that some of them are trying to figure it out. I guess, you know, pearly things, tay bay or whatever. But I'm learning the rough way, and I've always known it. I'm learning the hard way. You can't teach niggas shit nowadays, man. You teach somebody some shit, they're gonna feel like they know it all, and then just go off. And that goes for every single adult out here. Okay, that goes for every single adult out here. It's like after a while, okay, you're gonna have to do your research. Why are you regurgitating manosphere talking points? Have you been around? Do you know what that is? Do you even know who said that? Do you even know the person that you're plagiarizing has plagiarized a group of people here? And let's not lie and act like she don't know about us, because I'm not gonna lie. For a good month, O'Shea had his foot in her ass and his other foot in his mouth. Okay. O'Shea had his foot in her ass, and he probably got a video out about this already out. So what I'm saying is, do your research. She knows about this space. She knows about Alan Roger Curry. That's even why sometimes I think they don't even say rest in peace to him. You know how some people, when they know, they know about somebody, and then when somebody dies, and it's fucked up that they can say that it's out of respect, but sometimes it's probably not out of respect. Because why would she say R.I.P. Alan Roger Curry, giving away the fact that she knows Alan Roger Curry and that she may have bitten some of his material, and he called her out on it on like his second or exactly his last video that she stole the no free attention moniker. You know? So she can't say rest in peace to him, because then that'll be like, oh, damn, well, she watched them all along. So this is what I'm telling y'all as being a content creator. There's certain things that I know. I tell y'all, and not like y'all listen anyway for the most part, but then, again, y'all do. I can't even say y'all don't, you know. But there's little things that can happen that you will see amongst content creators, and it's behind the scenes, and you will not catch it. You will not catch it. It's just different. RG3 said, shout outs to RG3 in the building. RG3 said, it's annoying when they steal people's talking points and act like they've never heard of that person they stole from. Exactly, RG3. That's exactly what I'm getting at. It's like, but I want y'all to hear what I'm saying about what the example that I made with Pearl and Adeline Roger Curry. Because she was calling him out before he died. I've seen this everywhere. I don't even know to make this big ass leap or this comparison, but you know when Pimp C, rest in peace to Big Pokey, Big Poyo, right? Big Pokey died. If y'all don't know, he collapsed on stage, which is crazy. You know, that's crazy in and of itself. I need to get my head together on that for the music show. But when Pimp C died, he had an active beef going on with Young Jeezy. And he was talking about how dudes are like, there's a lot of dudes that really don't like Young Jeezy. You know what I'm saying? Even in the BMF series and stuff, like there's a lot of people that don't like Young Jeezy. You know, talking about BMF. I don't mean to just jump into that, but I'm using that situation in what I'm about to say right now, right? If you know about it. So the Pimp C was going in heavy on Young Jeezy. That was about to be a crazy beef. Pimp C versus Young Jeezy. You know what I'm saying? And he was talking about how the rappers lied to you. And I was around during that time. Cocaine prices wasn't those prices. If you can find the footage on the internet, you know what I'm talking about. Pimp C was about to put his foot in Young Jeezy's ass or bar him from the South or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that would have been a crazy beef. But Pimp C died. Pimp C died. And Young Jeezy definitely was aware of it. That there was some tension between them two. But I guess you could say out of respect, you know, he never said anything back or didn't pay his condolences or didn't, you know what I'm saying, didn't address, you know, that, you know, out of respect or whatever, right? Yeah, Gucci Mane had a problem with Jeezy too, but this was after. This was after all of that. You know what I'm saying? I think this was a little bit after that, the Gucci Mane and Jeezy beef. This is like Gangsta Grill's, you know, Jeezy. And Pimp C, he was out of prison for a little bit before this started happening. But you know, people fall out. You know, people fall out. It is what it is, you know. You know. But it is what it is, you know. And y'all seen it with Kevin Samuels too. There was a lot of people beefing with him. But that wasn't like their, you know, that wasn't their ending point. You know what I'm saying? I kind of see things a lot different than a lot of people. I know a lot of y'all, for some reason, again, y'all don't like the angry man, but I'm gonna use Valdez as an example in this example. People were like, and this is why you got to be careful with what you do on the internet, because people can, and I've learned it the hard way. People can run with the wrong story because they can lie and say they didn't know, or that's all they've heard, you know, or even they can claim that's all they heard. You know, you got to be wary of that. So when people start tuning in to Angry Man, they're like, oh, Angry Man, he was hating on Kevin. He was hating on Kevin. Nah, Angry Man. Yes, yeah, I know. Kwafi said I don't care for him anymore. I know a lot of, not you, but I know a lot of people have mixed feelings about him now. Because, you know, if you've been around, it's a little different. It's a little different now. I understand that. But I wanted to say, like, if you were around that time, Angry Man, it took him a minute before he started, quote unquote, hating on Kevin Samuels, if that's what people want to say. It took him a minute. He hated on like the last third of Kevin's life, or if you want to perceive that as hate. He was getting whatever off his chest, because obviously they have history. They had a show. They talked behind the scenes. They, it is what it is, right? And then after Kevin Samuels died, because beef plays out. Like after, I said it would happen or would have happened, but I don't know if it would have happened for sure. But I think at some point Kevin would have said, "Yo, I got this from this person," or "Yo, let me plug this person." I think at some point his conscience would have been eating at him, because even O'Shea was like, "Yo, Kevin used to call him and be like, I want to use this concept, but I don't have any other word from it. And I know if I use his talking points, he's going to do a video and get mad." And then he was like, "But low key, I do want to use his talking points because I can't find any other word for what I'm about to explain on tonight's show. So he's just going to have to get mad." That's how he was moving. And that's because of his personal relationship that he had with some of those guys. You know what I'm saying? People think it's fucked up how Ramil had treated the situation, but guess what? Him and Ramil had a show. They have dealings with each other, on air and off air. So you know what I'm saying? But now that Angry Man did crack and he started going in heavy, F Kevin and blah 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 and this, that, and third, and he's not going to mention this, and he knows this and he knows that, whether it's true or not true. Now he gonna go down as that, like he always hated the man. You know what I'm saying? People are not gonna say, "Well, they had a podcast together. Well, they did this. Well, they did that." See, now it goes down as if he hated the man. So when you look at it as a content creator, some of us are playing a very crazy game, and not even just as a content creator. This happens in everybody's life. This actually happens every time somebody dies or something happens. If you really pay attention, it happens all the time. Damn, I wish. Look at Offset and look at Takeoff and Offset. Damn, the last conversation I had with him, I was angry at him about something, or he was upset at me about something, or this, that, and third. And then something happens, and then somebody fuck around and die. Man, life know when to take course. Life know exactly when to take courses. It'll take course. So I'm using that as an example as to you don't always have to, especially in a game where you have a lot of eyeballs on you. You know what I'm saying? Whether you want to be noble or not, or you have your own reasons, you don't have to say, "Hey, I know about that person. Hey, I watched that person's content. Hey, I may have regurgitated that person's talking points a couple of times because, hey, you know what? It's crazy when you watch a content creator. Sometimes they shit start coming up in what you're talking about because we're talking about the same things. There's been times I got on here and I talk about people monetizing their own their own talents, right? There's been times where I've had conversations with many people about monetizing their talents on air and off air. And I will go to, like, let's say another part of the space, and I would see that same person like, "Yo, you know what I'm saying? Damn, I need to do this. Damn, I should have got some equipment. Damn, you know what? I should have went to school for this, or I should have started my YouTube channel, or I should have did this, or I should have did that." And some of them still run around and swear up and down nobody told them, "Hey, you might want to monetize that. Hey, you might want to take advantage of this because it's here now and it's not going to be there tomorrow. Hey, you might want to be able to do something with that because there's a lot of people that you don't realize need your help and can can do that. Or hey, you might want to chase your dharma and capitalize on something that you're actually pretty good at. There's been several times y'all have heard me say or talk about this, right? But it's not me. It's up to them to take advantage of it. You know, it's up to them to take advantage of it, or for them to go do it. But it's funny because I have this conversation with them when they come over to the channel, or if I'm on their panel, or if I talk about it. But then they will be somewhere else in the corner of the internet thinking you're not there or you haven't caught wind. And they will be like, "Oh, I need to make this pop, or I need to get this to happen, or get this off the ground, or do this." And it's like, yeah, you've been told that for years. There's people that hit me up right now and be like, "Yo, I'm still trying to get a microphone. I'm still trying to get this and the third." And I was like, "My boy, that was 3 years ago. That was 3 years ago. Surely you could have got it. Surely you could have gotten it. But keep it real. It's just, it is what it is." So when you listen to certain people, and especially if we're talking about modern topics and things of that sort, the same conversation is going to come up on the other side of the space, or if you go into another space, because damn near everybody's listening to each other. So every so often you're going to regurgitate something or spill out a talking point in the same way that you heard it, or in the same way that you were listening to it. But there's nothing wrong with saying, "Yo, shout outs to Alan Roger Curry, shout outs to this person, shout outs to that person," because you're not going to lose no light off your candle when you all can eat. And the fucked up part is that Kevin knew that. But hey, if you beefing with somebody, people gonna be petty. They're not gonna shout people out. So obviously, to a certain degree, I actually feel sorry for Pearl, because it's like, I think she's a good person, but what do you expect from somebody plagiarizing off of somebody that plagiarized off of other people? Everybody knows that Kevin plagiarized, even the people that don't like him. That's just a known fact. You said also Sheep Stay Sleep TV says Angry Man stole from him as well. I mean, to a certain degree, as content creators, we bounce off each other, and yeah, I mean, maybe certain things was stolen. I mean, that's kind of why people beef in this space. If people haven't realized, if you found that somebody stole something from you and they're not giving you their credit, it is kind of crazy watching them talk about other people stealing from them. But that shit wild. This is a wild game. And I know people running around here saying, "Yo, you can't copyright talking points. You can't." You actually kind of can. Now, if the person didn't, that's two things. You know what I'm saying? You said it's always somebody doing something to him and he's never done anything wrong. Yeah, I get that sentiment all the time. I get. I mean, the thing is though, Coffee, is it's about, to a certain degree, it's about what you can prove. But then again, even proof is, if somebody made up in their mind they're gonna go against you or hate you, bro, that's just what they're gonna do. Certain ones are more believable than others. Certain ones, hurt more than others. But I can't even lie to you and say, if you show somebody proof that person did something that's gonna that's gonna sway people's opinions. But I mean, brothers in this space have been bouncing off of brothers for the longest time, and then there's brothers that outright steal. Honestly, there's brothers that outright steal. people say when AM was here, he took a lot of things from Player Talk Radio. Now, to be honest, AM did take a lot of shit from Player Talk Radio. But from the times that I've gone over there, when I'm there, and I spoke to him or talked to him or stuff and stuff about in things, he would always say, "Yo, you know, even on his tech shows when he's talking about stuff, he would always be like, yeah, you know what? I got the drops from DJ Kuda. I like how he had Player Talk Radio set up, and that's how I did Drip Lounge. That's literally what he said. He's people want me to get mad at him, even though he, you know, like literally I've watched episodes of AM show and I'm like, damn, because I've watched AM for a long time, since, you know, he's been doing the shows and he switches up his shows and stuff all the time. But I've watched certain episodes where it's like, damn, that's exactly how I run Player Talk Radio, or that's exactly how Player Talk Radio was ran. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, he gave me my props. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like every time he starts to Drip Lounge, it's like, yo, this is a dedication to DJ Kuda, you know. And it's not even that. I don't require people to do that. But you know, people are not going to do that if that was the case. You know, I'm not saying that he should have a banner saying, "Hey, this was inspired by DJ Kuda." I mean, and I think at one point I was in the credits, but I mean, like I said, if he actually mentions or alludes that, I mean, I can't hate on him. You know, I mean, I gotta accept it, because even if I'm cool with them, definitely you want to share with somebody that you believe is a brother. So, hey, bro, if that can help you out, cool. Like, I'm the type of person, like, if I genuinely meant well for somebody, even if they fucking me over or doing something wrong to me, that doesn't change that I genuinely meant well for somebody. So, like I said, you know, if at one point, you know, like I said, we were cool and he was like, yo, I like that idea. You know, what if I use that? Or what if I, you know what I'm saying, tweak that or do something or implement this or something like that. You know, y'all know me. I'm gonna be on some, yeah, hey, look, hey, if it helps, cool, whatever you need to do, you know. But at the same time, like I said, it's work. You know, you can steal people's talking points, but guess what? You gonna have to sit up there for an hour and do stuff, or your show gonna be in the shadow of what that person does. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I know people got mixed feelings about stuff, but honestly, hey, it is what it is. Like I said, anytime I had a tech talk with him or something like that, he did give me my props. So, you know, I don't got a problem with him. But I'm pretty sure he took from a lot of other people too. You know, I'm not saying that that if somebody say, yo, he took from me that he's, you know, that they're not right and he's right or they're wrong or whatever, but you know, it is what it is, you know. You said, but it don't make it right. It's not, I mean, to me, it's not about being right. But at the same time, it's like my show is out there for general consumption. You know, there's somebody that's imitating me right now that I don't know about. Hook, line, and sinker. Or regurgitating exactly what I'm saying. And I don't know about them. They probably on the other side. They probably in a different sector doing their shows. Exactly the way I'm doing it. But hey, it is what it is. He said, but if you do it to him, he would be upset. See, the thing is that many dudes are afraid to confront this guy. No, I understand. And I get it. I'm just telling you what's going on, because a lot of people, at one point, I was smoking cigars, and it wasn't because of Angry Man. I'm telling you, if you listen to people, you would think that certain things are a certain way because two people are kicking it. Sometimes it's true, but sometimes it's not. Like, some people was like, oh, you're smoking cigars because Angry Man started smoking cigars. No, I didn't smoke cigars because Angry Man started smoking cigars. I've smoked cigars before, but I didn't know what it was about fully. I didn't know exactly what it was about until one night I actually went to a nice high-class club, and I really sat down, and my friends, they all ordered cigars, and I really sat down with an actual connoisseur, and he really started putting me on game about the cigars and stuff like that. And I smoked. And, you know, I was really interested in it, but I just never had a chance to pick it back up. And then watching Angry Man talk about it and you know talk about the different types of cigars and stuff like that. Like I said, I would see it. I would see those cigars and stuff, but I never had a chance to try it because I never dived into it. So halfway through it, I dived into it, but I start saying that, hey, you know what? I'm taking an hour out of my day to sit down, relax, and smoke a cigar. Let me start doing content while I do it because, like, shoot, they're not getting on people for smoking on here unless it's weed. Some people can't smoke weed and shit. They got to do it off camera or whatever. So because you got your pothead niche too, but I said, and there's nothing illegal about smoking tobacco. You know what I'm saying? So I started smoking and on camera and start talking about it and going into the flavors. I actually, y'all. And they're all episodes that's uploaded, but they're just not titled and thumbnailed and stuff correctly. I actually have a whole cigar show of the different cigars that I've tried that's actually filmed and recorded, and I just need to put them out. So, because I was a part of the cigar niche for a minute, but anyway. But I do understand what you're talking about, Kwafi. I trust me, I've been here for a long time. I see who's who. I see how people view other people. I get it. I definitely get it. And yeah, and he will call it out if somebody is definitely biting off of him and not giving him his credit. Absolutely. There's a lot of people that does it though, And then I heard the talking point recently that's fairly new that BGS and MOT was spouting out like the Manosphere doesn't own these talking points and blah blah blah, and these talking points aren't original to the space, and it's like, oh, get the hell out of here. I'm not saying that the Manosphere made anything new, but obviously if you are part of an era that moved the chains forward, nah, you don't dumb that down, But these are, Kwafi and everybody here, these are in-house conversations that we need to have with each other because this prevents a Pearl and other people, that can just come in, make buku money, never lived any of this, and have a whole bunch of believers and people that believe in them, and they're not, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're not standing on, the talking points or know very much about it. And obviously she's been in these spaces. She's probably in here right now. She be in these spaces spying and looking and seeing what the new talking points and stuff is. And then to tell y'all the truth, they are in a separate manosphere from this one, that they create their own talking points. Not create their own talking points, but they're having new old conversations that we've had here. So this is why I'm telling you, a new black manosphere is about to be on the rise. A new a new fight between the black manosphere and the white manosphere is gonna pop off again, but for a different racist reason. And because we've seen this before. We've seen this before. She's not the first person to come in and be stealing shit. I'm pretty sure Nola Girl stole shit. Difference between Pearl and Nola Girl is that Nola Girl actually believed in a lot of the shit that she stole or talked about. That's why it was kind of funny that they found out she was fucking with a black dude, which Pearl just got done fucking with a black dude. Women take on the ideology of men that they sleep with or like or want to impress. Okay? So this is not the first time or the last time. Me saying what I was saying and us being in control or at least some type of chain of command or something would have alleviated this, would have stopped this. This could have been black manosphere content to profit off of. But no. Destiny and all them other cats are profiting off of Pearl's stupidity. And they're going to make it a trend to start picking on manosphere people. And the twist is these people ain't even manosphere. Pearl does not strike me as manosphere. Yeah, this crazy ass white woman who stalked me from December 2021 to February 2022, she did the same thing, but it did not work, which I will be talking about her and this Just Pearly excerpt. Okay, I definitely want to hear about that. That's interesting. You know, that's interesting. And see, you got Mad Bus Driver. Shout outs to Mad Bus Driver. He's subscribed to the show. Mad Bus Driver, you know, he's pushing he pushing the black and white relationships, you know. So I wonder if he's gonna address it or talk about it. But guess what? He doesn't have to be mad. The manosphere and SYSBM are two different things. Most people here don't know about it. You know, they think all of this stuff is the manosphere, and the manosphere doesn't draw a line. You know, the manosphere thinks it's cool to consume everything, but you're gonna bite into something one day that's poison. But let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I still think that most women that complain about the pay gap are just whiners. They're big whiners. And I have never had trouble getting a job. I've never had trouble getting the same pay as a guy. And I think that in 2023, it's just a bunch of excuses.
So what's your experience in the work? You use your own experience as an example of why women pay gap doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not blind. Like you can.
Well, hold on.
What's your
experience in the workforce?
I always had a job from.
And now you got this white man. See, I'm telling you, if you really wanna see how cutthroat, because they try to make it seem like the black manosphere are just dysfunctional niggas. Wait till you see dysfunctional white people go after each other. That shit is, if you really know what you're listening to, that shit is pure gold. It's the most comical shit you'll ever see. The white people are petty than a motherfucker. They're even worse. And I put a hard R at the end of that because that's what I'm talking about. That's gonna be an inside joke later on. I should just show y'all the white manosphere, how petty they are towards each other. It's crazy. You know, so these Democratic slash social justice warrior type these dudes are way worse. So, and we're not stupid. We know where you're going. He's gonna say she's a rich, privileged kid. Even a nigga that don't agree with you is walking you down, telling you you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Shatera, that's where he's gonna go. He's gonna make it. She don't even see this coming. He's gonna point out that she never had a real job. And y'all don't hear the conversation that's not being said. Quiet weapon for silent wars. Y'all got to understand how this works. I understand how people talk to each other, especially in their own race and in their own. He's gonna kind of, I'm telling you, depending on where he goes with this, because I haven't seen this. I only seen a snippet of one part. Depending on where he's going with this, he's going to really kind of talk to her about some white privilege that she did not take advantage of. I've heard all the funny white privilege racist jokes there has need to be said from white people. Hell, go listen to Bill Burr. That's a comedian I want y'all to do y'all homework on. Go listen to Bill motherfucking Burr. Because that Burr, that he cold, he really cold, and he really be throwing it out there. Like a lot of people don't really listen to him, right? He's the closest thing to Patrice O'Neal at this point. Go listen to Bill Burr. This guy is going to phrase this in a way saying that, damn, you didn't even take, because this is what the white manosphere is looking at when we're talking about Pearl. You didn't even take advantage of white privilege that was offered to you. You're just kind of running around being this ditzy kid that's just repeating stuff you heard the blacks say and don't know what you're talking about and looking stupid. The white manosphere doesn't accept Fresh and Fit as white manosphere. They're actually mad that Rolo and a lot of people go over there and do shit with them. So this is nuts. This is nuts. So he about to throw that white privilege. He about to throw privilege, some type of privilege in her face. You know, because white people do it all the time. That's where that whole joke. Oh, I was getting back to the jokes. That's where the whole joke where people say, "I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for white homeless people," which is fucked up. That's like insinuating. I mean, morally right. That's like insinuating that people of any race can't fall on hard times, right? But they say it in a way, because how the truth is set up is this is how comedians get away with telling the truth. This is why I try to make the show at least somewhat funny and give you all at least a funny undertone, because I could be talking about something serious and y'all know I can make a joke. It's kind of fucked up, but it's funny. But at the same time, it's like, damn, didn't think of it that way, or I didn't understand it that way, right? When you tell the truth, it's best to use comedy. Should be your context or your tone. When you tell the truth, it's best to frame it in as a joke or a comedic sketch or something like that, because the punchline ends up becoming the punchline, the line that gets people to laugh, ends up becoming admission of the truth. You know, there's a lot of faults in human behavior and body language. If you can get somebody to laugh at something that normally they shouldn't have laughed at or something like that, it can mean a lot of things within proper context. Sometimes it means you being nervous. Sometimes it means that you have a story behind it or something like that. Or sometimes it means, you understand, it can mean many different things. But in this context, it would mean the truth. And it's funny. You know, the truth is funny because a lot of it is irony. You know what I'm saying? Ironically that you say that, or ironically that there's a part of it that we all know that's funny. So it's not the fact that they're making fun of white people being homeless. They're making the fact of the fun that, you know, white privilege is there. You should, you know what I'm saying, have used your white privilege, or you have used it up to a certain point. Like what's wrong? Like, why are you? That's where they kind of get into. And obviously, white people know that there's a lot of racism against white people, man. There's a lot of white on white racism. You know, I've seen it. I see it all the time. There's a lot of white on white. Hey, we kind of don't like the Australians. Hey, we kind of don't like the Russians. Hey, we kind of don't like you. You know, you just gotta be in these places, or you just gotta know who you're talking to. You're gonna hear about it. You're gonna see it. So obviously, certain people not doing so well that share the same skin tone, all skin folk ain't kinfolk, y'all. It's the cost of doing business. It's literally the cost of doing business. You know, so that joke, when you frame a joke like that, the irony is coming from everywhere. That's a funny fucking joke, you know. Like when they try to get on Patrice O'Neal by saying, you know, raw pay is a bad thing. You know, you can't just openly talk about raw paying somebody. That is disgusting. That is a horrible act. That is a, you know. And then they try to get him on the news and try to, you know, say, oh, you're an immoral man to laugh at something like that. That's not. There's nothing about that that's funny. Or you understand what I'm saying? They question your character. And what Patrice O'Neal was saying that the comedian, whether the joke landed or bricked, whether the joke went into the hoop or bricked, he was arguing that the comedian should have, you know, the opportunity to say it, whether it's funny or not, because a joke to one crowd might be funny and then to the next crowd it might not be funny. Or your setup was off, or certain things were off because you're running a new routine. And there was something that you thought that could make it more funny, and you told that version of it instead of the actual version of it that's actually funny. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So that's what he was arguing about. And it's kind of where it's kind of the same kind of argument here, but I would have to sit down and explain that. And, you know, that's going to take another hour, damn near, to kind of show y'all that. But anyway, but if y'all got it, y'all got it. I don't have to explain it, This podcast been going for 3 hours and 53 minutes. Make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe button. But it's a morality thing, He's going in on Pearl because he's trying to show that she has a fucked up morality, or she's internalized too much of this manosphere stuff and she's just talking gibberish. That's really his premise. And she should have known that. She should have done her research, because obviously he's pulling up clips on her and he knows her mother and where her mother stood, and he knows. So see, he can fake like he doesn't religiously watch her show when he does. And us as content creators, we got to know this. Now, obviously, she don't know what the hell she's talking about. She didn't take him seriously. And now she's gonna. I think she just realized, hey, look, it's just easy for me to go viral looking stupid on somebody else's podcast. That's a lane too, y'all. Okay. But she's just regurgitating stuff, and she doesn't know. So now he's like, I don't even want to hear the regurgitated stuff. I'm about to go in on your life. And I'm gonna do it in a way. I'm gonna do it in a way where you about to. This is how petty. This is how fucked up. This is how fucked up motherfuckers can be. And this ain't from no nigga. You see, O'Shea and them and all the niggas here in the manosphere that made every little stupid little bullshit video they could have made. Even me, right? They made it. I'm making one now. You think she give a damn about what the fuck I'm saying right now? Which she should. Because this will help her out. Yeah, this frame right here, she look old as hell. She look like fucking. You ever seen RoboCop? You ever seen Murphy when he take off the mask, and it's like that face on that robot? That's what she looked like right here. She remind me of RoboCop, Murphy. Like I think it's her forehead. I don't know. I'm sorry, Pearl. But anyway, watch how his words are giving her the 1,000-mile stare and cutting into her way deep than the thousands of videos that niggas done made about her in this sector. Because they have a way of doing it to each other that niggas don't really get. I get it. Like, she's literally being trolled and he has the ups on her. Like, he's winning and he knows it and he doesn't even take the thing serious. Now it's just making her look like a fool. And then going in on her life. And that's what he's about to do right now. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Like after high school in the summers. And I worked in corporate America, and then I did.
How long did you work in corporate America?
A couple of years.
Couple of years?
I'm only.
See, and she's doing the young girl shit. That's what I said. Pearl and Austin Hollerman has a lot of stuff in common. You can clearly see their age or where they max out at, their ceiling. Okay? Because they're young. You know, that's how young people, that's how we get down. You know? Especially when somebody's younger than you, you know, and there's just like, there's certain things, because everybody's doing everything. You got certain people that will be younger than you. And it blurs the line. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just certain little nuances and things that you learn with age. You know, like when men, we turn 30 or in our early to mid 30s, for some reason, there's this door that opens up in niggas' heads. And we start thinking about things a lot more differently than we did in our 20s. And it's basically you getting older and you learning. You're becoming more seasoned. But everything is a blur nowadays that it will make somebody older than you think they know more than you, or they actually know more than you. Or it will make somebody younger than you think they know more than you, or they have more life experience than you, or they're, you know, it'll make anybody think they know more. But certain things, like I say, come with age. And what I'm explaining to you right now is one of those things that comes with age. After a while, you will see where somebody taps out or max out. And it's like you're talking about something that's a little bit further beyond that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it was foolish for men in their 40s and stuff like that. You can learn anything from anybody, but it was foolish for them to really be learning or try to vicariously live through Austin Hollerman. You know, that's why it's foolish for a lot of people to say, damn, you know, a lot of the older cats or cats that have been around here for a long time, they're saying it's foolish to listen to Pearl because she's just regurgitating talking points. Is that going to stop people from listening to this person? No. You know, what's going on, Young Jay? Is it going to stop them? No. But you can detect that in her mind, this is why she's bringing up her age right now. You can detect in her mind that she's just being stoic or she's bluffing on some of the stuff that she knows. And I'm not saying people are necessarily mad at her. Nobody's mad at you. People be like, oh, you're just trying to say that I'm younger than you, that I can't, blah, blah, blah. And that's the youngest shit anybody could ever say. You think because I'm younger than you that I don't, that right there is some young shit. You know, telling people your age, obviously you want to let people know, yeah, I'm still young, but I still got a lot to, you know, to go through. And she's actually throwing herself into a trap right here, because now this is going to reaffirm that you're privileged, you know? So that's why when she said where she worked, he didn't care about the small shit. He said how much years he worked in corporate America. You know, you kind of give people the parameters to judge you by to a certain degree, if you think about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all that age shit is to say, oh, I'm naive. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Or the actions behind it. That's what it is. So that's why some people, you know, what's going on, Arab Black? You know, that's why some people think they know more than you, and you kind of check back, you're like, oh, this person younger than me. Hey, man, just let them go. Let them go on their fool's errand, you know? If Pearl believes that, hey, you know, I know more manosphere stuff than these cats, and I can just regurgitate it, and I can blend in, and people won't see, obviously, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. If people don't see it, then cool. But if somebody's going to call me on it, especially somebody that I'm debating, because she doesn't know that walking around with those talking points, people will assume that you're a manosphere veteran with the surety and the you know, with the sureness of those talking points. So they're going to think you're a manosphere veteran, and she's not, you know? So that's why he's going to call her out on her age. And the dumbest thing that somebody that's young can say, you think because you're older than me. It's like, you're going to learn. It's like, what's not respected with people, if you can sit back and say somebody's technically older than me, what's not respected until somebody says it is that, sir or ma'am, I've been your age before. You have never been my age. So until you reach my age, there's probably going to be some things that that's just not going to make sense to you. There's things that don't make sense to you right now. 2 years from now, it's going to make all the sense in the world. There's something right now that don't make sense to you. The funny thing is, 2 years from now, it's going to make sense, all sense in the world, you know? I used to think, because let me tell y'all the story. My mother, right? She has a parking space in front of her house, right? And you know, when I was younger and before I started having my cars and stuff like that, you know, she would always, you know, that's some old nigga shit. You know, you're kind of more territorial of the parking space in front of your crib, or if somebody parks there, you're like, hey, who parking in front of my house, or whatever. You know, people are aware about stuff like that because you park where you park all the time because nigga, it's your house, right? When I started having my cars, I kind of understood where she was coming from. All right, that makes sense. You know, kind of, you know, territorial with your parking space. Because I mean, obviously it's a homeowner and it's some, you know, it's some territorial shit. When I had my apartments and I had my spots and my cribs and stuff like that, it was at that point I knew, okay, I know what she's talking about. I know what she's talking about. And I know that's not the best example, but Now it's like, yeah, I do be worried about who parking in front of in front of my spot or in my spot, or whatever. That's something that might not make sense to somebody that's young, but guess what? Until you have your own, or you spent years doing something, then you'll be like, damn, okay, that makes sense. I realize it now. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I gotta play to y'all what KRS-One said, because it's true, and it's about keeping people on point. How the older people are supposed to learn from the younger people, and how the younger people are supposed to learn from the older people. Of course, older people are moving around in an older world, but those younger people are maturing to live in that older world. Or might not view the world the same, so y'all can exist in the same world, but y'all how y'all look at things is different. It's okay to look at somebody, right? It's okay to look at somebody and say, okay, I'm looking at a 9 right now, but I understand that you're looking at a 6. The problem is a motherfucker looking at a 6 don't realize he's looking at a 6 until you have to finally point it out. You know what I'm saying? You got to finally point out. What's going on, Rosters? You got to finally point out that you're looking at a 6. So, but that's a part of maturing. You make a whole bunch of mistakes, just I'm for I'm for niggas to make mistakes. Go ahead, make your mistakes. Just make sure it's not something dire. You know what I'm saying? Make sure it's not something dire. So that's why me and a couple of other people were set at that whole BGS thing, because like you're running brothers into, you're running these little weird ass experiments, and you're probably running some brothers into the ground because they made a mistake following your shit. And when they made that mistake, now they can't really come back from that mistake. Or now their whole life has changed or is altered. Whereas you could have took the opportunity to tell them something that they could have benefited from. Or maybe you have. You know what I'm saying? I take the opportunity to tell you guys some and drop some games and stuff that I know on you guys. I'm not saying that my way is the end all be all, but I take the opportunity to tell you guys something that you may need to hear today or can use tomorrow, or, give you guys some really good jewelry, some good gems that I probably had to go through hell to learn. But how it can work the opposite way is just as crazy. If somebody's running an experiment and stuff like that, and it solidifies why a lot of younger cats don't trust old niggas. I talk about how a lot of older women sabotage younger women and give them what's called tainted game. You have that same dynamic going on with older men and younger gentlemen. You have that same dynamic going on with older men and younger gentlemen. But the thing is that as men, we actually know better. You know what I'm saying? Because the younger you are, the less dating options you have. Whereas the older you are, the more dating options you have. The reason why women snake out other women is because, to a certain degree, they may be competing for the same guy. Your daughter's in the club. Why are you in the club that your daughter goes to? Why are you in the same club and trying to look young? You know what I'm saying? So as an older man, we kind of know, because guess what? You get older and your dating pool starts to open up. That old nigga could have dated somebody his age, could have dated somebody in the 30s, could have dated somebody in their early 30s, late 20s, mid 20s, 20, and if they on that shit, 18. But older men don't have to taint the younger cats. Handed down, they don't have to take the younger cats handing down tainted game, because their options opened up. They could take advantage of other options, but shit, in case they find themselves dating 18-year-olds and stuff like that, even as an older player that is going to be competing with this 18-year-old chick. Let's just say that they're going after 18-year-olds specifically. You got a man that's 45 going after 18-year-olds specifically. He don't have to move in a way that's going to taint the younger cats. You know what I'm saying? Like he can move in a different way where it's like, nah, I'm a older man. If she want to fuck with me, she gonna fuck with me. It ain't got nothing to do with all the little niggas that's trying to, you know what I'm saying? I don't have to dirty Mac or throw salt in a young nigga's game to get what he getting. You know, that the dirty Macking it really originated from an older term. The original dirty Macking came from older cats tainting the younger brothers. See, for some reason, because we all know BGS is not out here dating today's modern women, but he is doing extensive content covering her. But he's not actually dating. He's not on boots on the ground dating. So there's no way he should have, there's no reason. And that's why he said a test, because he knows what to say. But there's no reason why he should have, there's no reason he should have throw no type of salt at the brothers, even if it is a test. You should be more tactful and know how to get your point across without harming anybody. You know, that's kind of what they were going into. Kwafi says some old niggas will put you in a trick bag if you let them. Those are the old fools. Exactly. And that's what I said. This is what taints the relationship between older cats and younger cats, because we know about it, you know. But it's about the game being played. You know, an older pimp would school a younger pimp by first knocking that pimp for his woman. And if that pimp really felt some type of way, you know, then that's on him. He's teaching him a lesson in the game. If that pimp cleared up his head and be like, all right, yo, fair and square. You know what I'm saying? She called me. All right, I'm serving, you know. She can come get her clothes, a whoop-de-whoop. She chose upon you. She not with me. Let me go find something else. Let me go do something else. Let me go move somewhere. And then at some point, that older pimp could have called the younger pimp or the younger player or whatever the hell he called himself doing, could have sat him down and be like, look, I'm glad how you conducted yourself with me doing that, because now you learned a valuable lesson. Or that little nigga that don't know what the hell he's talking about or don't understand the game, that just got his school into the game, he could do what young niggas do. Ill-informed, want independence, and blow up. They blow up. That's exactly what happens. They blow up. But the problem, what's going on with the women nowadays that's tainting the younger women, there is no anger amongst women blowing up on She-Ra 7. You know what I'm saying? There is no anger amongst, there is no women coming out saying, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but no, that's, you're going to get a whole bunch of young women hurt. Because these women are on a gold diggers type of time. They're on a scammers type of time. So they will do some wild shit and fuck around and get hurt. But then again, you need bitches to get hurt to keep them coming back to your stupid ass. Somebody can make that same point with BGS. Oh, you need niggas to listen to your advice, fuck the wrong woman and end up having a kid, and then now you get to, you know, now you get to lecture him about child support. See, somebody could take that and use that where it could have been a legitimate experiment or whatever. So, like I said, we got to be wary. We do got to be wary. You know, because you never know. Somebody would not hear a damn thing you said and hear that and just go off. That's how it is, especially if you're quote unquote an elder in the space and you're talking to younger people. And then you got a lot of us that understand the game. It's like, all right, these niggas hard-headed. I'm not even going to talk to them. I'm going to just do what I do and bounce. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to listen. and they think they know everything. So go ahead, bump your head. The whole point of older cats passing game down to the younger cats is so that a nigga don't have to bump his head and learn. He could have learned it, and he could have used something that he would have bumped his head on as a step to propel him forward. But see, that gets lost. That for some reason in translation between the two, that gets lost. You know what I'm saying? That gets lost. And then here comes the, oh, well, these old cats, they dirty macking. They throwing salt in our game. They hating on us young niggas. They hating. That's what that's that type of talk. We've heard the manosphere have that type of talk. You know? So it's not a crime if somebody knows a little bit more stuff than you and they're trying to help you out. But that's not been that hasn't been the space that the manosphere has been in. It's not a space where somebody could actually really give people, you know, the information and they take it. Some of these cats, oh, game don't exist. Y'all hear all these little talking points, and then people break up into their little gangs. Y'all hear it? Y'all hear all of this shit. So when people start breaking up into their little gangs, then hey, whatever part you came in the manosphere and whatever you believe, so be it. And if you came from a certain sector, I'm not gonna lie, niggas gonna address you like you from a certain sector. So what I'm saying is that there's tricks being played on both sides. On the old side to the young, and the young side to the old. You know? And when people get this information, or you give them information, or you teach them something, or you put them on to something and stuff like that, if you are somebody in your life that has ever put somebody onto something, or taught them something, or teach a group of boys or girls or adults or adolescents or whatever, or teach somebody something, you always, to a certain degree, are going to have to expect that they're gonna feel like they know something and not listen to you anymore. You know what I'm saying? An old cat told me that, and this is very true, an old cat told me that that's what you have to expect when you're teaching people or you're putting people onto information. If you look at a second grade teacher, and you look at a kid that's in the first grade and he's going to the second grade, that kid is going to be impressed by that second grade teacher, one, because he knows the teacher is second grade and he wants to move up or achieve. And he looks at that second grade teacher and be like, damn, this person got all the stuff to teach me in the world. And then you start hearing about the third grade, or you know how to count. So after a while, a third grader or a fourth grader or fifth grader, or let's go even far to say a sixth grader, and I'm using this as a mentality. Okay? A sixth grader is going to be like, oh, I have nothing to learn from that second grade teacher because I already know my ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. And the reason how somebody can tell you how this is how I could tell you're not thinking and your mind is not in the right spot is because only a kid or somebody that's not thinking would say some shit like that. You want to know what somebody with some goddamn sense heard when they say, oh, I don't have nothing to learn from that second grade teacher because I'm in the sixth grade now. Oh, it didn't occur to you that that teacher is only teaching that rubric, that teacher is actually an adult. You're not even saying that, hey, I'm going to be learning from an adult. I can disregard the rubric, but I can watch how they teach and how they do stuff and learn some adult type shit from that person. You see how like you can really counter anything somebody is like inadmissible at that point. It's like, oh, see, you didn't factor in that, yeah, you're not in the second grade no more, but obviously that teacher is an adult. Nigga, that teacher not in the second grade no more. Look how far from the second grade that teacher is. The closest to second grade they are is teaching your ass in second grade. But you associate a teacher with a subject that you believe that you know a lot about, and you discount that. Damn, behind the teaching in the second grade and the rubric and all that person is a human being. That person is a person too. You know? So there's a lot of things that people can say that's a dead giveaway. And basically, that's what he's about to do. Anyway, I done went around the world and then put out so many analogies and examples and showed y'all how that works with the space and stuff like that. Some shit like this could have been prevented, but obviously it is what it is. And there's niggas that's saying, yo, I'm her age range too. I think at her age range, you think you know it all. And I'm gonna quote Erykah Badu: "The man that thinks he knows something, the man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all." You know what I'm saying? So she learned a little bit of manosphere talking points, and just like people do, young, old, gray, tall, small, bald, cat, rat, teacher, dog, they start standing beside themselves. And now he's about to go in on her life, which is crazy. Which honestly, you know, you could, okay, you know, I guess it's the thing now to go in on people, to go in on the messenger. But hey, it is what it is. And a lot of people that follow Pearl knows this too. There's a lot of people that like Pearl and they know she's stealing shit. But look at how an O'Shea or somebody here will kind of go in on her life versus how this man is about to go in on her life. Because this is really, you know, this is a tale to be told. You said, my nephew is that way. He thinks the world of Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, Fox News. He wants white acceptance so bad, and he often at 25 talk about old niggas. Yeah. And that's the thing, is he thinks he knows a lot. That's the root of a lot of the bullshit when people think they know something. Because I'm pretty sure you try to give him some game, and he's like, no, I'd rather watch Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, all that other stuff. That's what you know. And then at the same time, I mean, you realize it. I mean, like, you know, after a while, I mean, you know, you got to remember, it's like, damn, what was I doing at that age? That's how you know you old. When you like, damn, what was I doing at that age? You know, was I approachable? Could you talk to me about certain things? You know, what did I have going on? You know, the world is set back. Okay, I've been doing this for a long time. I got a lot of field study, and I've done a lot of personal research, and my show has been an actual reflection of of a lot of the personal research and some of the stuff that I've talked about. And I'm gonna tell you right now, society got a lot of men, especially black men, fucked up. And it's nothing wrong about it, but a man goes through a pivotal time in his life. This is why they said, even in the Bible, that a man isn't truly a grown-ass man until he hit about 40. You know what I'm saying? Because we have different ways about ourselves. But even what's also left out is the society that the man comes up in, right? I said this years ago, and I said, don't be surprised. You have a lot of men, and this is why this stuff is like really having an effect in the manosphere, is you got a lot of men having identity issues at 30. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of men have identity issues, and it's happening around the age 30. Whereas a lot of people of yesteryear would be like, oh, well, you know how when you were a kid, you were like, oh man, by the time I'm 25, I'm about to have a house and 2 cars. I'm gonna have like 2 Lamborghinis. I'm about to do this. I'm about to do that. And this is like average. This is just average. And then you turn 25 and like, damn, this shit looking real 30-ish. Because shit, student loans, shit, rent a center. Man, I'm trying to live. You know what I'm saying? And even at move out age, like a lot of people aren't talking about this. The move out age has jumped to 29. That it's not rare to see people move out or college kids after graduating college come back home to the house. They got articles about this stuff. This is stuff that the manosphere should have been talking about. So a lot of people, a lot of dudes aren't going to be real niggas or men until they hit about 30, 31, 30, 32, 33, 34. You have people nowadays that feel that they should have been established at 25 and 30 because 30 is like, okay, I'm at that age where you've been living a lot and you should be a little bit established and you should have certain things to save for yourself, right? But in today's day and age, a lot of dudes are like, damn, I stuck with a corporate job. Damn, I'm not getting no women. Damn, you know what? I never really went to prom. Damn, I didn't do this. Damn, I didn't do that. So you have a lot of dudes in their 30s and in their early 30s really trying to break. I don't know what the hell they breaking away from. You know, because it's all about how, you know, like how you came up and where you came up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the hell they breaking away from. But a lot of them are having an independent crisis and what you call it, identity crisis in their 30s. And it's kind of like the reason why I say it's a crisis because I had a quarter life crisis, right? At 25. I don't know why. Don't ask. I just did. And I didn't know what the hell it was about. Or I kind of did, but I'm far from that. But at 30, a lot of people are like, I should own this, or I should have that, or I should do this. And sometimes the circumstances, it doesn't reflect that. Sometimes the economy doesn't reflect that. You know? Especially with a lot of these millennials, you know, they're talking about how millennial politics is like something completely different. And we talk about that, right? And obviously this does have an effect on the dating game. This does have an effect on how modern man today is going to move. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, what I'm saying is that, you know, you have a lot of guys that are guys that have their own thought process. They come to this space and they're telling you about a life that they're probably not currently living, but they're telling you about a life that they used to live, or you know, something that they you know, that they've grown, or what they may have grown into, or you know, they're kind of you know, voicing their problems. I thought that it was kids around 16, 17, which kids around 16, 17 are going through these, you know, identity crisis and jumping off the porch and girls and all that stuff. Of course, they're going through it. But I didn't know the back end of it, too, was men in their 30s and 40s. I didn't know that was the back end of it until I really started, you know, going hard body karate, you know. So I really started going hard body karate. So Pearl is around 25, 26. She's kind of doing what kids these days on the internet do. You know, you said I was a grown man at 16 and didn't blame the world or politics. But that's the thing, though. Like a lot of young people think that the world owes them something. And you kind of get older and you're like, damn, you know, yeah, if you put in the work, you know. Because a lot of people don't like to work, so. And honestly, the millennial, like the millennial side is a lot different, you know. Technology can coddle. You said I was grown at 16 and didn't blame anybody or politics as my way to live. You still broke going you still broke going nowhere, talking points, right? You said his mom and his dad babied him, that's why he's that way. Ain't got a girlfriend and love guns, plus kind of nonchalant. Them the ones that turn into shooters, but I'm not going to say that's the case. I'm just throwing that out there. He said, I think I'm more interested in knowing where people have grown in life than where they almost succeed. Yeah. And that kind of helps me out too as a content creator, because when people come to me with their issues or they make certain things, it's like, yo, where did you grow up at? And it's like, see, that's why you would think that way, because certain events are missing, and all together you find too many brothers trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube, and it's like, damn, so that's what it is. Shout outs to everybody here. This podcast has been running for 4 hours and 28 minutes. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. You dig what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't got this much time with some of your best friends, So make sure you guys like and subscribe, and support the game, support the show. Definitely let me know that this game being chopped up is being heard. All right. Spawn said, man, I'm having that same thought process. Yeah, it's a pressure that gets put on you. And the pressure, I mean, just think about it. Look at all the women that you hear on the internet calling guys losers and failures and all kinds of stuff. And even other people will talk down about you. I mean, like, there's so much stuff that caves in on you, when you look up, and it will make you look at your life as if you didn't do nothing right, or if you didn't do nothing wrong. People will say all kinds of disparaging shit, like, oh, you know what I'm saying? You in your 40s, you should be married by now. It's a shame that you're not married. Maybe you're the problem, and blah blah blah. Or, hey, your brain might do that to yourself. Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I'm 39. I'm turning 40 tomorrow. Damn. And like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sitting home watching Transformers, eating ice cream and shit after work. I'm not married and all. You say all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit would probably cross your mind. But what I'm saying is that, mediums are changing. And obviously I know the space thinks about patriarchy, but I'm even about the patriarchy and men should do this and men should do that. But I'm kind of more so now that we know that we're not going to restore that, because that time is not here no more. That time is not here no more. So we got to think about the modern man. And I'm not saying that modern men should be babied. I'm not saying that modern men should be babied or coddled. But in today's society, like, going forward, like, people are just going to be getting lesser and lesser and less and less and less and less. Meaning that as a millennial, look at where the cost of living was at. And look at how much minimum wage was at versus where the cost of living is at right now and where minimum wage is at right now. So then we're gonna tell the lie that Gen X and a lot of millennials claim that the boomers told them. Well, when I was your age, we was making $350 an hour. Yeah, but grandma, houses were like $2,000. Be real, like nigga, houses were like, nigga, cars were like four grand. Nigga, apartment was $200. They'll say, oh, you making more money now, you should be able to. No, you're actually making less money, and inflation is on everyone's ass. Inflation is on everyone's ass. If I can sit here and tell you that, nigga, yes, you want to save your money, but saving is not going to be inflation. Them saying that you have it better off today and with technology and stuff like that to a certain degree is bullshit. Okay. Now, the only thing they can really argue, which is very true, is opportunities and access to them. They got you right there. They got you right there. The opportunity and access. You know? So you really gotta look at it. You gotta look at it for what it is. Because the later generations, the millennials made less than the millennials. So, come on now, we chasing something that's bigger than us. So who's to say modern man, we might need to change the definition of modern man. But anyway, nobody's gonna really listen. Because I'm not gonna lie, coming up, them basketball players, them niggas look old as hell. You think Pearl aging crazy? Nigga, them basketball players back in the day, like, how old is he? He's 25, but the dude is like balding and shit. Look at Hulk Hogan. He was young as hell losing hair. A lot of people look older. So the world that we used to live in, we actually at some point have to come to terms that that's not the world that it is today. I was just looking at something. I was going to use it on the show. I'm going to go back and find it since we're having this conversation. I was just looking at something, a video back in 2001 where they were saying cell phones are taking over and they're having cameras and stuff like that. And they're doing this and doing that. There's a new trend called texting. Texting has become the biggest thing right now. Because guess what predates testing? Messenger. What y'all are doing right now in the chat room predates texting. Did y'all know that? Predates, hey, you're across the street. I'm going to type something into my phone and it's going to send it to you just like Messenger. Private messages actually came out before text messaging. Okay? And men were doing it before women. Think about it. Think about it. Take as long as you need. You said, I will tell you this. I think a lot of people in the space lived that life of Grinch by Dr. Seuss and became angry at the tell lies and became angry at the tell lies and blame other people for their being rejected. I'm pretty sure they did something very similar. Yeah, that's a great analogy. I'm pretty sure they did something very similar. But the thing is that what they were mad about, yeah, because of inflammation, right? What they were mad about, was something that they perceived as kids, as yesteryears. A lot of the reason why a lot of cats don't have an identity at an older age is because they haven't accepted the fact that they looked at a certain situation a certain way because they were young. And they're not factoring the fact that they were young when they saw that. So their interpretation of what they may saw could have been off. They have failed to realize that as an adult, you know what I'm saying? I could have been wrong being young. You've never heard nobody say, you know what? When I was younger, I could have been wrong about how I looked at something. Instead of carrying it as a tale or a spooky tale into my adulthood and letting it plague my adult life. I told y'all, and I gave y'all the game a long time ago. A lot of us are chasing something that we gave away as children. A lot of us haven't forgiven ourselves. There's one day that turned you into a man from being a child. You experienced through something, or a series of things have happened. And that one day, you just went from not being a child no more to being an adult. And you spent your whole adult life trying to get back to where you was as a kid, not saying that, damn, I was young and I didn't know much. Before the world imposed its will on you. You know? So you got to be wary of that. You got to be wary, be wary of that. Like, not Super Sly. LAR movement said something very fucking true. He said that some of y'all grew up with single mothers and you knew your mama was getting child support for your father and you knew she was spending it on other shit, telling you to shut up. and stuff like that, and or you know, or it's going towards you, or to help me is to help you, right? Or whatever. She just, you know, she wasn't taking the child support money and giving it to you as an allowance, or doing whatever. She started taking that money and going to the casino, doing whatever the hell she wanted to do with the damn child support, fucking it off, buying weed with it and shit, whatever, right? Some of y'all knew y'all mama did that as a kid, and then growing up into adulthood, and you seeing men in the manosphere actually complain about child support in certain things, and you knew that was you know that your mother did that, you know, and you probably passed it off as, oh well, she did what she could to raise a young man, but that is wrong. A lot of those dudes will say dudes here are whining and complaining about nothing, knowing that their mother did, like when he, I don't know how to say it, how he said it, but when he brought it up, it was true. And you knew it, but you experienced it as a kid. You knew it was wrong. But the way you look at things and you take that into adulthood, you know, you're not man enough to say, hey, damn, you know. Shout outs to Raven in the building. Raven said, it's hot as hell today. Bitches running around in leggings and ass shorts. You say, etc. Not one black man giving them attention, passing them by. Yeah, like I'm trying to say, we living in a different world now. My thing is to not, you know, I'm all for, you know, being comfortable and stuff like that. But I think this should be new concepts for the modern man that should be looked into more, now that we know it's not going back to what it used to be, because nobody that really understands what it used to be are around and making noise in a way to restore it. So we're gonna get this new thing called the modern man. You see, even the L Give It are on top of it. You know, why are guys feminine these days and sassy? You know, they on top of it. Yeah, because of inflammation. He said, I said this time and time again, I often run into guys calling me uncle or OG, who's 5 years more younger than me and look 55 while only 21 and 28. Yeah, life got them stressed out. These kids, and you can tell by the type of drugs that the youth are doing and stuff like that. These kids are popping pills and all kinds of shit. I know the vibes. I came up in it too. So it's not like we don't know what's going on. Everybody ages. Hopefully the alternative to aging is kind of fucked up. Well, I mean, you should be happy to age. You know, you're going to be older. You're going to be older you're going to be older longer than you're going to be young, you know? And I knew that, but it didn't take me until I heard Ism say that. You see, I have no problems telling y'all who said that. I heard Ism say it, and when Ism said it, it's true. You're going to be older longer than you're going to be younger, you know? Youth is a blur, man, but it's not a blur if you wake up every day and do your thing, you know? Keep yourself youthful, because older people are trying to look young anyway. You did? You said a bitch treat the kid as a meal ticket, treat them both as a bill and a car note. Yeah, women be having their phone bill in their kid's name and all kinds of shit, man. Look, come on, man. We black people, we know. Come on now. That's why LAR was right within his rights to say what the hell he said. That's some real shit. Because some of those dudes are on the simp side of the game. Some of those dudes are up here, women can do no wrong type shit. But you can point that out and be like, technically it was wrong. You didn't think it was wrong because you were a kid, but now you grow older and you realize, hey, that is kind of fucked up. Because if you were to be in a position that you had to pay child support, and if you knew your baby mama was doing that, buying crab legs and going to the casino and shit, you're going to be mad, right? Especially if the bitch didn't win. Like, goddamn, bitch. I mean, shit, at least can you win? You mean, nigga, you run into her at the casino. What the fuck is going on here? Fucking the money off. It is what it is. Can't even rebut it. You know, you said my homie went to work at 13 when his mom took his father's child support check and not buying his school clothes. She tried to make him stop working because it would cut the welfare check. Yeah, if they know you got extra income coming in. Yep. You said younger kids getting gray hair and have, yeah, man. You said would take the welfare check and the food stamps off. Yeah, they because they gotta say they have a household income. So the government and people around them expects them to tell the truth about their whole household income. You know, yeah, she wasn't reporting it. Yep. On top of that, getting child support. Yeah. You know, you got a lot of people that are getting a check and they lazy as hell and they don't want to get up and go work. It is what it is. Anyway, he about to go in on Pearl's life. I'm not a fan of it, but somebody is. Let's go.
26.
Right. Know? You're only 26, and therefore I wouldn't put you in and you have maybe 1 or 2 years working in corporate America. Do you think that your experience is ample to say I've seen that women get paid equally to men? That seems disingenuous based on 1 year or 2 years, and you're only 26 years old.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
Right. Okay. Okay, but I think we've established a little bit, at least you've conceded a tiny bit to me, that the wage gap is perhaps more complicated than yes or no.
If what you're showing me is real, you did this to someone else, but then there's like something else to it. But if what you're showing me is true,
yeah, it's all true. This is all sourced.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, you could easily look this up yourself.
Can I see the parameters for the control? I'm just curious.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah. You can pull up the U.S. Department of Labor one.
The doctor one. Could I see?
By the way, we've long since moved past, but I did find that study in the Rollo Tony video, the Swedish study from several years ago about Swedish prison system. I'm not sure. We can loop back to that.
Wait, what was it? I'm unfamiliar.
Here, I had a bunch of tabs open. Where did it go? In the meantime, here I'll send this in the Zoom chat if you want to take a look.
Oh, can you open it? Because I don't have the Zoom on my computer.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone! I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Dan sent a link to you that I guess that's the parameters one.
That's the Department of Labor's 2019 study. There's a couple more. I guess we didn't.
I'm curious. What do you think it is? The wage gap.
What's going on, Raj?
Well, it's complicated.
Shout outs to Raj in the building. What's going on, player? She's stupid. This stupid. DSB all day, man. I know y'all, dog. I be out in my head. I be seeing a lot of people doing stupid shit, and that shit goes off in my head. I be laughing, y'all. That inside joke, man. All right, let's go, y'all.
Right? I don't think it's as simple as saying it's a myth and women who complain are lazy. That doesn't seem like a productive point to start that conversation. It is complicated.
What is your solution? Like, if you seem to think that the wage gap is real, right? And that do you think women are discriminated against?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Because what barriers do women have today in 2023? Like, I just genuinely don't understand
barriers, right? It's not about barriers. It's about norms. It's about like patriarchy. It's about the way that we perceive the value of people. It's not about barriers. There's no laws that say women can't do this and that, obviously.
Okay, so there's no barriers right now?
No, not that I could think of. Pay transparency. So, I mean, I agree that in general,
Because
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I do think that there's a bit of discrimination going on. I do think that behind closed doors, when there's no transparency in payment, this presupposition, by the way, that you putting forward that.
Oh, let me tell you, Raven. Raven said I'm in traffic, and now I say it like I'm chanting. Let me tell you something. This stupid bitch, DSB, hashtag DSB. Listen, that is interchangeable in traffic. You can use that in every traffic situation you can think of. You know what I'm saying? This stupid bitch is a say that shit in traffic. You gonna say that shit in traffic every day. Once you start, you can't stop. All right. I know how people drive.
Women are lazy and just making excuses. That doesn't help. That honestly, it's I don't know how to explain it but I know it exists, right? I know it exists.
So you think the bosses behind closed doors say we should hire less women?
No, it's not a conscious thing, right? It's systemic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then do you have it? Like, do you subconsciously pay women less?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So then wouldn't you, okay.
So
I'm
because
just
I don't pay women less, then it does that.
I'm just thinking if you think there's this like subconscious thing, like then you.
Well, but it does exist, right? I mean, we can look at the
Should the
studies.
women ask for raises at your?
Well, we're talking about you saying it's a myth, okay?
Yeah.
But it does exist. That's what's interesting.
I don't think there's anything stopping you today. You could maybe argue. I can't even do it in my soul. You can maybe argue like 50 years ago, but I just think in 2023, there are no barriers.
Didn't you say earlier 50 years ago wasn't that long ago? In regards to the draft?
100 years ago. Okay, fine, 100 years ago.
100 years ago.
I'm saying in the past you could argue, but in 2023, I just don't think there's anything stopping you.
Shout outs to everybody in the building. Yeah, I got you. I'll definitely drop the link. Shatera said, I'm gonna definitely drop the link a little bit later. Definitely. He said, Shatera said could not be argued that she is lazy. I think, god damn, hold on, y'all. This is what happens when you sit beside a window. You said, I think it could be argued that she is lazy. I think it's strange to me because her perspectives on women seem to not include her. I mean, she's probably trolling. I mean, she is kind of playing Jane, you know. Not easy to figure out, but you know, I get it. But I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. Like, I don't know. Pearl, she's a weirdo, I guess. You know, I guess she's a weirdo. You know, and I forgot. Hold on, this just threw me off. What did he just ask her? He just asked her something I was about to capitalize on. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Hold on, 1 second.
I think it's like very much a victim mindset to tell women like.
Okay, yeah. All right, so that's where I was going. Okay, so and how she's presenting what she's talking about, like she's presenting it like how a teacher presents it. And when you think about it, girls that were around Pearl's age were teachers back in the day, you know, at 25, 26, you know, they were the teachers. Like, that's how Pearl, like, some of y'all niggas act like y'all never seen The Blind Side or fucking Losing Isaiah or some shit. Like, y'all act like fucking there's no such thing as like the Great White Hope. You know what I'm saying? Like, these things are like, Pearl would have been a teacher at this point if she wasn't doing anything else. She would have been the cool teacher. Y'all know that one teacher that niggas like, that's Pearl. She would have been the teacher that, yo man, she lets us come in here smelling like weed. Yo man, she makes brownies and Rice Krispies for us and shit. Like, she's one of those teachers that going above and probably go above and beyond for her class. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, like, she's not displaying abnormal behavior. I mean, this is kind of, you know, what privilege, you know, there's not a care in the world type people. That's what they do. That's what they do. And she might be getting popular with the youth because kids will rather learn on YouTube than real life and in school. YouTube University. You know? I didn't have no YouTube was a fucked up place when I was a kid. You know, we used to see niggas get beheaded and all kinds of crazy shit. That it's actually funny being a content creator on this platform and getting some of the notes and letters and shit they write to us, y'all. It's actually very funny. You know? That's like, nigga, YouTube would show porn, all kinds of shit back in the day. Now it's like, that's like Pornhub, like, yo, hey man, we gotta clean it up. Hey, is that a boob? Hey, you're gonna have to censor that titty. You know? You know, like, you know, if we want to be real for real, you know. So if she makes more sense than your damn teacher, and she would have been the teacher at that time, if you think about it in hindsight, yeah, this makes sense, you know. I didn't think teachers were crazy ass people and real people in society until I started dating them. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, I'm like, damn, okay, you teach 9th grade. That's what's up. I kind of thought, what was I doing in 9th grade? Where was my head at in 9th grade? And the teachers that I knew in 9th grade, because there were some young teachers. You get some old ones, but you're going to run into some younger ones, right? And to a certain degree, you're going to be looking at them and like, okay, I know they're a teacher, but who are they in society? Like, teachers, the reason why teachers, military women, police women, church girls, preachers' daughters, librarians, the reason why those people act the way they do and purport themselves the way they do is because their job literally is supposed to be their life. You understand what I'm saying? So as a preacher, yeah, personally, you may like porn or some shit, right? But you're a preacher. You can't like it. And obviously, I mean, because you could be a preacher, but you could be like, and I believe in God and everything and all that other shit, but I separate myself. I need a time out to be myself. I separate myself from hold on, let me see, is this thing working? Hold on, because I just pulled something in this thing. Okay. Oh, it works. Okay. Anyway, you're like, I separate myself, quote unquote, because this is how people think. They separate themselves and what they're doing from the act, from my job, But the thing is that people are looking for you to be a preacher. As a policeman, you may have fell in love with a woman of the night, a lady of the night. One day, damn, you know what? I was about to lock her up, but hey, she's a cool, goofy chick. All right, don't let nobody know that I'm dating you when I should have took your ass to jail. Isn't that a funny story? How we met? Son, I was about to lock your mom up when I first met her. You know, like people, it's stupid, but nigga, this the truth. So when you see like a preacher or a firefighter or a fucking nurses, a deacon or somebody dating Buffy the Body, don't, like, opposites attract. Why is that preacher dating this hoe? Well, he was called to her house to pray for her and pray the devils up off of her, and then ended up talking to her. She ended up being cool, and he ended up being, nurses have become the biggest whole occupation. I think that list I gave you, I think nurses got taken off that list, but nurses are the hugest. Anyhow, you a D-boy or a rapper and you get yourself a nurse, nigga, that has like a Jay-Z and Beyonce like feel to it. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to be a savage. I take lives, she saves them. And if I get shot, if I so-called get shot, I can go home to my bitch. That's the thought process, y'all. All right. Oh man. But hey, look, I'm giving y'all the game, dog. I'm just giving y'all the game. All right. Listen, I can't look. I had to learn it too. All right. I'm not saying that my way is the only way. I'm just telling y'all I had to learn it too. Okay. I had to figure some shit out until I started dating teachers. And I'm not saying I dated like the most prominent people, but I've dated people in high places like Jesus' niece. See what I did there? I've dated people in certain places, you know. But and it warranted them to be, you know, conduct themselves, you know. Oh man, my brother P said something I think like either like a couple months ago or a month or two ago, where he was like, if you look at like the preachers, right, and certain you know dudes that are in politics, because he said it reversed. If you look at like preachers or certain dudes in politics and stuff like that, you go look at the women that they're cheating on, or the women that they're dealing with. You know, like you go look at the women that this person at some point thought it was cool to risk. You know, you go look at the type of women that they choose and stuff like that. They're not the most upstanding women. You know, they're not the most upstanding type women. When Dr. Umar Johnson got caught with that stripper chick with the hydrogel body and the tattoos and all that other, like, come on now. So essentially what you're doing is it's like having a basketball or a beach ball in a pool, and you know it floats on top of the water, and what you're doing is you're taking your hand and putting it on the top of that ball and pushing it down and pushing it down and pushing it down and pushing it down as far as you can in the pool, which is building up more pressure. So when you let go of that damn ball, guess what? Not only is it going to fly up out of the water, it's going to shoot up out of the water, go back up in the air, and come back down to float on top of the water anyway. That's essentially what you're doing. You know? And that's a fact that a lot of us have to actually realize, because the thing is like we listen to people like that all day, like a preacher, like hell, y'all niggas got fooled by Derek Jackson. Niggas got fooled by Derek Jackson. I know I did. I didn't know he was having orgies at Playboy. The bitches coming in and out the crib until his wife said it. I said, shit. All right, damn. Okay, well, he might be a player, but something else is wrong then. You don't think at some point Derek Jackson is gonna be a fucking monk of the space? Wait until that nigga go stupid red pill. Y'all niggas gonna be dumbfounded. Y'all gonna be dumbfounded. I know what's coming. I said he should have switched over as soon as he got caught and be like, I was evil the whole time and defect. Oh, he would have became the king of the manosphere at that point. Because niggas would have been like, I ain't gonna lie, this shit was impeccable. He understood the assignment. He got in there, got the bag, flipped the game, showed them, you know, instead of saying this bitch is stupid, he proved. If he was to say, you know what, ladies, I was evil the whole time, and it was me, and I would have gotten away with it if you weren't, like he gave you the whole Scooby-Doo speech. If these meddling kids wasn't fucking around in my business, I would have gotten away with it. If he had flipped red pill at that point, that nigga would have been running shit. Niggas would have listened to everything that man said after that. And then let his bitch came out, start talking about some. I was in rotation, and he had women coming in and out the house. What? That would have threw the space for a loop. Hold on, let me find out he a player though, or whatever. If that nigga leaves the country right now, passport bros are gonna try to claim him. If he leaves the country right now and mess with anybody, the passport bros will try to claim him. Nigga, O'Shea video will drop like a mixtape. Oh, brother Derek Jackson. Oh, he's not part of the passport, bro. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Oh, James, I know. Look, them nurses, nurses will tell you, So what I'm saying is that, look. It's not. There's no doubt in my mind. Pearl might be with the shits, but she's young. She's young. She is young. Obviously, man. Like, I really figured out how old I was by mentioning the type of girls that I want are technically young, and it's like, damn, 26 used to be an old age. I'm not even gonna lie. 26 used to be an old age. Like, I think the handoff, and let me tell you where I think, and y'all can correct me if y'all think something different. I'm not always right, but I think the handoff was between Generation X and millennials, because millennials are the youngest looking old people I can see now. Millennials are young old people now. And then you got some Xers and boomers that got those qualities also. And then you got some of them that clearly they stuck in the era. But shit, you look at music and the eras that we had, is a hell of an era. But I think millennials, we're starting to be in that generation where we wear it young, but you can still tell we're old, like we're seasoned, I think it was between X and millennials, because 26-year-olds were old as fuck when I was 16. I'm like, man, nigga, old as hell. We used to see 26-year-olds come and pick up bitches from high school. So I'm really trying to see where the baton pass really came from. You know what I'm saying? 26 is a pretty old age, man. But it's still young. And people look at it like 40, that's an old age, but guess what? 40's actually still pretty young. So obviously, y'all say, yep, okay. So obviously, I mean, people act their age, but to a certain degree, let's all keep it 100. Age ain't nothing but a feeling and experience, but age ain't nothing but a feeling. It ain't nothing but a feeling. Because you got some old people that certain ways about them, they're definitely young. It's like, okay, in this topic, you're 45. You got some older people that, in this topic, you're 45. But in this topic, you're 16. And then you got some young people that, hey, it's the opposite. It's like, yeah, you 22, but what you just said was some shit that I know a 45-year-old or somebody would tell me, or somebody older that's seasoned, Shout outs to everybody here, 16 to 15 people in the building. Let's see if we can get the support up. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Hit the super chat. Hit the PayPal. Hit the Cash App. I need a email nicer because she's supposed to send me an email and I have not gotten an email from her and I have not seen her and I hope she's okay. So if you guys have seen nicer around in the Manosphere space, please, let her know. Actually, I'm gonna send her a message. Because she's supposed to email me and I haven't gotten an email. But make sure you guys like and subscribe. Yeah, let's get the likes up. But there's a lot of stuff going on right now. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the older cats are talking about it. For example, I'm following this little Boosie case, right? Because it kind of ties in the YNW Melly case, right? And they were saying, oh, new details emerged. So the reason why the feds pursued Boosie's case is they got him trying to hide the gun. You know what I'm saying? They got him trying to hide the gun. So if they pulled up on him and in the footage, because this is why you got to be careful at being a star and having other people film around you, because you may have contraband or something on you and you on camera with it and you a felon, and then you might be around a gang member, you might be within certain feet of a certain gang member and you don't know that nigga banging or whatever, and you go to jail. All right. So anyway, they caught him trying to hide the gun. So yeah, they can prove, okay, he got caught with the gun, but the fact that he tried to hide the gun, they're trying to say he's guilty because he knew he wasn't supposed to have a gun and he got caught trying to hide it also. So they might be on some, oh, he tried to cover up the crime or some shit like that. That's how they run with the stories. All right. So that's going to be the new set of details that's coming out this week. You're going to try to hear people talk about, oh, Boosie tried to hide the gun, whoop-de-whoop, whoop-de-whoop. Then they showed a video because Boosie was kind of doing a little bit too much talking. Sometimes you kind of forget that people are still holding your past against you and shit like that or whatever. So some people, especially law enforcement, even though they're trying to say, oh, jail is supposed to rehab you and stuff like that, even though you could be doing some illegal stuff like that, but even law enforcement does not believe in your rehabilitation. Law enforcement don't believe in your damn it, I had the word and I forgot the goddamn word. I don't know if Toya is away. Toya probably sleep. But the law is not in. They're not interested in you rebuilding yourself to become a member of society. If it happens, cool, but they're not really interested or invested into it. Your rehabilitation or you redistributing yourself. What's going on, Big Cap? Yeah, I haven't seen Nicer in a minute. You said your recidivism. I'm not sure. Y'all know what I'm talking about, though. You basically building yourself back up. You know what I'm saying? You said Toya somewhere eating? Probably so. I know I need to be somewhere eating. But no, I had the word, and it's a different word than rehabilitation, but basically you getting back out into society and you becoming a quote unquote staunch citizen. That because that's obviously that's the lesson that they're supposed to be teaching you. Get it right? But yeah, they'll follow you. Boosie was on I think Math Hoffa's show, and he was talking about about how they would get the young boys to do it. So if y'all don't know the story about Boosie got rehabilitated. No, it's another word too, but it's okay. I thought it was rehabilitated. Rehabilitated is one of the words, but that sounds more like a habit problem, but it's another word that starts with re. But anyway, that's why they send you to corrections, basically to correct you. You become a staunch citizen. You're doing your time. You're paying your dues. You're doing your time, basically. That's kind of what they claim that jail is supposed to do. And a lot of times jail made people better. I mean, hey, say what you want about it. It is what it is, But they were just following Boosie, man. Yeah, crime is a habit. I wasn't trying to go that deep into it, but it is a habit. But I'm gonna say, I'm gonna tell you something. Like, they just follow you. Obviously, he's on the internet, saying, okay, yeah, we get the young boys to do it. Obviously, Marlo Mike, I think his name is Marlo Mike. I know his name is Marlo. Marlo, allegedly, that's what they're saying, and everything on this podcast is alleged. Marlo was the guy, was the young boy that Boosie would put out on a hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they would get, obviously, drug dealers, they get the young boys, to do the hit, because there's a lot of things going on in that situation. Okay, so if they're getting a lot of the younger generations, the younger cats, that instead of him going to jail, he'll go to juvenile hall or whatever, or they may be special ramifications in this case due to his age. So anyway, long story short, they let the young boys do the crime, and the young boys go to jail. Obviously, they're more impressionable. They seem more cooler. And hey, you see this watch? You can get one like mine if you grind hard, and blah blah blah. And the kids are like, damn, that's a nice watch. I want a watch like that too. But and it was really about stunting, because them young cats don't know the significance of a goddamn watch. You know what I'm saying? A Frank Mueller or Audemars and stuff like that. But they getting money out the streets and they running it up. You know what I'm saying? So that impresses a younger kid. And obviously, if this little motherfucker out here shooting and killing people, he obviously don't give a damn about his future. So he already in the hole for a murder. So he already a green light. He already a go. It's like, oh nigga, all I gotta do is you got the perfect hitman. So a lot of stuff that Boosie was doing, yeah, it's not gonna lie. I mean that's a smarter thing to do. And we were just talking about it. Who was just telling me not too long ago, they were going after Boosie because a lot of people around Boosie start turning up dead. There's even people that believe like that Boosie was close to, that believe that Boosie did it. And they were like, okay, and then what you call it? I think Yo Gotti or somebody, Crunchy Black. I don't know if it was Yo Gotti or somebody else, but he was talking about, that's how when you look at he was talking about Yo Gotti. But I've seen somebody else mention this about Boosie, like how he was like moving foul, like the old Boosie, the Boosie I like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I like Boosie, but I mean like old school Boosie, Crayola, super bad Boosie, right? That's how people got to move to get to a certain level back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You have to have that type of status to have access to stuff like that. So it basically the person that was committing murders and stuff like that and doing a lot of his bidding and got paid for it, but gotta keep it solid. You know, hey, you took the money, you got paid for it. That was a job that you were supposed to do. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Boosie was around that type of stuff. People get around that type of stuff. It's an underground world, right? So it's like, bro, you got to stay solid and abide by that code. Because then once you snitch and you go to jail, now you're gonna be fucked up. So Boosie got off. But what Boosie did was talk about how, yeah, we get the young boys to do that. We get the young boys to do this. We get the young boys because young boys are known as crash dummies. Now, see, if you didn't get out the feds for that reason and you wasn't openly talking about it, because, you know, now you in a lifestyle where you don't have to do that no more, you know, you still got to be wary of what you're saying because they will be on your ass. There was no point in you doing all that time. The feds will release people expecting them to come back. That's what I'm saying. They're not invested in you being, you know, rehabilitated. They're not. And also too, and they make more money when people like Boosie are locked up, you know. But I heard Boosie got out. I'm not sure if that's true, but anyway, that case is going to be a shitstorm. But anyway, I digress. Let's get back to this whole Pearl shit. Bro about to go in on her life. Honestly, she, you know, she got exposed by not being really red pilled. This isn't a good look. This ain't a good look for the red pill cats neither. You know what I'm saying? You said, when will lames become the hot boy? A lot of hot boys are lames. Let me tell you something. A lot of them drug dealing niggas are lame as fuck. And then you got that. Then you got a lot of them D boys are lame. Then you got that slither of the ones that have different talents and can put words together or play a sport or do stuff or have a personality. But a lot of them dudes are lames too, man. That's why the whole Pookie and Ray Ray misconception, that shit, y'all be off like shit, because I know a lot of lame ass hating ass Pookie Ray Ray niggas. I know a lot of them. And trust me, a lot of times they don't do better with women neither. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously to do horrible or not do well with women, you have to be around women. So a lot of people misconstrue seeing women around these guys 24/7 as them being with women and everything is peachy, when they just see them being and getting women. They don't see how those women be snaking them niggas out too, dogging them niggas out, getting them niggas set up. You know, you're not the first person that she met that, you know, that carries a pistol or do certain things. So obviously, you know, I mean, even if you are, and then this is the thing too, like people don't tack in society. If you are a street nigga, but you around a whole bunch of cool ass dudes, yeah, you a street nigga, and maybe they might be street niggas too, but you might be the lamest of them. So in that setting, you're not in your element unless you get around some other street dudes that you're more cooler than. And somebody or shorty can see you around, you know, you'll look like the man in that case, then look like the water boy. You know what I'm saying? In the other case, if you hanging around a group of niggas and he like, man, I'm hungry. Hey, get your ass up. Go to the 7-Eleven and go get us this and go get us that and come back. You know, if you the flunky of the group in that particular group, yeah, you know, then nigga, if you gonna continue hanging around and getting treated like that, then yeah, you gonna bring your bitch around. Better not, shit. You gonna be mad than a motherfucker. You can try to play that loyalty card all you want. Niggas will switch up over a bitch or access to a bitch in a heartbeat. Niggas really be trying to act like it's bros over bros over hoes when it's really hoes over bros. And them street niggas be killing themselves over hoes every fucking day. Even the ones that rap. King Von, Mo 3, you know. And it's not saying that they whack, not saying that they all, but I'm telling you, like the women be the start of a lot of shit, you know. Then again, you can't tell nobody nothing. Everybody knows it all. So let's get back into it. So Pearl about he about to school Pearl on the shit she should have known because she approached the topic like a know-it-all. Textbook. Let's go.
To go up telling us that we're oppressed. Like, I think that I can do anything minus like the physical stuff, but I think I can apply for any job a guy can if I want. I can go after any job that I want. I can ask for more money if I want. And I don't think that men are out there discriminating against women. I don't think that men are, men are such capitalists. Men want to make money. It's like if women were so much cheaper, they would just hire all women.
Right. It's not how it.
And that was another slick manosphere talking point that she misconstrued. Even though you hear a lot of people from the manosphere say that, because there's a little bit of truth to it. You know, that's one of the more newer manosphere talking points. There's a little bit of truth to it. But she doesn't believe that, and he knows she doesn't believe that. So he's going to just call her bullshit on it every time because he knows that she can't unpack it. All right? So, but that is a manosphere talking point that she just threw out there.
It works, but I've never claimed to have a solution, right? I'm just saying there is a problem, which you deny.
I'd also say, I grew up in a family business too. So my dad hired people all the time. Like he had over 200 employees.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was she the leader of the company?
Now watch this. This is the part that I saw that I was telling y'all about. Now watch this. She stared, like she looked at that screen like, yo, what? She looked at that screen with that 1,000-mile stare because now this nigga done did his research. And now she knows that, oh, he coming for my neck type shit. Now he asking me specific questions. I can't naive my way out of this one. She takes a minute and then she locks in and like, oh, okay, so you did your research. You know my family. All right, let's go.
What was you're researching my family now, huh?
Well, that's all public.
No, my mom, I mean, I don't know what they titled it. Like, I don't
Your
think
mom
really
was the president, I believe, but
yeah,
based on the interview,
they might have titled it one thing or another. My mom did more of the marketing sales side. My dad did the.
And you need to look at how he's looking back at her. He's like, gotcha. What's up?
Engineering, the software.
Okay.
I think they wanted to get some grant, so I think like they might have had her, like they did that to get.
So she basically right here technically admitted to a crime. She technically right here literally admitted to a crime. Nah, Shatira, what he put it out there. I'll show y'all. What he said was that she literally technically admitted to a crime. He just threw that out there, but he said, did Pearl, the title is, did Pearl admit to a crime? Because what she literally said was, we put our mother in that position to get basically a loan from the government or a grant or whatever. So what you're saying, Shatira, that would be the subsidies because she was a woman probably in a certain position or something. So she qualified. See what I'm saying? So basically what you're saying is correct. But what he put out was, did she break the law? Because she basically said that the father used the mother to get a certain type of money from the government. That's how he was framing it. I said, damn, bro. They real dog. I'm telling you, if you ever look, I know we used to seeing black on black crime, but if you ever seen white on white fuckery, it is the craziest shit if you know how to break it down, because if you understand what's going on. Mind you, no nigga has ever done this to Pearl or brought up any of this stuff. So he's doing his research and he's getting her to fucking admit, like by proxy, admit that her father broke the law. So let's go. It's crazy.
Some grant from the government or something. I don't remember. But
so in this, is that a crime?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that on air.
We can cut that out.
Parents might not like that.
So I guess, again, we're.
Look at these niggas fishing for something. Is that a crime? Is that a crime? Oh, we shouldn't put that on air. Then why would you say, is it a crime on air? Fuck boy, why would you admit that it's a crime on air? We probably shouldn't bring no attention to it. Now you just brought more attention to it. You could have wrote that on a billboard or something like that. Hey, don't admit the crimes on the show. We'll talk about it after. God damn. I'm starting to realize people that people ain't really happy for people, man. People ain't really happy for people. Ain't no black dude did no shit like this. And Pearl went out of her way to fucking not talk to black people, because that other bitch I was gonna do a show on, that android looking chick that came from the gaming sector. She looks like an android. I already knew something was off with her, but she went the fuck in. Like, she went the fuck in on Pearl. Like, she came for that woman's jugular. Like, she came for that woman's life. So, damn, bro, you really trying to sabotage Pearl like that? It's a cold game, dog. It's a cold game we play, man. Let's go.
We're kind of hitting a wall on this topic, but what I would say is this: is that I don't claim to have a solution. I'm rebutting your claim that the pay gap is a myth, because it's not a myth. It exists. I don't know how to fix it. I'm just saying it's not a myth. That's an oversimplification, and it's dishonest.
Yeah, I just don't. I think most of the pay gap you can attribute, and you even agreed to this, the 77 cents to 3%, like, is very different. I think the majority of the pay gap 3%. You can.
Oh, you mean the uncontrolled?
Yeah.
It's more than 3%, but I agree that it's lower. Yeah, it's a lot lower.
And even with that, like, I just would guess there's more to it, because I just don't see.
Is there anything else you want to guess at
I don't.
See, he's sneaking in these little fucked up remarks to her. You know, he definitely not. This nigga low blowing. He not playing. I mean, some people will say, hey, yo, he's not saying the best thing, but he's playing by the book, right? But see, this is why Pearl doesn't understand what she's saying, because he's saying that he says it's not a myth, it exists. And Pearl could have fired back and said, yes, it does exist. And it's a myth because it changes. That's why that number goes up and down. And we're saying it exists. We're saying we're saying it exists because women are choosing these type of jobs versus these type of jobs. We're literally saying the same thing. But since you want to go petty, technically I am right, because we both agree that it exists. but you kind of didn't get what I was saying when I said it was a myth. You know what I'm saying? Which he didn't. It's misconstrued. When dudes say that the pay gap is a myth, we're literally saying the arguments around the pay gap and the things that people are talking about concerning the pay gap is disingenuous and it's not true. The pay gap talking point is a myth. Because if you say it exists, and I'm telling you, yeah, the talking point is a myth, and what I'm saying, where I'm saying that women work certain jobs and men work certain jobs that yield certain pay grades. Obviously, the grades concerning the jobs and things that they're doing are going to be a legit reason for an actual gap. A pay gap will exist if you get paid more to scrub something than you get paid to shine it or do something else or whatever. It exists. Because then your whole logic crumbles. Then if everybody gets paid the same, then why go to college? Because the person with the bachelor degree should be making as much money with the person with the master's degree. People don't hear themselves, and it makes no fucking sense. So to say that somebody has a bachelor and this person has a master's in the same subject, they should get paid the same? So if you don't believe that, then obviously you believe in some type of gap that's going to involve payment. You can catch people with different analogies or different examples. Do you believe you should spend more time in school to earn the same as somebody that spent 2 or 3 years or 4 years? Or should you spend 8 years learning something versus 4 years and get paid the same? Hell, we even did stories in the space how PhDs aren't finding work. We in a day and age right now, nigga, coming up, you could work at a grocery store as a butcher, and that was a career that could feed you and your family. Nigga, you can't do shit now being a butcher unless you work at a high class, if you work at a high class establishment. Even the Benihana niggas don't make that much, which is fucked up. All right, but anyway, yeah, they're too bougie. Yeah, anyway, all you got to do is admit that she already gave him the jewels. She already got him to admit that he agrees with what she's saying. Yeah, chopping up some unique, high quality meat, right? All you got to do is say, okay, well, if you believe that certain people should make more, then obviously there's going to be a obvious pay gap. What are we arguing about here? Like she didn't even challenge him on that. Somebody and this is what fucks a lot of people up, because people just want to argue and debate and shit like that. Somebody wielding that type of talking points should at least be ready for some kickback. That's the part they don't tell you. When you talk like you from the actual manosphere, you better be ready for some kickback, and it could come on the man's side or the woman's side. So she's not used to people. She used to people that will agree. She's not used to people that's going to kick back on that talking point. And he actually made a stupid preference as to why he disagrees. They literally said the same thing. If you listen to the conversation the first time they went over the pay gap. Obviously, if you know women are not doing the jobs that men are doing, and they're getting paid generously and handsomely for it, okay, what's the fucking problem? And then Pearl's so dumbfounded, she don't even know where that talking point comes from. She just regurgitating it. Nigga, if we live in a society that tells men that you need to be the breadwinner and you need to make as much money as you can to sustain you and the potential family, because they tell you need to find a woman and get married. You know, find yourself a girl and settle down, live a simple life in a little town, right? But you should be the man of the house. You should be in charge of your household. You should know, you should have the bills paid. You should have all of this stuff. So even morality wise, men are supposed to get paid more, because guess what? Women are still looking for men to take care of them. And that responsibility comes with yielding more finances. So if that responsibility for the most part is put on men to yield more finances, what the fuck? Even then, he doesn't get stuff from the government for the most part. You're not promised shit from the government as a man. And Pearl, going back to what Shatera was saying, because white women do get those grants and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure black women will know when it comes down to affirmative action, white women get chosen first. White women are the face of affirmative action. They put that welfare jacket on the sisters and stuff like that. White women benefit off of welfare. What? So even me in the manosphere, I'm not gonna run with that narrative. I mean, do you know a sister taking advantage of? Well, of course, anybody knows anybody. But that also means white people know more people too. So I'm not about to let the space put a fake jacket on the sisters about that. But going back, you know, Shatera was right. They would have gave that grant to Pearl's mama and her dad for that organization. They would have gave that grant to them. Y'all be thinking white people are rich. Hell no. White people know how to take advantage of certain things. Yeah, you go get as much grants as you can possible. You go get certain things. You apply for this. You do this. Hopefully your privilege will work here. This you're going to have to work for. This, that, and the third. That's how they get down. You're not fucking around. Hey, man, I'm going to go sell some drugs. Come on, man. And if they do, damn, where can I get a grant to open up a dispensary? That's what they go for. Go talk to brothers right now trying to start a goddamn dispensary. White people locking them out of the damn equation. Oh, they don't use these type of sprays on their weed, and you're smoking more chemicals if you smoke with Tyrone over there and this, that, and the third. They lowball. They be putting out them little articles and videos and shit. I be seeing that shit. It's something seated in black people is the reason why we undercut each other. Hey, man. Because look at what Pearl said, and look how quick they were to call her out on. Did you just like admit that y'all broke the law? Them niggas fishing for shit. Whereas a nigga and a black woman can sit up there and holler at how she finessed the fucking welfare every single month on a podcast. Don't nobody give a fuck. But look at this asshole. Did she just admit it to breaking the law? Yo, she should go to jail for that. That's not right. Like if they're so clean cut. Like if somebody gave them $1 million for being somewhere, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give it back. Oh no, it's okay. I know why you gave it to me. I was white and all that other stuff you like us is cool, but I'm gonna give it back. Or I'm gonna donate it to a black family or something. I don't know. Shouldn't even be looking forward to that. But hey, it happens sometimes. I don't know. But hey. So it's really about morality, man. You know, when they try you for these little manosphere talking points, they're like, "Oh, you're a sick human being. I'm more moral than you," and all this other stuff. You know, that's you know, they approach it the same fucking way. And they're kind of trying to school Pearl and let her know, like look, you're saying that women deserve less in these areas and stuff like that, but you're like, like you're not even acting in your best interest. Like majority of women do. They will act in their best interest. I mean, if you can get a get out of jail free card because you have a coochie, you think somebody not gonna use that motherfucker? You really want to live in fucked up conditions in your life? Life can look, not just men or women. Not just women, but men too. Life can deal some bullshit at you. And you just want to make it stop. And if the coochie is the stop button, can you blame a bitch? Yeah, I know that's what you meant, Shatera. I know exactly what you meant. I know exactly what you meant. That's a legitimate question. Because that's what it's about. It's in a woman's nature to be selfish to a certain degree. It's not even like if you're actually selfish, but it will cross your mind like, damn, that bitch not even thinking about herself. You're not wrong to, you know what I'm saying? I don't think a woman's wrong for thinking like that if to a certain degree. And then at the end of the day, look, that shit, whether you selfish or not, reasonably, you got to think about yourself, you know? So it's not about women being selfish, but I'm telling you, women gonna have some questions if you sound like Pearl. They're gonna be like, bitch, we kind of fighting for some shit happens. You know what I tell y'all in the beginning of this podcast? It's about having more options. Not if you're necessarily gonna use it, but if your life should lead you down a path where you might have to hoe out or do certain things. Hey, it is what it is. It's a thing, right? Some women come to their senses like, look, I ain't super bitch. I can't stop that. So if even shit, I mean, I don't do it. And if she does it, cool. Some women straight up lie. Oh, all my friends are hoes, but I'm not the hoe. I'm not the 6'1". No, not me. Takes one to know one, right? All kinds of shit. It really don't play out in life the way people think it is. All of those women, all of those white women, you see how like here in the manosphere we make fun of sisters that be like, oh, I'm in my soft girl era now, or I just want she was a feminist at one point and then all of a sudden she just flips or something like that. That's why people question the authenticity of it. You know what I'm saying? We think the same way when we hear like Derek Jackson's or Simps. Like, you know what? You should pay $1 million every time you have to go on a date with a woman. Like, nigga, why would you say some stupid shit like that, right? And then try to shame niggas because they don't have $1 million, knowing damn well you don't always have $1 million. You're like, you really think that, nigga? So there's never going to be a time where you're going to want to date a shorty, but you don't have $1 million to take her out. We think the same way. It's not hard. It's not difficult, And that's why she seems so crazy to these women on like the Fresh and Fit show and all these other shows and the whatever show or other shows that she's been on, because it's like, bitch, you're not including yourself. And then you had intellectual women that were here chopping it up with us, and then that's where the whole term pick me and all that shit comes from. To tell you the truth, if we do some manosphere history, the pick me term actually came from the men. But women picked it up, no pun intended, and twisted it into something else. If y'all want to know the history, ask somebody that's been here, like myself. I've been here. The pick me conversation actually came from men saying that, you know how like when you play softball or kickball or something like that, they choose two teams and then they put you in a line, and other than like what you're known for and all this other stuff, that's why dudes are still stuck on this whole conversation of what do you bring to the table, or what can you do for me? Or, you know, men are having a problem with the qualification conversation. They just want to qualify. So a woman should be trying to qualify herself. Like, and that's what women are like, oh, I cook, I clean. That's them thinking that they're qualifying themselves. So the conversation back then was men were like, oh, you have to be trying to get picked by the guy. You have to try to get picked, you know, for the team. And women have turned the analogy of, oh, well, you know, oh, you're trying to be like me, pick me, pick me. I'm the one you should pick me. And they're like, you don't even realize that you're joining a team. Not pick me and I'm being the only one. Or, you know, or eventually he gonna cheat, or you're sucking up to him and you don't even know what the hell you're getting yourself into. You're just a pick me chick. You know, it's so weird. And then it's just funny because the analogy, it just goes so far, because at some point every girl is a pick me. Now you got people on here that'll sit up there and lie to you and stuff like that, but you're trying to get chosen. You know, you may not be overtly acting like a pick me. You may not be, you know, but you're always going to be a pick me. Every girl's a pick me. And if you ever like somebody and you wanted them to like you back, pick me. Because that goes into the realm of attraction. Attraction has no choice. You know. But anyway, they're flipping this whole rhetoric on Pearl, and literally, you know, just they coming for her. They're coming for her head top. You know, I don't know what she said that may have pissed them off, but maybe she probably said a lot of things that may have pissed them off. But she definitely wasn't ready for this. And you know, some other dude is like throwing shit and he's not even on camera. And like, it be your own people. That's all I'm gonna say. It be your own people. Greed and jealousy will do that. So, you know, I don't know if he has a bigger platform than hers, but there's a lot of people that's mad at her success, you know. And you'll never know, man. People be mad at your success. And bro, you like literally, hey, you know, it's time to cut the grass, bro. You know, if it's gonna be time to cut the grass, time to cut the grass. Look at how Cigar Garvey turned his back on Pearl. Look at how much people probably turned their back on Pearl. Cigar Garvey started out, I ain't gonna lie, to a certain degree, I even stopped talking about him. He started off genuine, and then it turned into something else, and it's like, oh shit, okay, well, yeah, it's back to square number one. You wanted clout. So who's to say? I don't know if she did a podcast with this guy. I saw Destiny. He broke this down and was roasting her. That's crazy. That right there is crazy. But then again, I think she was doing a thing about somebody was getting real disrespectful with his wife or nabbing his wife. So, hey man, the gloves are off at this point. Especially when it comes to Pearl, the gloves are off. You know. So let's go. 5 hours and 51 minutes into the show. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the support up. Shout outs to everybody that's in the building. Good afternoon. Well, good evening. Shit. Good evening. You know, we are here as Player Talk Radio. Definitely giving y'all some great content and some gems. You know, having a really deep talk about certain topics and things. We touching on a lot of different things, you know. What's going on, Bro Speak Podcast? You said if Pearl can't handle some other YouTuber, how's she gonna talk in front of Congress and in the Senate like BGS hopes? He just want to get Candace Owens fucking attention on the space, thinking that she doesn't listen to the space. You know, how do you assume that, you know what I'm saying, she doesn't listen to you in the space? You know, how to, you know, I think you would have moved, like, assume that she listens to you. I mean, if you know everybody don't talk every time they in here, shout outs to Bro Speak Podcast. Some of your stuff is coming across my timeline on my other channel. Not this one, because I'm shadow banned on this one, but I saw you were touching on a couple of topics. I didn't get a chance to watch your videos, but I definitely got it in a queue to watch later. But I didn't know you were in here. You see what I'm saying? And good question. You know, my thing is, though, guys, is that, you know, he assumes Candace Owens don't listen to this space or don't know about this space. And he thinks that we're going to get certain things into legislation and certain laws written and all this other stuff. Man, look. The people in actual politics cannot trust nobody in this goddamn space. And they already know that. You know? What senator or local guys in anybody's city or not even just your city, when have you said, you know, I can get my senator on my show to talk about certain things and interact with you guys? Because that's still, you know, when you appear on someone's podcast in those positions, that's still a public appearance. You know what I'm saying? That's still a public appearance. So that's still them doing footwork, not maybe actual footwork like going to the show, but even if they cut on the camera and talk to certain people from the space, you don't hear nobody or no senators coming to the space to talk to any of these niggas. Even if they're a friend. I'm going to tell you, the only person that told me that they can get a senator or somebody that's in governmental power or has some type of power in a city or a town or a state that the manosphere could actually talk to and get them to actually do something was Miss Sheila. My girl Sheila always, you know, let everybody know that, yeah, I got friends that are in high places and I talk to them and they know about some of y'all, and to a certain degree, at some point, I want to get them. I want to, you know, get you guys in contact with them so you can actually, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of these dudes are not active in their community. You wouldn't have to go through fucking Pearl to get the attention of somebody, unless majority of these brothers are active in the community. Now, this space at some point was a community. And still is, but certain things that transpired in this space, this ain't the type of community that people thought it was or think it is. You know? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What's going on, Sower? Shout outs to a Sower FC. Yeah, they care about lobbying, they care about stuff, they care about the money. Yeah, that's what I was getting back to also. The manosphere, if it wanted to get certain things, you know, into Congress or whatever, or a bill signed or something like that, the manosphere doesn't have enough money to pay the fucking, like, come on now. IOUs turn into DIY, do it yourself. You know? When Obama first got into office, he said, I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. Yes. Yeah, I believe it is. Boy, the L. Gibbon hit that nigga with some paper. Well, you know, if you like each other, you know, you like each other. You know, I just, you know, that direct deposit hit. I mean, I just believe that, you know, if two people like each other, they should be able to marry each other. But that direct deposit hit quick. Well, know why? Because the L. Gibbon got crazy money, unseen money. They got fuck you money. They got stupid money. Look at all the people that got shot in Chicago and shit over the fucking weekend and shit. And niggas are still on the internet asking where the hell is Black Lives Matter. Niggas ain't like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, Reverend Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. They're not good at chasing ambulances no more because guess what? They don't have to chase the ambulance no more. Damn, how much gems do I got to give out? How much gems do I have to give out? They're not interested in chasing ambulances no more because guess what? You don't have to chase ambulances anymore. That's when all the money used to go to Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. You knew when them niggas knocked on your door, oh man, despite what happened, I'm about to get a check. There's a check somewhere in it. But now you don't know who the fuck's gonna show up. Hey, I'm a part of Black Lives Matter, and somebody scams you and shit. You know, families that get this shit like that happens. You know, people knock on their door and say, yo, I'm a part of Black Lives Matter, and get some money from them and get scammed. Or use the likeliness of their son or child's demise to make money. Hell, even Black Lives Matter is fucking up the check. They fuck up the check. They just filed for bankruptcy. And they always try to show sisters in the worst light, even though sisters have been fucking up over there. They're not showing the real owner of Black Lives Matter. Why is that? But they're showing sisters fumbling the check, up there filing for bankruptcy and doing all kinds of shit, buying Chipotle every day and driving Range Rovers. So obviously, if the manosphere put it out there that it's about the money, well, why is MOT running for manosphere president and not Congress? Things that don't even make you go, You don't even have to go, for that to be like, oh, man. Oh, man. Not again. God damn. Drake voice, bro. Why is that? Oh, you know, because when sisters make the money, they don't build a what you call it, after school programs and you know, little spots where kids could go play basketball after school to keep them up out of the streets. Or girls could go learn ballet classes half off or something like that. They don't go to these places and open up nothing like that. And then obviously when you know, when niggas are like, well, a man is supposed to open up a sports center or something when he gets the money to go do it. But that same woman bragging on Instagram how she made a bunch of money and buys all the nice purses and stuff like that, they don't put no pressure on her to go open up an after school program or you know, they don't put that type of pressure on her. They just don't. It's not required of her. And obviously, like I said, I know he's not moving right. We talked about him earlier. Umar, you know. I mean, I'm at the point, I'm like, all right, you know, I know niggas be scamming, but at this point, I'd rather the money go to Umar than anybody else. Because, you know, we act like getting scammed by another race or somebody's going to be even more better. You know? Maybe if Umar or somebody else black scams us enough, we could probably have a real conversation about it and really get some work done. That's my opinion. Because you all sit up there and get that white man that money. Black people are very funny. You know? They'll give another white person, they'll give another race of people the money before they turn around and give it to another black person. That's just how we are. Y'all go look up how to sell to the Negroes. Oh, that's on YouTube too. You know, black people are very funny. You know, I was pointing this shit out too when niggas really wanted to act like they support black. If y'all go listen to old player talk radio shows, the app is not around no more, or I guess it's being worked on. I got to check on it. But I used to promote an app called Bob Spotter. And what Bob Spotter was, it was an app that was an acronym of Black owned business. Bob Spotter, Black owned business spotter. And what you could do with this app that I promoted on my show was, if you wanted certain things like groceries, toilet paper, fucking toothpaste, soap, and things like that, you could type it into this search bar. It was a search engines, right? You could type it into the search engine, and it will bring up a black business. It will bring up a black business in your area, and the black business that it bring up in your area was supposed to give you enough information on that business to say, hey, they spend their money black. They spend their quote unquote air quotes. They spend their money black, and that's not always true. You know what I'm saying? You can spend your black dollars with a black business, and that black business turns around and spend that money with a Arab guy or somebody else. You know what I'm saying? The whole point of buying black and spending black is to circulate the currency amongst ourselves, or have a circulation of currency amongst ourselves. And also, having enough money to generate with ourselves that will turn into resources where we could create our own coin or our own dollar. The fact that you have people still asking for reparations instead of creating their own coin, knowing damn well you can create a coin now and skyrocket that coin. Nobody talks about this. I sat here and listened to y'all talk about every single reparational fucking concept ever. I've heard it all. Y'all don't even be seeing me. I don't even talk about this stuff that much on the show unless I'm about to draw a bigger point. I done seen every single black. I even came from the fucking conscious center, so you know I done the conscious sector. So you know I done seen and heard it all, nigga. Now we live in a time where black people can create their own coin that can eventually grow into its own currency. And you know what you can do instead of ask for reparations? Yeah, we will take our quote unquote reparations back in this particular type of coin. This is how we feel that you owe us and you need to pay us back. You know, you could play on the morality piece, but you could say it will mean much to the black community if you pay us back in our preferred coin. Because at least at some point you're showing people that, hey, we, instead of fucking the money off as niggas, because what are the black generation of the future gonna say to the black families that fuck their money off if we got reparations? And honestly, obviously we don't understand how slavery works, so reparations and things of that sort has to be ribbons and butter biscuits that people can hold over your head to keep you in the position that you've been maintaining. Because if a motherfucker really wanted you up out of here, they'll pay you back and be like, now we don't owe you shit, so we can treat you anyway. We can do anything we want to you at this point because we said sorry. Anything else is on you because we're not going to do this again. They can literally do that. They can literally lie right now and said, we gave y'all reparations back to the owner of the household and tally up all the programs and everything that they have out for quote unquote black women. Because another thing that y'all don't know, and black women have failed to talk about this also, is that they will try to put they will say something and say, yo, we're putting this out specifically to black women, and then black women go get those grants or go get those resources and stuff like that, and they gave it away to another woman that's probably not black but has black in her family, so she's technically black. You know, you got some people that are siphoning those resources and stuff like that, you know, because they'll say, yo, we got a business loan scholarship being given out to the brothers in this area, and an Indian man will come and scoop that shit up. The Indian man will come and scoop that shit up because technically he can say, yo, hey, I am black, I have melanin, I have a family here, and blah blah blah. Let me get that grant up off you though. Who gonna really argue with him? So our people don't be getting all of these little, and then half the time black people don't be applying for this shit. So you're talking to a good slither that do. So assume they know what they're doing or what they're talking about. Some of us don't get them grants or them little loans or stimulus and all that other weird shit. A lot of these governors and these mayors and shit like that, they look good on the front end because it's like, look, I gave it, but they're not dealing with it on the back end. Or niggas got to go through hell on the back end just to get something that was promised to them. So let's not take that out of the equation. But yeah, if the manosphere is saying that you got to have money to deal with these people, okay, well, where's the bag? What's the budget for it? Or why don't you run? Why don't you run? We'll vote. And look, you could get everybody in the manosphere to vote for you. How about that? You could be bringing in voters from another demographic, if that's what you want to do. You know, you said, you just reminded me, Satan Sinner made his own coin too. I meant to go back and buy into it. That was last year. Yeah. Marquette's a smart dude, man. I known about Marquette for more than about 4 or 5 years now. I think before he even took on the moniker Satan Sinner. Marquette been around for a good minute. I remember about 4 or 5 years I did a show with a pimp named Brother Wise. Shout outs to my player partner, Brother Wise. And he kind of really got me hip to like what Sinful was doing. And Freeze. And this was like 5-6 years ago. Maybe 7 years ago. And I used Marquette, one of his videos, as a reference to stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? So Marquette been around for a good minute. If I was to show y'all that video, y'all laugh because he looks the same, but he looks, you know, obviously he's younger. He looks different. But all right, anyway, the Pearl's getting her ass handed to her. So
I don't think that men have this evil. I think it's silly. It's silly to think that men have this evil coalition where they just unconsciously discriminate against women.
I agree. And that's not what's happening. Yeah. That's the oversimplification part. Speaking of coalitions, what do you think about the Jews? I'm just kidding.
I don't have any.
I'm
no
just kidding.
opinion
I'm
on
just
that.
kidding.
Keep me on.
You see that? You see that smile? She's up here getting trolled, man. She's up here getting trolled. See that devilish smile he flashed? Like, why would you even bring that up? He coming for this girl's throat. He's doing what a lot of people wish they could do to her. So I'm not gonna be up here saying I don't know why he's doing this, but he foul, man. He really foul, man. That's a foul dude, bro.
I was just kidding. That's not a serious question.
No sympathy.
Let's talk about some of your really interesting ideas on this one here. You say men want younger women. This is something I've heard you say quite a few times here. I'll play this clip to set it up.
The person that will get me at 40 years old, at 50 years old, is getting a different version than he had when I was 18, 20 years old.
But it's a less valuable version to men.
No, that's not the right man for me because
no, it's not. It's not the right man for you. It's how men can't help what they're attracted to. No, it is all men. They can't. If you survey men between the ages of 20 and 80, they're all the most attracted to 22-year-olds. I peaked 3 years ago, and you guys did too. At 22, 23, and this is men between the age of 20 and 80. So what men value is purity, youth, and fertility. And so, like, what would you be able to offer to a guy?
So that's something I've heard you say. Obviously, you strongly believe that, right? That women who are past the age of 22, their value goes down, and all men just want young girls.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what's the message behind this? What is it? Who are you speaking to, and what is it that?
I mean, it's just true. Men do want younger women.
Oh.
You know what? And I'm gonna say it just like this. I think I've seen and I've heard this story before. And I'm gonna just run this by y'all. Just in case this happens. Y'all can't lie and say y'all didn't hear it here. Don't say I never did nothing to y'all, all right? Don't say I never did nothing for y'all, all right? If you are enjoying tonight's content, entertained, or have received any gems, please support the good game and uncommon information. You can support via PayPal. You can support via Cash App, and you can support via Super Chat. All right. I'm betting that one day Pearl might just say, because it's kind of looking that way, she might just be like, yo, I was indoctrinated by the manosphere. When you get into their community and you listen to them and you hear some of the stuff they say, it seems like it's the right thing, but she might, like, I've learned by listening to the Malcolm X story about how that woman said that these niggas brainwashed her into doing stuff, and she wasn't with the robberies and the blah blah blah. Like, she basically turned on Malcolm X. She can get that get out of jail free card, man. I seen y'all niggas, y'all let Miley Cyrus do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and obviously, I mean, obviously, if you are a white girl hanging out with Juicy J and all these other niggas, I think you know what you're getting yourself into and what you're doing. But in this case, I don't know, man. Pearl could say, hey, they brainwashed me. Hey, I was in their little community and this is how they thought. And I thought I was going on these shows and thought I was saying the right things and damsel in distress, and I thought this was cool, and then boom, let's say, fellas, one day, since she likes the brothers, let's say one day she ends up dating a black guy, and they publicly split. And the manosphere knows about it. They say the manosphere fucks up her relationship with the new guy that she's dating. Do you think she's gonna, do you think she's gonna not play that card at some point? Let's say she breaks up with a black man and they had a kid. And now she has to take advantage of him in child support. Or she feels that it's look how quick she turned into a Karen and said Karens were needed when she was going at Sarah Garvey and some other cats in this space. You don't think? Come on now. Oh, and by the way, she owes the Black Manosphere one. Just make sure. I'm making sure y'all know that. By the way, she owes the Black Manosphere one. She didn't really respond to nobody in the space when they were talking shit. So it's like, okay, put that in my back pocket right quick. Put that in my back pocket. You know. So if she turns, don't say you weren't warned.
Well, right. I want to ask you this before we get into that. What is your message? Who are you speaking to, and what is it you're hoping that they take from this?
I mean, I just believe in speaking about things that are true. And I think a lot of times as women, we're told that we can just wait forever, get married at 35 and have a bunch of kids, and that's just not true.
Who's saying that?
I just think it's the message that's pushed by the media and culture today. So
the media is telling women to get married at 35.
I mean, what have you ever seen? Like, what's a homemaker that's on TV?
You mean like in a sitcom, or you mean like in a
no, but I'm saying like we don't have them in the media and the culture. Like family really isn't. It's really family really isn't pushed. And so I'm not saying it to dog on women, but I just think a lot of times like we're lied to. I mean, we have men are called ageist if they don't want younger women. You know, men are constantly shamed when they have a standard. So it's not. I mean, that's like a conversation from a 3-hour episode. I don't remember the
I've
context.
heard you bring it up a lot. I know that.
Yeah, because it's true.
So
and a lot of times as women.
You're speaking to women. You're saying past 22, your value is going down. And
yes,
and your message
to men, and your value on the sexual marketplace. So your value, like that doesn't mean like your personal worth. I'd like to just clarify that. But yeah.
And so your message to them is nothing. You're just saying that because it's true. I mean, why not just say the sun is hot?
I mean, don't wait till 35 to get married. Get married as young as you can.
Right, get married as young as you can.
Yeah.
Now, you seem to offer a lot of advice to who you're mostly giving advice to women. Would you say?
I wouldn't really. Okay. I wouldn't really.
And I was just about to say something because damn well she's not talking about women and she's not talking to women. Femme Sapien tried the same shit. She's not targeting young women and she's not talking to women. If you are a woman and you are around or you're nosy in the manosphere, that's the only reason why you heard of Pearl. She even has wife school. There's more niggas over there than there are women. And if the women are over there, they're usually there the same reason why Fresh and Fit got women. Are there women that agree with her? Of course. Are there women that like her show? Definitely. Certainly. But no. She's talking to men. And that's why she's kind of like, because she can't even wiggle out of this one because she don't know how much homework this nigga has done. She's like, I talk to women, but I think let's see if she's gonna admit that there's more men. And he's asking her a question to see if she's gonna lie. He knows the answer. She still hasn't caught on to this. She hasn't even hit him one time with a "you tell me." Seems like you done your homework. What have you seen? So let me clarify. Or whatever. The thing is that he's not trying to do that because guess what? One, she could lie. And two, he's playing a game of gotcha. Or I'm gonna ask you a question to see if you lie about it. That's literally what's going on. All right, so let's go.
Excuse me.
I guess sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I've heard you say that even. And then so men
Like I wouldn't say I'm like an advice channel, like do this, do this, do this. I mean, it's more talking about the state of relationships today is a better way that I would put it.
So as men get older, not like super old, but their value goes up. And as a man's value on the sexual marketplace goes up, they're looking for younger virgins, right? That's important. And so any woman who's not
Well, historically, virginity has always been a prerequisite for marriage. Like 100 years.
And this bitch up here biting the fucking cheese. Who the fuck is looking for a virgin? He walked you down. You said marry as young as possible, so men are looking for a virgin. Oh my God, stop biting the cheese, Pearl. No.
Years ago, 85% of women didn't admit to premarital sex. So, it's more abnormal now that women are not virgins anymore.
Do you know what an appeal to tradition is? What we did 100 years ago doesn't predict anything.
Well, I'm saying the outcomes are better for women. Like the outcomes are obviously better. We have more women on antidepressants than ever before, and it's tough because there are studies both ways when it comes to female happiness, but most of the ones that I've seen indicate that women are unhappy over a certain age without children, and most women wanted to have kids at some point in their life. And I just think, and you could see what happens in front of you. Like you're not blind. Women are happier with the family.
So again, you're doing the "I'm not blind. I see this," which is like again kind of.
Man, you see this, Spawn? She still got on training wheels. He's walking her into a male pedophile conversation, man. He's literally walking her into so they should be young, so they should be virgins, and they should be. Oh my God, man. This is horrible. Don't be surprised. Let's go.
Of an emotional argument. Antidepressants didn't
You
exist
just want to
100
call me
years ago.
emotional today. That's just your go-to today.
Well, I'm trying. It's hard to have a conversation with somebody who says
the sexism I face in this country. I just get called emotional.
Right.
And yeah, that's the funny part because he's actually in actuality, he's actually more emotional than Pearl. Pearl is just playing the part. She's so nonchalant, she don't even know when she's not making sense. You know what I'm saying? This guy is trapping her in all these in a bunch of just like easy. He's trapping her in a bunch of like easy fallable stuff that's gonna make her sound bad. And he's supposed to be the guy with all the answers. So in reality, he's the more emotional one. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to it, because if she was to actually really give him some pushback and have a go, then he would have been speaking emotionally. You know what I'm saying? Or could be able to answer some of those questions and get him into a certain lane of conversation, which exposes that he's full of shit, So there it is. So that's just the reality of it. But yeah, like Spawn said, she still got on her training wheels, and he's really walking her into a conversation where he really wants to say that the kind of guys that she's representing are more pedophile-ish. It always that's always the setup, especially mentioning virgins. That's always the setup. Cause and it's disingenuous because in real life will tell you just because she's young doesn't mean that she's a virgin. And dating young as let's say if a nigga didn't agree with Pearl, oh, she has to marry as young as possible. It's still setting you up because he's mentioning virgins, but not all women that are going to marry that are young, quote unquote, as possible are going to be virgins. So to a certain degree, you're going to have to specify that because he's going to try to walk you down this. Oh my God. There we go.
Well, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who just says, "I feel this." You know what I mean? It's like, how do you address that in a conversation? You say, "I see this. I'm not blind." I mean, that's not really a concrete.
Well,
point to me.
I listed the before that.
Let's talk about those.
And see, he's not letting her answer too, but you know, she's not going to really answer this question. So that's why he's jumping from topic to topic just to get admissions from her. Also too, Pearl does use I feel a lot. I guess she didn't watch Kevin Samuels as much because everybody that kind of watched Kevin Samuels or have watched him for some point in time would tell you how he would deal with women that said I feel. You know, he would call it out. And that's something that we used to call out in the manosphere all the time. Women say, I feel. And what did Kevin say? Just because you feel doesn't mean it's true. That's what he would have said all the time. So obviously Pearl didn't study him that much to get that out her lexicon, but she sure does have the manosphere talking points in her lexicon. But hey, you know, who's keeping score here?
Antidepressants didn't exist 100 years ago. What relevance does that have on the happiness of women then and now?
I mean, we're seeing them get more and more on antidepressants.
Well, men are on antidepressants too. I think those are
but
probably
we're not talking about men.
But if men and women are getting on antidepressants at the same rate, then it doesn't.
Why can't we have a conversation about women without talking about the men?
Because
it doesn't. It's like 90%. I can't answer questions if you keep interrupting me when I'm trying to answer you.
Go ahead.
You know, so it's like 90% of women are on contraceptive or have been on contraceptives at some point in their life. 1 out of 3 women has. 1 out of 4 women have an STD. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion. It's like these aren't good numbers. Like, do you genuinely think that sleeping around is good for women?
I don't think, in my opinion, mass sleeping around, like you're talking about, like 100+ partners, isn't good for men or women.
Okay.
That's my
do you
opinion.
think women sleeping with multiple partners is good?
I think it's completely fine. I don't think there's an issue with women having multiple partners.
Do you think it's good for them? Do you think it's good for women?
I think it depends on the person and the relationships. People? I mean, the premise is neutral. The premise doesn't imply, you know, people, men and women, have good and bad relationships. Some benefit them, some don't.
Overall, multiple partners, you would say good for women or bad for women?
I literally cannot answer that question because it makes no sense. It depends on the relationships. But let's say this. I'll answer it. I'll say I think it's good to get more experiences in life and to have multiple partners. I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's not good.
Why?
So, I think because it leads to more heartbreak.
Heartbreak?
Yeah, like women sleeping with multiple people. I don't think that's a good thing.
You can get heartbroken without sleeping someone.
Yeah, but that's true. But I just don't think it's the same. Women attach through sex.
You think it's not the same? Men attach through sex too, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not talking about men. I'm talking about women.
But
I don't think sleeping around is great for men either. But I don't think it's the same for men and for women.
Hold on, you keep saying let's talk about women, and I just want to say, if there is a communal experience, then it's worth bringing up. Like you say, more women are antidepressants, but if men are on antidepressants in the same trajectory, then that would imply that it doesn't have to do with anything to do with women being promiscuous. It's more of a societal thing that affects both genders equally.
Yeah. Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
If men and women are both on antidepressants at the same rate, then that would suggest something on a larger societal issue, and not because women are promiscuous. So I think that is worth bringing up.
I mean, you could argue a lot of societal issues have come from women being promiscuous.
Okay.
So, I mean, you could if 85% of women were virgins 100 years ago, and everyone's on antidepressants, maybe
So
it
was
doesn't have
society
good
perfect 100 years ago?
Maybe it doesn't have good outcomes for women.
Society was perfect 100 years ago when women were virgins.
I didn't say perfect, but there was more intact families, which
The
I think
life
is
expectancy was like 50 back then, just so you know.
I did not say. I don't know what does that have to do with anything.
Well, you're saying the quality of
Like-
life, I mean, things were better back
No,
then?
I said we.
don't
No,
think
that's.
so.
I said we had more intact families, which I think is important.
Okay. Let's talk about where were we? We were talking about we were on the topic of
Now, I'm not reviewing this to say that he's right and she's wrong, y'all. That's definitely not where I'm coming from with this whole situation. This is just really got nothing to do with us, to tell you the truth. Like I feel like the third wheel watching this shit. But y'all lucky y'all got somebody that'll thoroughly go through a clip and break it down and even really give y'all some real gems behind this, because y'all gonna watch a lot of fuckery if y'all already haven't behind this shit. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. What's going on, Pastor? He's been all over the place too. You know what I'm saying? He's been all over the place too. He's not staying on topic. He's talking about a whole bunch of different stuff. He is jumping around just as much as Pearl, if you think about it. Maybe it's a response to Pearl, or maybe it's a response to what he thought she was, or how she's answering his questions. Like he feels that, okay, she won't play around, I'm gonna play around, or whatever. But he's disingenuous about a lot of stuff too. You could just tell. And honestly, I don't know. It's not too hard to tell. It ain't hard to tell, y'all. But obviously, this is who the space selected to be up there. So, and everybody's mad. You said men and women have depression for different reasons, right? Right. It's disingenuous to say that men are taking the antidepressants for the same reason that women are taking antidepressants. You know, both sexes aren't happy. But it is what it is. And then motherfuckers just taking drugs, man. Like, honestly, let's just keep it 100. You know, them antidepressants, they can become addictive. They're not going to talk about that. Obviously, if you take something that makes you feel really good, once it clears your system and it starts to go down, not saying you're feeling bad, but it takes a bit of dopamine out your system once it clears your system. Obviously, you're going to be dependent on it. Depressants and dependent both starts with a DEP. Okay? Depression. Never mind, y'all. Anyway. He's been full of shit too. Obviously. And I'm not gonna lie. Every time Pearl actually is working him into a conversation or a point, he cuts her off and then goes to another topic. So don't think I haven't sat back and noticed that too. So there's some validity to this. So
men wanting younger women.
And see, he right back on it.
Did I finish this clip?
I just learned a lot from them, so I'd love to hear this side.
Oh, this is the pay gap one. Sorry.
Look, now pay gap.
Men want younger women. We watched this whole clip. So I was just trying to basically apply it to your life if I can. It's like, so older men, when they have money, they have status, they're going to want a younger and more virgin woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a bit of a question, and I'm being honest here. Is it possible and you look at men, right, in terms of like their viability? You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low.
Yeah, they have the stupid Kevin scale that they're going off of right now. You know, I mean, shout outs to Kevin, but that's the scale everybody's going on. A high value men, blah 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 blah, whatever. I want y'all to also pay attention to stuff too, because like people think you don't see it, but definitely I'm a tech guy, I'm a lighting guy, I'm an audio guy. I'm using a headset today. I'm on my Edward Anderson shit, right? Let me stop. Shout outs to Ed though. If you look at the lighting in his, I want y'all to pay attention to certain things. If you look at the lighting on his show, he has like a couple of side lights, nothing overhead or something like directly on him. So you can see when he's turning red, technically, right? Now, when he's talking to Pearl, I want y'all to pay attention to Pearl when he pans back to her, because y'all be like, oh, Pearl looks pale. Oh, Pearl looks this or Pearl looks that. No, it's actually her lighting. The way her lighting is set up, that, and I guess her makeup, but the way her lighting is set up is that if she was to turn red, because Pearl should be red as fuck right now. It just happens, you know. Come on now, because this nigga, he's pink, but he turning red, if not red. Pearl's lighting, it makes her look more white because of the brightness. I don't know how to explain it, but at least you can't see her turn red. So check it out.
Low value man, right? And we could say that. We can put men into those categories.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Boom. See how the lighting is with the shadow and the depth of field in the back? Almost got a shadow on one side. But she looking a little pinkish. All right, we'll see.
So let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner, right?
He's trying to get her to admit she's dating.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're single essentially. I guess
God,
you're looking for a significant.
Maybe not.
She getting walked into every single trap. He's trying to get her to admit that she's dating so he can use her as an example for one of the scenarios that she disagrees with. So he can make it seem like, oh, so you don't agree with it in this, you don't agree with it in this, you said so her lighting was bad on the beach with MTR2. I want to check that out. Because Pearl turns pink. I know for a fact she turns pink. And she's looking a bit red right here, but like I said, her lighting makes her look a little bit more. You can do that with lights now. I was playing around my lighting earlier today. I was trying to do some pre-records. And yeah. Yeah, you can definitely do that. All right, so let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
So, if you're looking for men, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No.
Did not tell you that he's going to use her as an example? Come on now. Told y'all this is about to happen, and she's walking herself right back into it. How can I see this and she can't? Clear as day. Sometimes if I'm talking to people like this, I would literally paint out what they're about to do. Yeah, bro, you're asking me for this because you're gonna try to do this and draw it home there. No, that's not what I'm gonna try to do. And then they proceed to do what you just said. So it is. what it is.
It's less valuable. It's less valuable.
Correct. Yes, I would
Yeah.
say I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yes, in terms of the dating market. Yes.
So do you think that how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman, then in a sense, you be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman. So in a sense, a guy that you would settle for would be a loser by your own metrics. Low value.
Well, what are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be a multimillionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
But I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
No. How do you enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value?
I don't really know how.
See, like I said, he was asking her that because he's going to try to place her in a scenario to get a personal answer from her. He's really just going at her, and not really for the sake of the things that he claims he's doing. It's really about her, you know. And he's doing what a lot of people feel that he should do. You know, they felt that, oh, somebody needs to get Pearl about the game or whatever. So he's really running through these questions, testing her, and not really taking her seriously. Because what's next that's about to come is like, why don't y'all take her seriously? You know what I'm saying? Why don't y'all take her seriously? Or why do y'all take her seriously? You know, so man, this is cold-blooded, man. And Pearl is getting herself walked into these, and I think what he's doing is he's serving karma, because he's watched Pearl like kind of manhandle other women and stuff like that. So, you know, he kind of got his cape on. I ain't gonna lie, he got his cape on, but you know, it is what it is. So let's go.
How to answer that question.
But it is interesting, right? Because in a sense, only a low value man, and I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you, who's a little bit older, not as fertile. You are not a virgin. And also, I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages. I mean, he's looking for someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook either.
I don't expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Okay. What's your
when I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What value will I be settling on in my personal
what man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
I just I think that's a bit of a inappropriate like question. But
that's interesting because you spend like all day talking about this stuff. I find that it's really interesting to have you and put this out.
See, he up here trolling her. You know, he and this is the thing, like he deems himself as an expert. He deems himself as an expert because he's the one that's like yawning and giving off value and asking questions, and you know, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. Hey, she just does it. So he deems himself as an expert. But now, as soon as you know, and look, he did get her, but I mean, this is the thing. And yeah, she don't want to answer it. It's not inappropriate. He asked her way more inappropriate questions. I'm just trying to figure out why she's drawing the line here. I'm pretty sure he is too. But now when she flips the table back on him, he's like, oh, well, I'm just asking an expert on it because I've seen you do it. You know, so he playing that game. He playing that game with her. And obviously she's young and she's probably, you know, she's a privileged kid. Like she's probably usually the one dealing it out. Like the same thing that women will get on men for you know, like being nervous and stuff like that. You know, a nigga can't be nervous around you because guess what? To y'all, that comes off as less masculine. Oh, I can't be nervous around her because if I show any sign of nervousness, she's gonna pick up on it and I'm gonna come off as less masculine. But guess what? Bras can be nervous than a motherfucker around niggas 24/7. As a matter of fact, he's supposed to detect that you're nervous and be like, "Oh, that's cute. Let me ease you up out of that." Y'all can express, y'all can be nervous, y'all can turn red, y'all can do whatever the hell y'all want to do. That's not a deal breaker, you know. But he was asking her like a bunch of inappropriate questions the whole time. It's funny that she draws a line here. So definitely he spills blood in the water and he's about to flip it back on her and said that, hey, I saw you do it. You're the expert. So let's go.
Analysis into use. Why is it
Because
inappropriate?
the way you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous.
How?
I think most women
like Pearl is either high or slow. Because he's been doing that this whole time. Now let's see if she can flip this. Let's see if she can come back and get him and prove that he was being disingenuous. You said this the guy that said working out is stupid. I don't know, but I am not surprised if he said that. Let's go.
How is it disingenuous?
Yeah, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Why is it disingenuous? I'm analyzing your viability by your own metrics, which you do all day to other women and men. Why is that disingenuous?
I don't. Okay.
Like, I think it's fair to say, because you were talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own?
What's my value to a guy that I'm
No.
looking for?
What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I wish I was a virgin. You know, I should have waited.
No.
Like, I don't know what. Like, I don't.
Okay, that's creepy. I don't know why she would say that. And yeah, this is actually getting creepy. But he been ranking on her the whole time, Pastor. Like, you know, I've been calling it play by play. He been ranking on Pearl this whole fucking time. And she's getting it. It's like, okay, this is not going nowhere. This is not getting nowhere. And she's like answering his questions, but like she's like making herself the anomaly in each question. And maybe she may think this stuff. I don't know what this woman thinks. All right. She thought she knew these manners for talking points. I know that. You know, she thought she knew what she was getting into. I don't think she did. I don't even think she realizes the type of dudes that's watching her channel. These dudes want her up out of here. And it couldn't because she's been analyzing other people. He analyzes people. Let me tell you what's disingenuous. All podcasters, all people that get on here and speak on someone else's situation, you're analyzing somebody. You're analyzing somebody. So to put that jacket on her as if he's not going to go on another show and do the same thing to her or has done it to others, that is disingenuous. She just don't know how to say that. She just don't know if that's truly what she wants to say. So
I don't. You know, most guys don't expect that in 2023. Unfortunately, I think men adapt to the market, but I think to say that you should just sleep around is a bit silly.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that like that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
No. Okay, but hold on. I'm talking about you, Pearl. I'm talking about you. Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing. It's like you are working, you're in the foreground, you don't know how to cook. These are not good things for
Oh,
your
hey,
scorecard.
hey, I'm pretty good now. I've gotten
You have a
gotten a
cook.
lot better.
Okay,
I've
good.
gotten
You're
a lot
working
better.
towards it, but unfortunately, as you age, those things are going to bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like you start in a certain place in life, but all you can do is improve and get better.
That's interesting. I agree. So, what is the point of telling people that they're
Because a lot of
you
times
know,
we're like
damaged?
we're lied to. We're not even told what men want. Being told that men want younger women is like crazy, even though that's
That's
something
not true, by the way.
new.
It's not. That's not true, by the way.
Men don't want younger women. They want, okay, who's hotter? A 50-year-old is equally as hot as a 20-year-old, just based on looks and nothing else.
So, yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be.
Mm-hmm.
But like, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
I mean, if you respect men, you don't like.
But how are you going to settle for a low value man? Because like that, it's like, dude, come on, like
A low value man.
a low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So I would feel very lucky. If I was married, I would feel. Very
So
lucky
you'll
to be
take
married.
anything.
No, I won't take anything. It's a bit silly.
Your standards are quite low.
Say. That's not what I said, but okay.
You said I'll be happy if I get married. I don't, you know what I mean? Hey,
Yeah,
anybody who
I didn't say
marries me would be great.
I didn't say to anyone.
How would you? So, where's your value as a woman? Would you say, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself like a 5.
A 5? Yeah, that's fair. I think. I mean, based on your metric, I'm not saying one way or the other. So we're looking for.
I think I'm a 5.
So you're saying that all men want to have sex with younger women. This is kind of interesting data, but are you aware that the MILF category is like the most popular? It was the #1 most searched term in 2018, MILF.
Yeah, men like to have sex with older women.
But why is it the most searched for?
Yeah,
they're looking for MILFs, and when they watch porn.
Are you saying porn is the same thing as marriage and relationships?
You say men want to have sex with young girls. Why then are men when they're fantasizing?
Women, when you say young girls, that's a bit
okay. 22.
Man, she don't even know what to bring up. You said in 2018, okay, and what was it before that? And before that, so are you trying to say that a trend is the last say? You know, she did have a good rebuttal saying, "Are you trying to, say porn and what you call it are that it equals relationships and whatever." Yeah, that's a nice little comeback, but you got to ask them a question with a better question sometimes, and it got to be like really fast and snappy. You know, sometimes, I mean, I understand, you know, sometimes you think of better debating shit after the debate and shit. Like, damn, I should have, you know, I should have fried that nigga on that topic and his horrible green screen. Look at his hands. His hands are disintegrating. You gotta fix your camera, sir. Anyway, that's what you should have been like. You should have been like, bro, you talking more about a trend. That's in 2018. What's today? Oh, you're gonna look that up. Okay. Well, I talked to people today and I know what's what. She could have been this stupid.
I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay. Young women, 22-year-olds. Why then are they going to Pornhub and looking up MILFs if they just want to, if they prefer? And this is the most searched. Wouldn't they be searching for like teen or something? 2018, yeah.
I guess he doesn't realize that MILFs. Oh my God. Where do I start? I guess he doesn't realize women watch porn too. You know, women look up MILFs also. Just saying.
Yeah.
You know, men aren't that picky. You know what I mean?
No. It's not about picky. It's about preference. They look for
Why
the
do you?
milk.
Okay, so I have a question. Why do you think like the number one, like they swipe right on younger women?
That's
Do you
just the thing
think
you
it's
said.
do you think it's equal, an 18 or 22-year-old versus a 50-year-old woman in terms of looks? Now I'm asking, do you think it's equal? Are you equally attracted to the average 55-year-old versus 22-year-old?
I would be more equally attracted to someone closer to my age where I am in life, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I would
Maybe
say
like minus 5 years.
Yeah, but younger typically. Not older.
Well, I
It's
mean,
interesting
plus or
how you
minus
said
5
that.
years.
Younger.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid. This stupid. This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone! I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Younger.
Plus or minus.
Younger. Right.
Plus or minus 5 years.
Okay, you said younger first, but
Well, I'm telling you, plus or minus.
Okay.
There's no take backsies. No take backs. You said younger. Yeah, but so how do you explain that?
Most women want to date 5 to 7 years older. I think men go like 5 years younger.
Is there any way to explain why MILF is the most searched category?
Guys like to watch, a hot mom have sex. Yeah.
More than a young girl have sex, apparently.
Are they the top porn stars? Because I thought those were younger women. I thought it was like the one.
What's going on, finance man? No, I didn't make it, man. Why don't she just stop him and say, bruh, like what say it to him the white way. What's your deal, bro? Like, why don't you just stop and like, bro, what are you like for real? Like, what is your stand? Like, what are you arguing for? Like, land the plane. Like, what is this for? Like, I say red, you say blue. I say black, you say this. You know? After a while, just get to let's get to it. What is this for? Like, what are you doing this for? Okay, so what am I? And I'm supposed to be the evil one or some shit? Like really bust them out. So let's go.
I don't actually watch that stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know the stats, but I'm just telling you based on search that people are looking up MILF way more than teen and stuff like that. So that is interesting, though.
Do you think it's better for a woman to get married at 35 than 22?
I think it's neutral. I think it depends on a lot of things. I do think women who get married young have a higher rate of divorce.
Yeah, it's like below the age of like 21 or 18.
Oh my fucking god, this woman. Oh my god, and y'all be missing it too, because y'all be off. Did you see when he said that? He's about to walk her into the divorce conversation now because she said that she's against divorce. And he literally caught her with the whole, he being slick. And she don't even, this girl's a I don't know. She's smart in some areas, but she's a complete dunce in this area. This man literally just I'm about to run something back to y'all because a lot of y'all don't understand white humor or don't see it. This man literally said he really threw what she said back on her. He got her to say, yo, I think that younger women should get married at the youngest possible, the youngest, whatever. Pearl says she doesn't believe in divorce. So he got her to admit that she believes that women should get married as young as possible. And then watch, he's going to get her to come back and stand on some bullshit premise of her saying, and she didn't even catch it. Her saying that I believe that like there should be no such thing as divorce. If she didn't already said it, I believe that. I remember that part. She said, "I believe there's no such thing as divorce. That there shouldn't be a such thing called divorce." And he's gonna say, "But stats show that younger women get divorced more, and you're telling women to marry at the youngest age." So then he's gonna try to capture with the. So do you believe that those women shouldn't legally get divorced? Like he's gonna make it seem like under her law. Morally, is that what you believe? Let's see if he's gonna walk her down with that.
5 to 7 years older. I think men go like 5 years younger.
Is there any way to explain why MILF is the most searched category?
Guys like to watch, a hot mom have sex. Yeah.
More than a young girl have sex, apparently.
What's going on, little Shirley? Look at this.
Are they the top porn stars? Because I thought those were younger women. I thought it was like the ones that, I don't actually watch that stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know the stats, but I'm just telling you based on search that people are looking up MILF way more than teen and stuff like that.
Right, watch.
So that is interesting, though.
Do you think it's better for a woman to get married at 35 than 22?
I think it's neutral. I think it depends on a lot of things. I do think women who get married young have a higher rate of divorce.
Come on, man. And y'all didn't catch it? Y'all didn't catch it? Do I gotta unpause it and he has to go deeper into that face? Y'all not catching this? Oh, what's that face for? And then she had called it. He was like, "Oh, I probably just think that it's funny how you said that women should get married at their youngest, but you don't believe in divorce. But guess what? It's statistically proven that younger women are getting divorced. So do you think that they should be trapped in that cage that you call marriage? Come on, man. Been doing this for a long time, way long time." Shout outs to little Shirley. Little Shirley, are you catching these innuendos? Are you catching all of this stuff that he's doing? He's like washing Pearl. And she's just not catching on to this thing. And maybe because she's young. I don't know. But how long can you say that? All right, let's go.
Yeah, it's like below the age of like.
And he looking back up at the screen to see if her ass caught it. And she didn't catch it. Come on, man.
21 or 18 or something. I don't remember.
So that kind of disproves your thesis, doesn't it? If younger women are getting divorced,
I would say overall younger is better than older.
But if younger women are getting divorced more, and you're
the youngest, not younger. But we also wait to get married. The average age of first marriage in the UK is like 31.
Yeah, but our life expectancy is like double what it was. So it's not really a fair
but
comparison.
That doesn't change biology. Like, so when it comes to children, like women are still the most fertile when they're younger. So, I mean, we can have a cultural shift, but that doesn't change your biology.
Well, we have a scientific shift too. We have methods of making it easier for older women to have babies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like the cultural shift
Like
is
you're talking
matching
about
the
IVF.
scientific.
You're talking about.
It's not just IVF. There's fertility treatments you can get. I've done it with my wife. It's less invasive. It's like taking hormones and stuff. And so the science.
I can pull up the numbers, but the majority of IVF fails, especially over a certain age. I can pull it up.
So
I think it's expensive too. It's like the average IVF is like $30,000.
Yeah, most fertility treatments isn't IVF. There's less invasive, less impactful, less expensive things that you can do that are really effective.
Right. I mean, you can, but again, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a bunch of fertility treatments.
Okay.
Like, I think that's easy for you to do, right? You're in a great position.
It should be free. I agree.
But no, I don't think that you should pay for other people's decisions. I think if you want to make that decision, you should pay for it. But I just think that's an easy thing for you to say when you're in you do such great numbers. I'm sure you do really well income wise.
Thank you for saying that. We shouldn't pay for what other people do. Should we pay for prisoners or should we execute them all?
Those are my only options.
Well, we shouldn't pay
either pay for prison or execute them.
Well, okay, right. That's extreme.
Either the two.
In a sense, though, I'm trying to make it like somewhat
because that's a tough question.
Well, prisoners cost on average like $30,000 a year for the average prisoner.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or even more now, probably like
significantly more. I think it's like closer to 70,000 or something like that.
70,000.
Let me look it up. I'll look it up. So
that's
we have the right
crazy because the IVF is obviously way cheaper than that.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do about them?
To execute or put them in
or what else? I mean, what would you do with prisoners? We're spending $45,000 a year. What do we do with them?
Yeah, the average is it looks like 45,000.
45,000. IVF probably costs like 10,000.
What are they in prison for? I don't know much about. This is kind of different,
Oh my God, she's getting cooked. And honestly, for real, she could have pulled the whole woman card. Pearly, what the fuck are you doing? You could have pulled the whole woman card. Well, I don't think I should talk to you about IBF. Y'all need to start hitting these niggas that defend feminists. Y'all need to start hitting them with the feminist hit niggas with. Oh, I don't think I should be having this conversation with a man. And number one, why are you advocating for women that are older to get what's it called, IVF? So I take it that you're gonna start taking care of these babies that's coming out with deformities, huh? You're gonna start taking care of babies that are born with half heads and all kinds of shit going on. Okay. Yeah, if you want to set up the $10,000 or whatever for the IVF, well, nigga, make sure you setting up some shit on the side. Yeah, I think she high as hell. She has to be high as hell. But yeah, Pearly getting cooked. Brownie, she better make sure he got something on the side or an institution or wherever that's gonna help these kids that's being born with all these birth defects. Because if your body's at an age where it's like, look, the factory is shut down, why the fuck would you tamper around with your body saying that the factory is shut down to try to open up the factory for one last donut? Or set of twins or something going, man, boy, you better make sure you got a facility for them kids. I'm not gonna guess how them kids gonna come out, but hey, bro, yeah, you better open that facility first, and you better no IVF kids left behind. I don't want to hear none of that shit. You advocated for it. So if you want to sit up there and talk to me about all this bullshit, but low key you trying to be God and shit. You know, elitist thinking bastard. Why are you trying to be God, my nigga? And she could have ran back around and actually proved her point that men go after younger women because they can have kids. If she literally unpack what this fool is asking her, it proves all of her point. He could literally say left and she'd be like right, left, right, left. Sounds like a right to me. You know. Yeah, little Shirley said her kid's gonna come out like that tunnel monster in the Goonies. Look, the game show said this stupid. Yeah, it's only right. I have to throw it in. All right, let's go.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Stupid is something that's stupid.
Topic, but I do think we should execute.
Well, they're all
rapists.
costing us the same amount of money,
Rapists
45,000.
We can execute, and murderers. Yeah, we can. The rest, I don't really know. I don't have a strong opinion.
Well,
but
IVF,
in
let's
general,
say, costs 10,000.
I guess prison would make a bit more sense because you want a safe society, so that's something everybody benefits from. But I don't benefit if Susie down the streets waits till she's 35 to get married.
But
and
then her family will be stronger. She's less likely to get divorced. The kids will grow up in a stable household.
Or she could do that when she's younger. Like, again,
Right, but that's not how it works. And you know that. You look at the stats. Younger people are more likely to get divorced. Young people don't make as much money. Younger people have less time to spend.
What do you mean by young? So, like, I think the stat I saw was under the age of 21, but it's like between above that, the divorce rate's very similar.
Do you think women under 21 should get married?
Yeah, if they want to. I think, people, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but I think more time you can spend with a husband rather than just like out on the dating market. I think that's better. I think less experience is better.
So here is an interesting regarding men wanting to sleep with younger women.
The top.
So I've been trying to source that figure.
How old is Abella Danger? How old is she?
How old is Abba?
She's
27.
She's
27. That's pretty old in your world, isn't it?
Lana Rhodes, Riley Reid. Yeah, but that's not a MILF.
No.
Because I think, for us, it's like 18 to 28.
Lana Rhodes is
26.
26. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, the most searched. But like
18 to 28.
Just because they're the most popular doesn't mean it's the most popular.
She made just as a stupid analogy that he made. And why are they using porn stars, man? Bro, y'all need to leave the red pill out of y'all conversations. This is not even a red pill conversation. Why is she representing red pill again, y'all?
Category.
Also, their 26 is over the hill, right?
I got the top categories I have is ebony, lesbian, threesome.
I don't see any 22-year-old head large mainstream porn stars.
I mean, 22 versus 26. It's not that. Like we say 18 and 28 is a woman's peak.
20. What is the woman's peak?
Between 18 and 28. I mean,
28?
it slowly declines after like 22 or 23. It slowly declines, but 18 to 28 is
And
a woman's peak.
Peak as in what? What does peak mean?
Peak like looks wise.
Okay, looks wise.
Hmm.
So I've been trying this claim that men between ages 20 and 80 want to have sex with 22-year-olds. I haven't been able to find any source for that. The only source I've been able to find is from this
Can we
book.
put the prisoners to work?
Say what?
Can we put the prisoners to work?
They already
that.
do. Yeah, they
That's
do.
exactly what we do for
They're
money.
slaves already. They work for like 10 cents an hour.
Yeah, but only
To profit private.
And now, and now, you see how he used the term slaves. They're slaves. They work for like 10 cents an hour. Oh man, he really trying to make it seem like she pro-slavery. Uh-oh.
The corporations, by the way, it doesn't benefit you at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good system.
You seem very knowledgeable in the prison system. I wouldn't call myself a prison expert.
Yeah, and that's fair. We don't need to. I don't expect you to be. So, in terms of sourcing, this claim that old men want to have sex with, not old men, all men want to have sex with 22-year-olds around that age. The only source for that I could find.
So they find that the most attractive.
The only source for that I could find was a book called.
Can you look up what's the Okay, yeah.
The way that these numbers are sourced is pretty poor. So it's not really that high quality of a source. But I'll read you the results. It does say that men 20 to 50 find 23-year-olds most attractive. But in the same study, it says, but women that men find they're most interested in are women of their similar age.
But they found the 23-year-olds the most attractive.
But not the most.
How did they source interested in and desirable?
I think
How did they just ask them?
The whole
I'm just
study is
curious
pretty
how they-
It wasn't even really a study. This was a book. And I'm sorry if this isn't what you got your statistics from, but it was the closest thing that we could find to the stats that you were laying out. And it did, again, it has shown that 20 to 50 men, when asked who they find the most attractive, the answers generally fall in that range, 20 to 23. However, this wasn't really a study. This was a book by the CEO of OkCupid, and he was basing all of this off of analyzing the raw data from OkCupid. And this was
Oh my God, OkCupid sucks. Why do y'all listen to stats from E-League and D-League websites? There's nothing wrong with being on OkCupid, but bruh, OkCupid really, not Instagram, not Facebook. Like, would you take a Christian mingle stat seriously? Would you take a Scout or Tagged or what's the Tinder? Which some of y'all do. You know, y'all might not like what I'm about to say, but nigga, if you take a OkCupid stat seriously, bro, unsubscribe from life. Like, what are you doing? Oh, I get a little bit of play on OkCupid. Good for you. OkCupid is not where it's at. Like, come on now. And then I hate to go there. But look at the type of guys that are talking about this. Nigga, you look like you would be on OkCupid. Are you going to take a seeking arrangement stat seriously? Like, all right, good numbers, but it's some bullshit. Because that's OkCupid. Like, come on, man.
It was in 2014, so it was about a decade ago.
But they're most interested.
Right, and they found the same conclusion that Ethan just pointed out, that though they may find younger women more attractive, who they are interested in dating falls generally much closer to their own age.
But if you have a better source on that, I'd love to hear it, because we look.
Even if you look at dating app data, like what? Because it all starts with
That's
looks
what this
for
is.
men.
This is dating.
But I'm saying it starts
dating.
with looks for men. You're not going to get in the door unless you look a certain way.
Yeah,
so
women,
I mean,
there's
some older women that right, that look good enough to get into the door, but it starts with swiping, and that starts with looks. So if they find the 22-year-old's the most attractive, that's what you need to get in the door first. It's not to say that every woman over the age of 30 or 35 is like done for completely, but it's going to be a lot harder. And I think it's dishonest to say it's going to be equally as easy to date when you're 35 versus 22.
God damn it.
Yeah, I didn't say that. But you're saying men.
Men tend to, in general, like younger women.
Find
younger women more attractive.
But
I don't
not
think
who
it's
they're
accurate to
interested
say
But
they
it
like
starts,
younger.
but everything starts. But men, it starts with looks. So you don't get into the door unless you look a certain way.
Right.
I think you're making a big generalization about all men.
Okay. Do you disagree with that? You don't think it starts?
I think a lot of men have a lot of different preferences, and I think a lot of men's consideration of what attractive has a huge variance as well.
Okay.
So when you say good looks get you in the door, I mean attraction is pretty subjective, don't you think?
I think that starts with looks for men.
And looks is pretty subjective.
Actually, and this is the misconception when people talk about quote unquote attraction. Actually, attraction can be a preference, but attraction has no choice. That's why I keep telling y'all, attraction has no choice. You can pretend, you know what I'm saying? You can pretend like you're attracted to a certain type of woman and stuff like that, and then you're gonna run into a woman that's probably completely different, or that particular woman, and you're gonna be like, oh damn, I don't know why I'm attracted to this girl. Damn, she kind of don't look. That's the same thing that happens to women. Oh, I want Mr. Tall, dark, and handsome, and whatever. But you will find yourself being attracted to something completely different, completely opposite. So I literally gave you guys actually the blueprint to women also when I say attraction has no choice. Whatever. Motherfucker can say what they want. They can say what the hell they want, but what they're attracted to and what they want too is different. Like can we all be just real with it? We can at least have a conversation one time for the one time, you know? And little Shirley is right. That's if people only met online. They're not even talking about the people that go outside and hang out and go to the bars and meet people in person. And you know what I'm saying? That's the, you got to do cold calls, baby. He said, I found it so much easier to date in my 30s than in my 20s. It be like that. I say the same thing. I can agree with that. And not every young, good-looking woman gets chosen. So Pearl is kind of leaving a lot of shit out. Do you think she'll have a long marriage, the game show? I think Pearl, 5 years is probably correct what the game show said. And I think her marriage will probably last a good 5 years. I don't see her running off in the sunset, but I do see irreconcilable differences. You dig? Right, little Shirley, you can't pick who you are attracted to. It just happens. Yep. Sugar babies are not old. Damn. That is true. You do got some mid-age sugar babies, but technically that is true. You said yes, she can if she values being a wife. She knows that men are men. Her content will have to change though if she gets married. Straight up.
And I would say no, I would say it's not. I would say men tend to find the same things attractive.
Beauty is objective.
Based on
That's
what?
an interesting take. Okay.
Based on what?
I would say dating app data.
Which ones?
I don't know off the top of my head,
'Cause
Ethan.
this one from OkCupid said men are most interested in men of their own age. Or sorry, women of
but
their own age.
it said women. They find women the most attractive at 22 or 23.
Yeah,
right?
but they
And
want to date.
My argument.
They don't want
is
to
that
date them though. They don't want to date them.
Yeah, they find them more attractive.
You guys don't let me finish. Is my argument is you need looks to get in the door.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
What does that have to do with being
if you find
22?
that the most attractive, men tend to find younger women more attractive.
I think you have a really.
I think it's like dishonest to say. Do you really think it's equally as easy to date for a woman at 35 versus 22?
Again, nobody said that.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Do you think it's harder for the 35-year-old in general?
I think there's less options as you get older.
Yeah, of course. I think
for men
that's
too.
very
For men
intuitive.
too.
And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's
for
men
both
too.
Yeah, but
partners.
do you think it's equal? Do you think men have less options equally as much as women?
As they get older?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who fucking knows?
No, like, no, I'm asking your opinion.
You're asking my opinion. My opinion is that it's probably similar. Probably similar.
Now look at this. I know for some women dating can get rougher when they get older. I know some women dating can get easier when they get older. I know some women dating can be whatever, whether they're younger or they're older. But I'm gonna give you some game. When you listen, this is what they leave out, and this is what happens when you listen to Fantastic, Pearl, a couple of other people that just likes to spew out stats and stuff like that. Y'all be thinking, oh man, we're getting to the bottom of it because we're spewing out numbers and all this other shit. Nigga, when you spew out numbers, especially dating numbers, especially if you live by numbers, that's why y'all don't really see me spew out numbers like that. Unless it makes sense. When you spew out numbers like that, like how she's doing and how he's doing too, because he's guilty, you're assuming these people know how to date. You're assuming these people know how to date. You're assuming these people are having successful relationships. You're assuming these people are not going into dates with a bias. You're assuming a lot of different things. Some dude will be like, man, I took 10 women out last week. And it's like, wow, he really got 10 women. Yeah, these hoes ain't shit because all they do is gold dig. Damn, bro, all 10. Now, it can be true. But it's like, but damn, don't you think that looking at it like that is withholding you? Like, are you dating correctly? And even so, I'm going to tell y'all something. Why you really can't get a real good number. Dating is personal. Dating is personal. One day you'll wake up and have a taste for something completely different. You know what? Some of y'all niggas sitting up here talking about, Pearly don't look that bad, man. Pearly don't. If she get a little updo in the damn, maybe a mullet, Pearly don't look that bad. Let me stop. But no, man, it just shows that a lot of y'all ain't going outside, bro. I just hook, line, and sinker, bro. If you believe that shit, you're having a couple of dating hangups and you probably don't go outside, bro. If you believe them numbers like that. Because you're going to be like, yeah, that may be true. But Maybe for you, not for me. Or that may be true for the next man, but definitely not me. Like, dating is personal, bro. Like, you're looking at these numbers and these stats, assuming that these people are in tip-top shape and they're dating in tip-top form. And they're not going into dating with biases and all kinds of stuff. It's like, come on, dog. Yeah, it sound good. Okay, yeah, all that shit sound good, bro. But okay.
If women, yeah, see, I disagree because I
Based
saw a
on what?
different dating app that I saw a different, I think it was either OK Cupid or Plenty of Fish. I can't remember which one, but it was like the most swiped right on age for women was 18 and the most swiped right on age
Well,
for
that's
men
just
was
volume, dude. I mean, there's way more younger
50.
people on dating apps than older people.
Sure.
Like, if
By a
you
lot.
looked at age
Well, I mean,
distribution,
and
it'd
you
be
could,
vast majority of younger
yeah,
people.
well, and when they asked men what age they preferred to date,
And he said, and you look at the majority, there's a vast number of younger people. What he doesn't even realize are that younger people aren't even dating in today's day and age. Actually, us in our mid-20s to late 20s and 30s are actually dating more than younger people. Younger people ain't dating like that. These people ain't dating like that. You got younger boys, you gotta pull teeth to get them out the house. Oh man, go outside, y'all. That's all I can say.
I think it was like 5 to 7, like 5 years younger was the average in women. It was 5 to 7 years older. So even if we just go off of women's preferences, like men would have more options when they get older because women want older men.
That's all you're just saying stuff. I mean, you're just saying stuff based on what you think is real. I don't think any of that is necessarily true.
I mean, I could find it. I mean, I don't have like a team like you guys have.
Yeah, but no, well, you say this stuff all the time on your shows, so I would expect you to be somewhat familiar with the.
I mean, it just depends on, like, sometimes you forget which one.
Sure.
You know.
You want to name a couple it could be from?
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Yo, he is like flaming her up like passively. You know. Here we go.
Did you know that the number 5 porn star of all time is Lisa Ann? She's 51 years old.
Bro, like, why are you trying to justify the old women sex thing, man? Like, what? Who the hell is Lisa? If Raven don't know who Lisa Ann is, she's a nobody. Raven, who the hell is Lisa Ann? Let's look into that, because he's actually being creepy right now.
Mm-hmm.
Brandy Love is number 8. She's 50. Men they like MILFs. Men like MILFs. They like experienced women that know what they're doing. They like men like that.
Do you think that men want that for relationships?
Do you think men want to date a child for relationships because they're more attractive?
I think men prefer younger women in general.
In relationships.
Yes.
That's just, I'm sorry, but that's not even backed up by your own data. It says men are more
younger than them, typically.
Younger than them, that's a different, that's not, men want to date 22-year-olds. A 50-year-old doesn't.
They're the most attracted to 22-year-olds, and looks gets you in the door.
Yeah, but it doesn't
just
get you in the door. That's just step one.
You're saying different things. In this culture, if a man is walking around with a 22-year-old, people are going to think that's weird. People think it's weird.
2 out of the 5. It says 2 out of the 5 top porn stars.
Nah, the sugar daddies are like literally the sugar daddies. No, there's a bunch of sugar daddies out here. Ain't nobody's thinking shit weird, man. That used to be true, but this is not the world of yesteryear. They selectively choose when they want to throw a patriarchal world and all this other all this shit. You said Lisa is in her younger years, bona fide MILF. Which one? Because he said this one's 52 or 50 something. He said she in her 50s. So
porn stars in Pornhub are 23 and under, and all of the people that you're listing started young.
Oh, so they're old now.
Yeah, they built their fan base.
And that's what I was saying. If like she's a porn star and she's 52 or something like that, and she's still getting booked, obviously that's a fan base. Obviously she has a cult following. Oh, come on, man. That's what I was gonna say. I just didn't. I was literally gonna say that, but I was like, I'm not even gonna go into that.
I don't think it really works that way.
But they're old. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be hot.
How do you not think it works that way? You guys are in media. You know damn well that you build a fan base.
Bro, what do you think? They're YouTubers? They're not doing Minecraft Let's Play. They're naked.
How about that? Come on.
I don't find that analysis very interesting, and apparently you don't either, because
Sweetie Fox 22.
Yeah, there's porn stars who are.
And if you kind of follow these dudes, down the road, they get into some pedophilic stuff. She should have tried to put that jacket on him as much as he tried to put that jacket on her or us through her. Pay attention.
For 22.
Yeah, of course.
The majority are younger.
Yeah, but not the popular ones. MILF.
The most popular ones are younger. Most popular ones are younger.
They're like in late 20s, you know.
My dog's barking. 1 second. Oh, be quiet. Sorry. I let her outside. It's kind of hot in here.
I want to ask you.
The number one porn star is 23.
Who?
It's either, let me see, it's Eva.
Who's the number one?
Because
I just don't think it really
the number one
refutes
porn
either
star
point.
on Pornhub is 23.
Who?
Eva Elfie is 23.
She's not number one.
What I'm saying is number one.
But even if that's true, I don't think that refutes anything. I mean, it's possible that number one is 23. But
you said,
she's not number one.
You just said it.
No
You just
way.
said it refuted it if that the number one search was MILFs.
Right. Well, it counters your argument. Okay, let's move on. There's just argument in circles here.
Yeah, now that she got him, he wants to move on. And he said that it was in 2018. Like, instead of going around in circles, just be like, bro, you're conflating a trend with actual attraction. That's a trend. That's a kink. The fuck? That's a trend. You know? And these status are post-COVID. Like, come on, man. She does sound like a broken record. That's why the name of the show is called Pearl Patriarchal Parrots. You know, because she's just repeating what she's heard people in the manosphere said. You know? This shit is crazy. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. We've been rolling, about to get up out of the building soon. We've been rolling for almost 8 hours. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Definitely like and support today's show. Dropping 8 hours of good game. Like, people in the manosphere don't be live for this long no more. I tried to even shorten the shows to 4 hours. Make sure you guys like and support today's show. You can support via Cash App. That's PTV888. That is PTV888. Or you can hit the super chat or the PayPal, which I need to figure out how to get back into. All right. Raven said she makes redheads look bad. Sin said this is true. Lil Shirley said right, Raven. You said talking to Lil Shirley, you said she's making me mad. I want to fight her. Laugh out loud. That's funny. You said, and it's backfiring badly. Little Shirley said, I cut all my hair off recently. I'm ready. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Little Shirley try to set up a boxing match. Let me stop. But no, man. He's going down a little possibly perv route. And she could have called him out and literally just got past this conversation by saying it's a trend. Because that's literally what it is. It's a trend. So let's go.
I want to talk about this a little bit more. Higher body count
They
doesn't.
said the 2018 poll, citing a 2018 poll and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
The MILF drops, but it's
citing a 2018 poll and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
it's top 5 most searched. Number 1 in UK, Southern Asia, Canada,
we did say
Netherlands.
that it was 2018.
Yeah, the 2018
Yeah, but
one.
I'm saying it says the 2022 one that dropped.
Oh, so men became less interested in older women in the last 5 years, I guess.
Well, this year,
Well,
MILF,
hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Olivia.
sorry, MILF was #1 search term this year in the UK, Southern Asia, Canada, and Netherlands.
Yeah.
And
Men
it
love
was in the
MILFs.
top 5 most searched for terms in Paris, Italy, Mexico, Spain, Poland, Ukraine, Argentina, Sweden, and Belgium this year.
And Lana Rhodes is number 1, and she's 26. But whatever, who cares? Let's move on.
Okay.
I disagree. Listen, I disagree. There's not a lot of data on this. Like, there's really no data to make a conclusion. So again, I just don't think it's fair for when you talk about these things to say, oh, science says this, data shows this, but there's no data that shows any of that. I mean, it's just, again, you feel that way. You feel
we
that
just
to
talked
be true.
about we just talked about that men find 22-year-olds the most attractive.
Yeah,
so
but
you
not
can
the most.
you can interpret the data differently than me. That's fine. Like we can
It's
interpret
not really
the
data. That was
we
some
can- we
random
can
blob
interpret-
from
we
a
can-
book.
We can. I mean, there's also dating app data, and then you guys interpret
this
it
is.
differently than me. We can interpret it differently, and you could come to one conclusion. and I could come
Let's
to another,
agree.
but
Let's
it-
agree to disagree on this one. So tell me, we didn't really get to flesh this out, but I find this topic interesting. Why is a woman with a high body count, and high, I guess, is like 10 plus? What is high?
Well, it depends. It depends what guys you ask. You know.
In your opinion.
I mean, in my opinion, I really think it's best to be a virgin when you get married. So, I didn't do that. I wish I did, but I think it's best to be a virgin.
Okay, but like, what would you consider a high body count, if in general, when men are looking, considering such a thing?
It seems like
This is a stupid ass question.
the
like,
body count.
this is a stupid ass question. Why do you keep falling into his traps? God damn.
Studies that I've seen, it drops around like 5 to 7.
5 to
So,
7.
I would say-
Okay, so so what is inherently less desirable about a woman with 5 to 7 partners?
I mean, one, what value does that bring to a guy?
Well, it's neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I just think
I asked you what devalues it, not what values it.
What devalues it? I think that you have more exes to compare your current partner
Oh,
to.
so it's insecurity. So you would be
If you
insecure.
want to label it that way, but it's like.
And then this man has been arguing from his emotions the whole time. So his answer right now is not arguing from his emotions. There's nothing wrong if you're and it's not insecurity, to tell you the truth. If you don't want somebody with a bunch of that other people had a bunch of sexual access to, you don't want that. And let me tell you, it be dudes like him be the main ones that's insecure about the stupidest shit. And Pearl needs to fucking get it together, bro. Stop running into his stupid ass conversations like shit. Just be like, no, it's either you're attracted or you're not. That is a dumb conversation to get into, and it's stupid for you to even throw out that number because that means you actually thought about it. It's either you're attracted to that person or you're not. Which, by the way, goes back to your attraction analogy that attraction is a preference or whatever, and it goes back to my analogy that attraction has no choice. That also further proves that attraction has no choice. God damn it, man.
Why would you want someone with more exes?
5 to 7 sexual partners means that there's too much to compare me to, and therefore you might think that I'm inadequate because you've had better partners.
No, that's
It's also like the rate women.
That's it's oh god, this nigga is weird. That can be somebody's thought or an initial thought, but that might not be the true. That might not be true. So it's rooted in insecurity. If that's what you thought, and you're letting that dictate your movements and you truly believe in that, that's as true as you believe it is. If it's true, it's not rooted in insecurities. That's you protecting yourself because of something that may be true, and she may be judging you and saying you are inadequate compared to my ex. This is why women go back to their ex. So no, that's a disingenuous answer and a conclusion to come to. So
Are happier when they're virgins on their wedding day. So
that is just something you said.
No, look, I mean, you can look up the studies on body count. Again.
Yeah, we can fact check that. It just seems like something you just say.
It's like from the Family Institute, something in Family Institute.
Okay, but so while we look that up, let's say so women are happier, but
the more sexual partners a woman has, the less happy she tends
but I'm
to be.
asking you, what is less attractive? Because you talk about men are looking for women who have had less sexual partners. So what is less attractive? What makes them less attractive?
What makes them?
I don't know, little Shirley. I think you could probably. Degenerate's right. She is a bit of a helmet. I think you could probably beat Pearl off the fact that you'll be in a fight with her and she won't even know she's in a fight. Oh my god! Like, are we in a fight? Is this happening right now? She's kind of. She probably don't even know y'all fighting. Like, she probably gonna be that confused.
Unless such men don't want hoes.
What do you mean by that?
Men don't want women that have slept with multiple people.
Well, we're talking about 5 to 7 partners. Why don't men want hoes?
Do you want a woman with a lot of bodies?
5 to 7, I don't consider. I think that's totally like.
Well, I think most men would, pray for that nowadays. But
what do you mean most men would pray for it? Because the number I looked up is 10% of women who there's only 10% of women in the United States have more than 15 partners. The average number is 4.2.
Did that study was for women? It included older women too, though, didn't
25 to 44.
Yeah, that's yeah. I just think it would probably be more accurate if you kept women under like 35. But
so what makes a hoe? What does a hoe mean?
I mean, it depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you clearly.
What do I think? I mean, from a historical perspective, really a virgin. Like, I think you should be a virgin on your wedding day.
Okay.
That's again.
Well, what's that have to do with men being attracted? You said men don't want to date hoes. I just want to unpack that.
Mm-hmm.
Men don't want to date hoes. I don't know what that means, if I can be totally honest with you.
Men would prefer a woman with less sexual experience.
Actually, I'm a bit of a connoisseur myself. Actually, the lie detector test determined that was a lie. It's 2023. Men do want to date hoes. As a matter of fact, men have been dating hoes for some time now. If you go outside, you would understand that hoes get dated. Men are tired of dating hoes, but that doesn't mean they don't want to date hoes. As a matter of fact, men want to date hoes because if he's dating you, for the most part, he feels like you should put out the way he's putting out financially. So men actually love dating hoes. Some hoes don't even want to go out. Some hoes be like, look, just throw the money right there. Let's do it right here. You go on about your business. I'll go find another nigga that probably wants to date. I only give guys the girlfriend. I don't know why I'm using this salesman voice, but I only give guys the girlfriend the GFE to make them feel like they're dating me. But I am a hoe. Oh my God. Men don't want to date hoes. Don't fall for the same trap Jessica fell into. She thought niggas was sincere. She really thought men didn't want to date hoes. You poor bastard, Pearl. Maybe you should do a little bit more research before joining a gang.
Experience than more.
Oh, less. Well, so I gotta disagree with you. I just don't think that's true. I don't think men care. I don't think men care how many sexual partners their women have had, unless it's like 100. But that's true of men. Men who have had 100 sexual partners are also pretty.
Do you think women care about Drake's body count?
Why?
Like women want to sleep with Drake and like other celebrities. Do you think they care about their body count?
Are we talking
But
about
men
Drake?
don't-
Or are we
men aren't
talking about
lining up,
general
but-
pop? I mean, Drake's a celebrity.
But men aren't lining up to date like Lana Rhodes, Mia Khalifa, and like actually
You
marry
fucking
them.
crazy, dude? Are you crazy? Do you really believe that, dude? Men would there's quite literally
There are
people
men that would literally give their
Come
life
on,
to do that.
you can't believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think the
men
men
would
with the
die for
most
that.
options, that's what they want to do.
Men with the most options want to do what?
We're not talking about men with the most options. Are you talking about women with the most options when it comes to Drake? Or are you just talking about?
Oh my fucking God. This bitch don't know when to close. This bitch don't know when to close. Bitch land the plane. She don't know when to close. She don't know when to close. They just agreed with her. And you don't even know how to answer these questions. Dude, there's so much fucking guys that would want to marry Mia Khalifa and all this other shit, right? There's so much dudes that wanna marry Mia Khalifa and all this other shit. But what you're not talking about is that she don't want to marry them. Half the guys that those women want to marry, they don't want to marry them. And they don't give a flying fuck about them dudes that you said that wants to marry them. They don't care about them niggas. They will divorce them niggas every fucking year if they have to. Come on, man. And Pearl, you fucking let that opportunity slip out of your hands. Because you don't believe in what the hell you talking about.
Average fans.
I'm talking about Drake does not have a problem getting laid because of his body count. I would imagine that porn stars I would imagine that porn stars would have a hard time getting into marriage with a man that they respect and admire.
Aren't you the one that's always been like, let's not talk about fringe cases? What's the point of bringing up Drake? That's like the most extreme example. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, we could even go into like normal dating. I think
That's
it's silly.
more important. Yeah, let's
like,
do
this
that.
Is, I just think it's silly to argue that men want to date women with high body counts.
No, they don't want to. I'm saying I don't think it matters, especially the number you gave me,
Care
5
one
to
way or
7.
the other,
Yeah, 5 to 7. I don't think men care about that in general. I just don't.
I mean, you could argue 15 to 20, 25. Like, I don't know exactly what, but usually there is a point for most men.
Sure,
Where it's
and
like,
women. I mean, and women. I don't think women want to date someone who's like slept with.
I just don't think, I don't think it's equal.
It's not equal because
Yeah.
Drake.
No, not because of Drake.
Because we should remove like celebrity and outside kind of influences from this because that obviously creates unusual, fringe cases, which we don't like. We don't like to talk about those.
So then what about the abortion one
I was
earlier?
just parroting you. I
thought you liked.
I was just kidding. I was just joking. Yeah. All right, one last thing. I see that we're getting exhausted here. It's fine. Drake saying, "I want a girl with a future and a past." That's a lyric of his. He wants an experienced girl. Even Drake's talking about it in his damn lyrics. Drake doesn't want a virgin.
You just said no celebrities. That's crazy how you just threw that out the window now.
You don't want to talk about it. Drake wants a girl with a future and a past.
Oh, stop. His simp pandering music to women. He makes money off of that.
Drake also talks about not wanting a hoe too. So I mean, we could be here all day if you want to go Drake bar for Drake bar. And obviously the guy laughing in the background because you mentioned that Drake said that, and the laughing is the undertone is that y'all know it's not right. Or there's something funny about it. That's the whole. What's the whole point of laughing? If never mind, man.
Women are like, come on.
Right, Chatera is the dumbest shit.
All right, let's talk about one last
seems
thing.
like a creepy, probably. Yeah.
And I do thank you for being here. You know, it's combative, but I think it's a good conversation. I wanted to ask you about one last thing. This comment I thought was interesting, and tell me what you think about it.
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
He's trying to kill this bitch. He saved this shit for last. That nigga didn't say nothing about Nick Fuentes this whole show. Saved it for last, y'all.
Right. But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
So in what way was slavery made to seem more horrible than it was?
We were talking about, and I don't really want to go into this too much because we're kind of past this, but I was quoting a Thomas Sowell book.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
Who's that?
Yeah, so Thomas Sowell is an author who talks about the history of slavery. So
Thomas Sowell. But do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished, or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished, and there are parts.
Nigga, even Nick looked at her like, "Oh, make sure you know what you're saying now." Nick looked at her like,
Parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
So interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery. Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
He's like walking her down to talk shit about her later.
Yeah, I just rather. I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to read the book.
But you just said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just again.
Are you retracting that?
I'd really just rather not.
Okay.
This look, even dudes are back there asking questions and shit like that. Like they aren't or haven't said anything racist. I'm pretty sure if I comb through this shit, I can find all the racist jokes and innuendos that this guy has made. And I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. I don't think she knows she doesn't have to accept every debate or interview, but she's tripping, you know, and like she doesn't even understand that he's setting her up. Like he's bringing up these questions like, well, oh my God, I just found this. What do you think about that? What is that? What you think? Is that how you think? Hey, what about that? All of this stuff is set up. Oh man.
Dude, no, but slavery being embellished, that's so interesting. I don't know how you embellish it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo.
No,
We're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby. Let's see the world as it is.
Taboo topics.
I genuinely want to know how it's embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about?
You walking her
Come
down.
on.
I mean, I could show you the video I was quoting, but it's just I'd rather not get into this. So
Sounds like a blue pill attitude to me.
yeah, I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait,
It
what's
doesn't-
bad faith? I'm literally showing you clips of you saying stuff.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda, and you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
Yeah, you're a bit late.
You saying that?
You're
You
a bit
can
late.
disavow it. That would be super easy to
From
say
a
I was
full
wrong.
interview where I'm quoting
Latte.
somebody.
You're late.
Like if you watch the full interview, I am quoting somebody, and now you're trying to pin me down about a topic that I don't dive into.
Hold on.
So it's like,
Hold on,
like that's not the point of my channel.
Okay,
Like,
so
the point
it's
of my
dived
channel
into it
isn't-
then.
I
like,
know,
I'm
but you said it. How is that bad faith? Hold on. Let me
Okay,
see.
because I was talking about how the founder of the guy,
See,
Thomas
he got her
Sowell
to talk
talks
about
about
it.
how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by. That's what the guy
Yeah,
who made Roots
Shirley,
said. Alex Hayden.
you know.
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology, you know, myth doesn't.
Yeah, he's been
necessarily
playing
mean
her
it's
like a
alive,
cello.
Just because mythology is like culture,
Right, but
a
I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean that the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened. And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again,
So-
I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
Let me watch this again and see if I'm doing that.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said
What'd
I
you
wanted
say?
a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they
So
embellish.
then you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible
that they can control people.
so that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick
5
Fuentes
minutes,
agrees,
But
by the way.
wait! Oh my gosh! 5 minutes before I say Sowell talks about this in his book, so I'm communicating in the interview that I'm
No.
quoting an author.
You're not being honest. You say they do this to. Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? Do you know what I mean? It's like just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it today.
But that Roots was what is a myth?
I again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about, and I don't really feel like getting into it today.
Thomas Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you like that analogy? That's the author you're quoting.
Hmm.
Do you
I
think that's
can't
a
believe
fair
she
analogy?
just
That's
now
a
picked
quite
up on that.
one-sided
that
way to write
like,
his whole work, but he wrote like 100 books.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement?
he said she got two bottom lips. Bruh. He been playing her like a fiddle this whole podcast. Like, and I've caught on it, and I think I did a good job. I mean, like, damn, I gave y'all like play by play, 8 hours officiating every single thing that was going on. Couldn't break it down no more thorough. Even got into some crazy analogies, right? She just now found out, oh, I think you're being, bad faith. And he still pulled it out of her. He still got her to explain something that she said she didn't feel like talking about. Come on, man.
Barack Obama is comparable to Adolf Hitler.
Just because she quoted a book from him don't mean that she agrees with every single thing that he says. It's as easy as that. But did Pearl say that? Nope. She about to give an explanation. Pearl SBEing, man. Pearl up here SBEing, man. Oh, come on.
No.
Okay. See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do. You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father.
You're pulling up quotable.
I guess that's part of what the part of what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington. Did you say that?
Yo, the camera going back and forth.
I don't remember.
The camera going back and forth for some funny shit, y'all. If you ever get into editing and production, bro, that camera going back and forth. Yeah, that shit can make somebody look stupid as shit, especially if you look at it again.
Whole interview, I am quoting somebody, and now you're trying to pin me down about a topic that I don't dive into.
Hold on.
So it's like,
hold on,
like that's not the point of my channel.
Okay,
Like,
so
the point
it's
of my channel isn't.
I
like,
know,
I'm
but you
quoting-
said it. How is that bad faith? Hold on, let me
Okay,
see.
because I was talking about how the founder of the guy,
That camera going back and forth is funny
Thomas
as hell.
Sowell, talks about how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by.
Okay.
That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
What? That's what I was telling y'all. You said she is a sucker. Shout out to the Game Show Podcast. That's what I was saying, Shatira. I said, look, people nowadays was not being talked about. You got grown ass people, men and women nowadays, looking for their identity in their 30s. Telling you, you got people in their 30s looking for their identity. You'd be surprised how long people will comb through life not knowing who they are or what they want to do. Telling y'all, it's not. I've been doing this for a long time. It's not hard to find somebody in their 30s trying to figure out who they are. You know, and she only 5 years away from it. So,
okay.
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology, you know, myth doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie, right? Just because mythology is like a culture,
right, but
a
I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened. And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again,
So-
I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
Let me watch this again and see if I'm doing that.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said,
What'd
I
you
wanted
say?
a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they
So
embellish.
then you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible
that they can control people.
so that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick
5
Fuentes
minutes,
agrees,
But
by the way.
wait, oh my gosh! 5 minutes before I say Sowell talks about this in his book, so I'm communicating in the interview that I'm
No.
quoting an author.
You're not being honest.
Like-
you say they do this to. Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? You know what I mean? It's like just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it today.
But that Roots was what is a myth?
I again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about, and I don't really feel like getting into it today.
Thomas Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you like that analogy? That's the author you're quoting. Do you think that's a fair analogy?
That's
or
a
no?
quite one-sided way to write his whole work, but he wrote like 100 books.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement? Barack Obama is comparable to Adolf Hitler.
No.
Okay. See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome.
Right.
It's easy to do.
Watch this shit when the camera's going back and forth.
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the part of what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington. Did you say that?
I don't remember.
I'll
I think like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later, he didn't have any kids. But like,
Did he own slaves?
what?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, not a real man to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually interesting. He had a different, like he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go, because the debt that's incurred on them, like you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually, like he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad.
What's your source for that?
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
Thomas Sowell. So he's your guy, Thomas.
She's basically quoting a black guy. Oh my God. She could basically say, oh, well, that's what he said. That was in his book. The same way she can cop out of the manosphere and say, hey, well, that's what the manosphere thinks. I learned it from a black guy, Kevin.
Sowell's the man. Thomas Sowell wrote a column about supporting segregation in public schools. George Washington.
You want me to apologize? Like, you want me to talk about every single one of this man's opinions?
No, I just want I just want to know what you think. Do you think racism was embellished? I mean, it's so easy. I mean, just say no.
I think okay. There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like and I can't really talk about this. Like, even if I talk about this now, they're going to clip it. They're going to say things I didn't say. But it's like, I used to read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free. And it's not to say like slavery was a horrible institution, but I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled. I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners
because
without
it's
getting
not
canceled.
true. Because it's just not true. It's not true. What George Washington was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up like I think it was Booker
47. Let's see, 47.
Bro, this is not a conversation your ass should be getting into after the shit you done. Oh my God. You shouldn't be getting into these type of conversations at this point. Like, what?
Of George Washington's slaves tried to escape. Would you try to escape if you
okay,
loved
well,
your master?
maybe that one was wrong. I don't know. This was like a little bit on a podcast months ago. I don't really remember, but and I said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
well, George Washington
the whole I'm bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation without.
What do you mean not allowed?
That, but I mean, we're giving you the platform.
I mean, I got months of backlash for this. I'm now like you guys are
So
kind
you
of
shouldn't
trying to
even
do
be into this.
No. I didn't know about
What's
the
going on, Lou?
I
I'm
promise.
not really.
I didn't know about the backlash. I promise I didn't.
Like, I had
That's
months.
I just want to know what you
cap.
think.
Like I had months of people like.
That's cap. This nigga been lying, and she's still. Oh my God. Playing her like the fiddle. Yeah, and it was clipped.
Like, it's like if I have this conversation, I had months of people calling my employees slaves. Like that's what they call like
that's horrible. Yeah, I disagree.
Horrible.
That sucks.
Horrible.
But at the same time,
and like even the guy, and you know this because you watched the video of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction you just showed, like you're acting oblivious, so I didn't know that, but you do know that because
he's been doing this the whole time, and you like 2 hours later you done caught on.
The reaction you just watched was my former co-host who insinuated that my employees were being colonized.
Oh, I didn't know that. I promise.
So
I just wanted to get your take.
That's cap.
Well, people,
that's cap. Assume he knows it. He knew your mother was the president of the. Come on now, that's cap.
Well, say, I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not like my channel isn't about slavery. That's like a fringe.
I know.
comment.
I want to know about you.
But I'm asking, like, why are you bringing this up when that's not really what my channel is about? It's
I
like you're
can
just
only
picking
ask you
you're
things that are
picking
about.
out-
This is interesting. I want to ask you about it.
Yeah, no one goes into an interview blind other than Pearl. Oh man, okay, man, I didn't know about that. So what about this guy, Cigar Garvey? He said you're racist. What do you think about that? You've been watching my stuff. No, I haven't. Okay, you haven't. Like, what the fuck?
What do I can only ask you things in a confined space about your channel?
You can, but you understand how that looks to me. It's like you're just trying to pick out every single.
Listen, Pearl. To be fair,
Yeah,
to
she
be
even
totally
like
fair,
Ali, Young Jay.
you could just say, "I don't think slavery was embellished."
Like
Yeah, Lil Shirley,
talking.
that close up was crazy. She was looking at the camera hard as shit. Oh man, dodge, weave, dodge.
Super easy.
Like,
that's a layup for most people.
I was quoting a book. That's the crazy part. I was quoting a book.
So do you
it's like,
agree with his statement, though?
Do I think overall it was embellished? Some parts, sure.
There it is. Which parts?
Some parts.
No, please tell me which parts.
I
Just
think.
tell me.
Girl, stop
I think that
answering
you
the question.
I think that certain slaves had good relationships with their owners. Not all, maybe not most, but I think some did.
And that just
and there are accounts of them saying this.
So some slaves had good relationships with their masters. Therefore,
And
slavery was
this is what
embellished.
you know how this is going to go for me. Like, I don't know why you're doing this. You know I can't have this conversation without them painting it a certain way.
Well, just own it then. Just do it. Just say what you want. You know what I mean? Just
No,
be red-pilled about it.
he's been trying to kill her this whole
Who's
podcast.
they? I don't know who's they. Just your haters or someone?
The left.
Look,
the left.
Do they have parentheses around the they?
Like, I mean, you even came in, like, you researched, like,
She said the left, the niggas. And look at her. She's just, oh my God, like, you researched my family. You don't know that he studied you?
family. Like, that's weird.
How's that weird? It's all public. It's stuff you talked about. You literally talked about it. It's called preparation, which you clearly done none of.
I didn't.
Like, you
talk
literally-
about
And he's insulting you and saying what I'm saying. You clearly don't know what the hell you're talking about. He said it's called preparation, which you clearly done none of. And he makes her look stupid because you have a whole crew of people there that can do what his people are doing. Research. Give me some bullet points you may think I may want to talk about. God damn.
You do no preparation and you talk
about.
like,
I didn't talk about if my mom was the president of, like, the company.
Where did we find
You would
that?
Find that on
What
the
else is new in the building, man? What's
Googled
going on,
who
player?
are your parents, and it popped right up.
Is that
They're
that's not
famous.
weird?
They're relatively famous.
I didn't send a
He has
private
interviews on
investigator.
YouTube. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't send a private investigator to your house. I just did a little bit of research.
Public information.
Like, let me bring facts about your parents to
You,
this interview.
dude, you
It's
knew you were
like-
coming to talk to me for weeks.
Could have easily done that.
I
You're
know,
welcome.
but I thought we were talking about the issues, not like my family.
Oh, God. Lou, I'm going to have to play it, bro. I'm going to have to play it, Lou. All right.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid. This Oh, God. This stupid stupid is stupid. The stupidest of the this stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone! I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid
Oh man, if you guys have laughed or received any type of joy from this show, please consider liking and supporting the show. You can support the show at $PTV888. That's PTV888. You can hit the super chat or you can hit the PayPal. We've been live for 8 hours and 23 minutes. I'm about to get up out of the building, but you can't tell me that the host of this show, not me, this guy that's talking to Pearl, that cartoon has not gone through his mind. Like, he hasn't looked at Pearl one time throughout this interview and uttered the words in his head. This stupid bitch. This stupid bitch. Like, DSB is about to be a lifestyle at this point. Because we've been sitting back here calling Pearl a DSB the whole time. Like, she's just now realizing that she's getting suckered into shit. He's been doing this the whole show. And she hasn't done her homework on him, which is crazy. So
we didn't talk about your family.
Family. I mean, you were even implying earlier.
First of all, it is relevant that your mom is the president when you're talking about.
You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
Well, who cares? You said it. Just own it.
No, I'm asking. You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
I didn't know about it.
No idea. Even though you got that
bullshit
from a video that my ex co-host made about me.
Right.
See, like, this is dishonest. It's not honest.
But what's the problem? You're getting backlash.
Shout outs to my brother Lou. I want y'all to pay attention to this, y'all. Then he lied and said, okay, yeah, you got it. All right, so yeah, I knew about it. And then now, like, he lied. Like, come on now.
Flash for something that you think.
But I'm saying, so you're like,
he lied 5 times when she said you didn't know about it.
You're not that. You brought your parents up when you were talking about hiring people, didn't you?
I said,
shout outs. I don't have my sound effects, but shout outs to Lou again. Thank you, bro, coming through on the Cash App, dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App in Bitcoin. I appreciate you. Thank you, bro. Yeah. So little Shirley, so her mother, they literally, and that's why I said they're being real disingenuous. So she said that her mother had to pose as the president of her father's company, or they had her mother pose as the president of her father's company to get some type of special grant from the government or whatever. And she was talking about that. And, she was talking about that, and the guy was like, isn't that illegal? Oh, we'll just mute that out. So basically, this asshole basically pointed out that something that nobody really thought about was illegal, and then tried to pretend like he didn't want to draw attention to it by saying, oh, we'll edit that out. And you see how they did all the little camera edits and the captions and stuff like that? Guess what? They did not edit out. They did not edit that part. And then this asshole did a whole YouTube short saying, "Did Pearl just admit that that her family broke the law?" Like he's coming for this woman's life, and she playing with him. Yeah, she's still getting cooked, man. I give it to her. She is arrogant as hell, but she's getting talked into every single trap. I think she just thinks that he's going to eventually run out of traps. I think she thinks that's how it works. So did they actually charge them? Because they've been trying to get Andrew up out of here for a minute.
I think it's a bit
You talk about your
disingenuous.
parents all the time. You talk about how your dad is rich. You did a tour of his whole barn with the bowling alley and fucking recreational stuff in it. Like, why am I not allowed to talk about
like you even just said that you knew. Like, because you got that clip from an like
okay,
we're not here to protect your reputation.
Okay, bitch. I don't think oh my God, Pearl, you're not the brightest crayon in the box. I don't think your elevator goes to the top floor. You are not the sharpest tool in the shed. Motherfucker, land the plane. You just said you didn't know. And then he's up here saying, who cares? He's saying, who cares? Okay, yeah, all right, I got it from that. Who cares? But you said it. Stand on it. Who cares? Dude actually had no respect for you, and you're just finding this out? He's been grilling her for 2 hours and 15 minutes. And I've called it play by play. Look how much opportunities.
Reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? Let's say I didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was. I mean,
I do have to go though, because I have a show coming up. So
okay, let's just end on this note.
mhm.
Slavery was embellished because some masters had good relationships with their masters. Some slaves had good relationships with their masters.
All right.
But don't you see how easy it is to just say, I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You guys act just like Evan preach.
Like
you
Pearl.
act just like
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret. There's been a whole diverse.
Thank you. I really appreciate you having me on. But I'm gonna go. Thank you.
George.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you. Okay.
She hung
Have
up.
a good night. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
She hung up.
Whoa.
I just
Hey, well,
don't understand why.
Now they're gonna play. Look at it. Now his whole demeanor gonna change. Now they're gonna play. Now they're gonna play. Now watch this. Watch this. He gonna play dumb. Watch.
She was panicking at the end there. Holy shit. What the hell?
First of all, I genuinely did not know that it was such a sore point for her. I mean, it is a crazy thing to say.
I mean, she gets backlash all the time for all the things that she says.
So
Why is
y'all
that
think
one
she needs more?
so off limits?
That I don't know.
I mean, I can guess because it's fucking insane. But
like I mean, yeah, that's but
I'm gonna let the children out of
you know, I tried to nail her down on things as I do here, but ultimately
chat, you're free.
Dude, I've been wondering what the fuck that noise is the whole time. I could not pay attention because I just heard crunching.
There's a lot.
Oh, what the fuck?
When the fuck did you get here?
Well, have you been here the whole time? Who let this idiot in?
Who let him in? How'd you get past security?
Who gave him food? That's our snacks, bro. That's
literally got those
budgeted in.
yesterday.
Take those away from him, Ian. Why are you letting him eat your snacks?
I told him to stop, and he said Ethan doesn't need these.
Stop what?
anymore.
I've lost a lot of weight, fucking piece of shit.
Stop.
Let's see who's fatter now. All right, why are you here? Did you just get back from like
What?
family.
We didn't talk about your family.
Family.
I was
yeah.
not.
All right, we're gonna roll it back a little bit before the show gets stupid. And yeah, it took her that long to notice that. Yeah, bitch, eject, get up out of there. You know, he's asking you questions when you say no, I don't feel comfortable answering that. Yeah, he'll try to pin you down on raw pay and talk about all kinds of stuff. He asking you questions that you normally, you know, hey, but whatever. Let's go.
I mean, you were even implying earlier.
First of all, it is relevant that your mom is the president when you're
Bro,
talking about.
You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
Well, who cares? You said it. Just own it.
No,
Be red pill.
I'm asking. You didn't know any of the backlash
I didn't.
got.
I didn't know about it.
No idea. Even though you got that from a video that my ex co-host made about me.
Right.
See, like this is dishonest. It's not honest.
But what's the problem? You're getting backlash for something that
no,
you
but,
think.
But I'm
that
saying,
you think.
so you're like,
you're
not
that. You brought your parents up when you were talking about hiring people, didn't you?
I said, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
You talk about your parents all the time. You talk about how your dad is rich. You did a tour of his whole barn with the bowling alley and fucking recreational stuff in it. Like, why am
Bitch, he obviously knows your whole quote unquote life, sort of, on the internet. And you it's a clear day in the sky. Land the plane. Land the plane.
Am I not allowed to
I'm
talk
saying,
about
like, you even just said that you knew. Like, because you got that clip from an like.
Okay,
we're not here to protect your reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
We
Let's
don't
say
care.
I didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was. I mean,
I do have to go though because I have a show coming up. So.
Okay, let's just end on this note.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery was embellished because some masters had good relationships with their masters. Some slaves had good relationships with their masters.
All right.
But don't you see how easy it is to just say, I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You guys act just like Abba and Preach.
Like
you
Pearl.
act just like them.
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret.
But I'm gonna go. Thank you,
George.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you. Okay,
she hung up.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
She hung up.
Whoa.
I just don't understand why you can't.
She was panicking at the end there. Holy shit. What the hell?
First of all, I genuinely did not know that it was such a sore point for her. I mean, it is a crazy thing to say.
I mean, she gets backlash all the time for all the things that she says. Why is that one so off limits?
That I don't know.
I mean, I can guess because it's fucking insane. But
like I mean, yeah, that's it. But
all right. Shout outs to my dropping the $5 on the Bitcoin. I appreciate that. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm definitely I'm gonna get up out of the building, but before we get up out of the building, I wanna before we go, I got a special treat for you guys that are still here. Let's do this. There's a couple of people that have been reacting to this show, and I want to see if we can do that. Shout outs to Aunt T. Oh, Aunt T should be Oh shoot, live in 2 days. Okay, I thought it was coming on today, but I put on my notifications. Make sure y'all put on y'all notifications. The notifications for Aunt T. All right, hold on, give me 1 second. There was actually a episode of a couple of people. Hell, even Destiny. Let's see what other people thought. Make sure you guys support today's show. Keeping it definitely super
Incentives
overtime.
that incentivize like women to leave families. So, you know, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Let's say that-
actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well, that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No. I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married.
See, I was wondering how she was gonna explain it, but that makes
that makes sense.
Okay, okay, yeah.
If you wanted to leave, you just should have never got married in the first place.
Yeah, that.
God forbid any new events may occur within the marriage.
Yeah. That is kind of true. Yeah. Like, yo, that's not supposed to happen. Okay.
Because at that point you're SOL. You're shit out of luck. So if you ever thought about leaving, just don't ever get married.
That's real. I can't believe nobody else.
I don't know why.
That's good.
I mean, the wise words of Pearl.
I'm not joking. Like that's prolific.
That is prolific,
man.
You should be an author, man.
She's
a prophet, a philosopher, man. Because I never even thought about it that way.
Because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship
Happy first day of
physically
summer.
abusive?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right, if it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but
Okay.
like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other; it's like mutual. So
Surely that's not every time.
I think. Yeah, I know. I didn't
But it's
say it
not
was
healthier either.
You're the biggest pick me I've ever seen, bro. Fuck.
I wonder
man.
if she has real opinions before she then grifts.
No, she doesn't,
She
bro.
immediately grifts.
She just immediately like she hears a counter,
Damn.
she's like, grift. Let me grift a little bit more. Every circumstance where somebody goes through a divorce, y'all build it out to be like, oh man, women are just so malicious. These creatures who are just demonic with the way that they just take men's money. Like, oh my god. Most men who are getting divorces are like average earning men who are not paying alimony, who pay very little child support, and even then they don't even pay it all the time. Women are not going through the headache and trauma and emotional strain to divorce men for $400 a month in child support.
I think alimony should get packed the fuck up, but child support can't get packed up because it's not for anybody. Like it's for the child. Like I think.
Let me tell y'all something. Hell no, too. And when y'all start to hear like these spikes, like George Bezos, Jeff Bezos got divorced, and all these other people, women are running down to these courtrooms thinking they about to get buku money, and a lot of them do get buku money. All right, so don't let that 430 number fool you, and you got to pay for her lawyers, nigga. All right, let's go.
I think the bias in family court should be packed up. But child support is necessary because if the child can't survive because there's no financial means to, like, that's not fair.
Regardless, though, Pearl, you're talking out the side of your neck. These are all exceptions.
Also, it kind of sounds like something you would say, like, if you didn't really, like, ever
have experience, right?
Ever,
yeah.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
No, I don't.
Okay, so are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
I think if we want the same rights, it comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
No.
Okay,
No,
so then
that's my
there's a
point.
paradox.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
Like, if you're a contributing member to society, you get a chance to vote. There's democracy. If you don't believe in that, you need to pack it up. Okay, there's a place called North Korea. You're gonna love it there. All right, and there's not as much rights, but you won't have your right to vote. So you can fit in just fine with those North Korean niggas that don't have that right that they would die for.
I think a lot of times as women, we're told that we can just wait forever, get married at 35, and have a bunch of kids, and that's just not true.
Who's saying that?
I just think it's the message that's pushed by the media and culture today. And so I'm not saying it to dog on women, but I just think a lot of times like we're lied to. I mean, we have men are called ageist if they don't want younger women.
I want, as we say this, I listen to what she's saying. I want you all to understand the irony of it all. That Pearl is in her mid going on late 20s.
Damn.
And she's going through the exact same thing that she's shitting on women for right now. She's literally in the process of transitioning to this woman who will be in her 30s trying to start a family. She's literally a part of it. The irony of it is laughable.
True. So and a lot of
well, she might have a baby in 2 years or something like that, man. I think y'all kind of jumping the gun and underestimating how quick it takes a woman to have a kid, you know. Hey, but it is what it is, you know.
You're speaking to women. You're saying past 22, your value is going down. And
yes,
and your message,
to men, and your value on the sexual marketplace. So your value, like that doesn't mean like your personal worth. I'd like to just clarify that. But yeah,
22.
Yes.
Nah.
But that's what this
22.
But the irony of it is, I think she's like 27.
You think that
the value goes down at 20 at 22? Yes, at 22. Bro, from a man's perspective, that's crazy. Like, there's not like I don't think to myself 25. Ew. That's like no, I don't think that. I'm not running to 22-year-olds or 20-year-olds.
Whoa, wow! I've never heard that before.
I've never heard it. Damn,
first time hearing that. Wow.
And you're a man, right?
Yeah, I've never heard nobody say. Yeah, she what?
24? Fuck no.
I don't know, bro.
Yo, where the 19-year-olds at? Like, I've never heard that a day in my life. I've never heard it before. Yo, for Nick, hey, I'll be honest with you.
Hey, but I think after.
And that's the thing that she tried to make it seem like she's talking to women, but obviously I even showed y'all with and I think she should be back. Did this woman forever pregnant? Did Femme Sapien have her baby? Like Pearl is looking like an android that somebody copied and pasted like some type of prompt, manosphere prompt. You know, we could get an android to regurgitate it. It'll say it with more life. It won't say it like a high frat girl. You know, I just think like Jesus Christ, like get it out, bro. We kind of don't need that shit in a debate. You will have no idea if somebody's running a lap around you in a debate. Pearl GPT. Yeah, chat JPT. Yeah, chat just pearly things, right? When she says having a wife school and she's not a wife, pure comedy, bro. Yeah. And I mean, there's a lot of things that a wife can teach, you know, women about marriage and stuff like that. But honestly, it's who you marry and what they accept and how long they're going to accept something if they're really accepting some shit, you know? So.
At 30, you need to start seriously thinking about it. At 32, you should probably start panicking if you want kids. If you don't want kids, there's nothing to panic about. But it just depends on the life you want to have. I can't.
She's saying you need to start panicking at 22. She's saying you're a decade late, nigga.
Saying like the core of it is true, but the way she's explaining it is fucking stupid. Like it's true. Like in media, most of the time they just tell you like, oh, just have fun, have fun. So what people do is they spend their entire 20s having fun, and it's your life at the end of the day. Like, look, if you want to do that, but she's right. The media and culture is telling people that your 20s is for fun.
For sure. They need to take it more serious.
I'm telling my future kids, your 20s is when you should be figuring out what the fuck you're doing. So like you can have fun, but you better be figuring things out along the way, not just fucking going to party after party after party, wasting your life away.
Strategic mistakes.
Yeah, I spent my 20s doing what I enjoyed. So it's your life. You get to make decisions. 22 is such a crazy
22 is such a
cutoff.
Yeah, it's just a cutoff.
I think she's giving advice to people just to. She's grifting. She's trying to make money at the end of the day. She wouldn't give this advice to anybody she gives a fuck about. She's just trying to make a point. And sometimes it's just the shock value of saying stupid shit like women shouldn't be able to vote. And that's what she does. Yeah. She will get some clicks and attention from the shock value of the dumb shit that she says. She knows that. And then she's gonna try and pivot to something that probably makes a little bit more sense because that's how she onboards people to the type of content that she makes.
She also this is the one. She's going to explain to us. Remember when she said that slavery was embellished? She got in a huge heap of trouble. She's going to explain to us what part of she's now going to explain to us how it was embellished.
So do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished or no?
There are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
So interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery. Just like one.
She don't even understand when he's being unenthusiastic. Like you're not looking at the nigga that's interviewing you, like just looking over and rolling his eyes and obviously baiting you to talk about some stupid shit he doesn't care about, just to make you look dumb. That's so interesting. Like I wanted to know, like, what about slavery? And like, come on, dog. Can't be coming into the manosphere thinking and using these talking points and not clearly see this. Can't be this stupid. I refuse to believe you can't be this dumb. Can't be.
An example, I'm dying to know. I genuinely want to know how it was embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about? Come on.
I mean, I could show you the video I was quoting, but it's just I'd rather not get into this. So too, because that's literally the founder of or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish.
And you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
He up there walking her down, expecting her to make a clip that she made months ago in a different context, talking about something, even if she said something racist. You're making her answer today from a clip that she said months ago. You got all this ammunition, and she just sitting up there getting shot. I don't know. I'm getting hit, man. You're gonna and she let you play it. Then you realize 5 conversations later, hey man, you're just trying to make me look like the bad guy. Bitch, yeah. All this crazy shit you saying, yeah. I don't think nobody told Pearly we're not in the sector that people actually like us or look good. Shit, people will hate on you in this sector for all kinds of reasons. Yeah, like anytime you do an interview and you know you just did some crazy shit or got out of some crazy shit, little Shirley, we all know it's like, yeah, you're going to ask me about that at some point eventually, no matter how good this is going. I kind of know where you're going to go with this. He said she knew about this interview for months, didn't do her homework, don't even know who the hell she's talking to, and what shit he might ask her. Amazing.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible
that they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick
5
Fuentes
minutes,
agrees.
But
by the way.
wait! Oh my gosh! 5 minutes before I say Sowell talks about this in his book, so I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting an author.
You're not being honest.
Like,
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the part of what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were.
Like, even if she says that, like, okay, what are you less racist? You mean to tell me I can comb through your whole channel and I'm not gonna find something that I'm gonna be like, hey, what's this? Yeah, y'all are right. She shouldn't have never went on that show. She needs to know whether the eject button. You need to have a nigga behind the camera with a goddamn eject button. A get out of there button. Wrap it up box. I gave y'all the formula. If Pearl really wanted to get a bigger following from this nigga's audience or whatever, listen, you leave his show. No, I don't like those questions that you asking me. You being disingenuous. And then this is what you do, Pearl. Immediately after you leave, go live. Go live. I'm giving y'all the blueprint. The blueprint. I'm giving y'all the blueprint. Immediately after you leave his show, you go live. And you talk about him being disingenuous and basically do some damage control and get some new subs on the way out. Because obviously they're going to head over to your show and probably critique while you're live. And they're going to, you benefit from that. Go live. Clear what you need to clear. Even probably share his show and go over it and do your own commentary and then get the hell up out of the building. That's it.
Evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
She just sat up there. Look. Oh, they caught it, Shirley. Oh, they caught it. Ah!
Say that.
Oh, they caught it.
And it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go, because the debt that's incurred on them, like you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually, like, he had a really good relationship with
that
them.
back and forth camera thing. Oh, that's a killer right there. You can't refute that.
What's your source for that?
That shit makes it look like you were more quiet than you were. You can't refute that back and forth camera thing. That shit adds an effect, a time effect.
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
That's one of the craziest things I've heard in so long.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So insane.
That's
oh yeah, definitely.
To Pearl, I'm assuming what you're referring to is like the difference between a house slave and a field slave, and some of the house slaves are receiving more just better treatment from their masters because they were in their house. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. Well, that is very well documented. Claiming that it was a good relationship is completely written in the scope of, or the lens of, the slave owner. Most of what those slaves are doing at that time would definitely be viewed as just a survival tactic to just do what they need to be done, even if it means to put up an act of having a good relationship with their master. No one in their life would ever say that someone who is still viewed as less than, regardless of how they're being treated, would define that as a good relationship. You imbecile. You're just dumb.
Insane.
You're dumb. You're an idiot.
It's true that there are some people in their own communities that would sell slaves to the Europeans. That's true too. They would let them and then fucking convince them and sell these people. That's true too. It doesn't make all of it not fucking dog shit activity and dog shit behavior. That's insanity. That's insane. And coming from the person who says it's not the exception, it's the rule.
I know, right? Which is that's the
craziest exception in the rule.
That's literally why I keep giving to my point. Like, you're making these arguments off of some of the smallest exceptions I've ever heard in my life. Sure, maybe so. There were some slaves who had better relationships with their owners than other slaves. But those were the exceptions, bro.
They were treated like property regardless, champ. The relationship would go to shit if their slave decided to not show up for work for one day. So
yeah, God forbid they start acting like a human, because at that point,
if nigga
that
took one vacation day,
oh man, fuck, it's
you're
done
cooked.
already.
You're cooked, buddy.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty sure there may have been some, but the same way through this interview, she was talking about how when they brought up the above word about how Ethan was like, well, what if the woman gets raped? Is that a good enough reason? Or if the woman's life is at jeopardy? Is that a good reason? Instead of just answering that, she just went around the bill. That's the exception. I don't really know.
Yeah.
That's the exception. That's the exception. That's the exception.
I'm assuming your stance is abortion should be off the table in any situation.
Yes.
So if a dad rapes his daughter, then she needs to give birth to that baby.
That's less than 1% of cases. Why do you guys always bring up?
No.
I know,
but that's important, Pearl.
Bring up the most fringe
because if you're gonna have
now all of a sudden when it comes to this, you're using the exception to expound on something that I don't think that you truly believe. You just want to fit in.
This whole country was built off of
Jesus. The great relationships.
The spectacular relationships.
Good relationships between black and white people, bro.
Yeah.
The fantastic relationships that they had. Not all fast.
Yeah.
Obviously,
some were obviously some were here, some were there.
But we cannot overlook the fantastic ones. The great relationships that were just built off. We just cannot get about those.
This dumb
who
fucking
the fuck are you?
bitch. Oh my god, I fucking hate that she said that's so fucking stupid. Holy.
I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait, what's bad faith? I'm literally showing you clips of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda, and you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
That's a clip of you saying that. You can disavow it. That would be super easy to say I was wrong.
Interview where I'm quoting somebody. Like if you watch the full interview, I am quoting somebody. Facts about your parents. You
knew you were coming to talk to me for weeks.
Could have easily done that.
You're welcome.
But I thought we were talking about the issues, not like my family.
When you're talking about,
you didn't know any of the backlash I got. Like because you got that clip from
okay,
we're not here to protect your reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? Let's say I didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was. I mean,
I do have to go though because I have a show coming up. So
okay, let's just end on this note.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery was embellished because some masters had good relationships with their masters. Some slaves had good relationships with their masters.
All right.
But don't you see how easy it is to just say, I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You guys act just like Abba and Preach.
Like
you
Pearl,
act just like them.
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret. There's been a whole diverse.
That's true, Lou. Always be true to yourself, walk in integrity, and speak with honesty. It's not even her reading the room, Sin. The host. The host was like literally, it's a dead giveaway. The host was being rude.
I really appreciate you having me on. But I'm gonna go. Thank you,
George.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you.
The reason why I think that's very frustrating is because Pearl, you and a lot of other red pill content creators, you all bring women to shows ill-informed, ill-prepared, and dunk on them routinely. That is what you all do. Have conversations with talking points and statistics, and knowing that the women that you all bring are ill-prepared and ill-informed. Here you are having an interview about talking points that you said you claim to believe, you stand by, and instead of just having that conversation and properly being informed, something that you were even prepared for, you then run and coward because somebody's pressing you back on information that, again, you provided to everyone else. No one is mixing up your words. No one's manipulating you. You knew about the conversation. You knew about it. And so now when you're getting dunked on, now you want to run and hide, even though you and many other red pill content creators do that to other people all the time.
Whether or not you agree or disagree with any political, this person or any person that talks about ideas, there's just there's like a level of research or expertise you would expect to be done before getting on these type of shows. H3 is saying she knew about it for weeks and still she has somebody sitting there coaching her and walking through.
All right, and these are some of the, and I know these guys, they're not bad dudes, you know, but in this context, these are new dudes coming in, basically trying to be red pill to a certain degree. Don't be fooled. And they got a lot to say about the space while trying to be like the space. So, you know, it's kind of like another Abba and Preach thing going on. Even on their placements, you know, big guy on the left, smaller Indian looking dude on the right. It just okay, we get it. All right. And you see how they say, and that's for red pill content creators. It's like, bro, please shut up. Y'all not over here. Stop it. Stop it. Because that's not how all red pill content creators get down. All right. And it's just another incident of them clowning us when they should be crowning us, you know. Some of us, not all of us. Sin said he was out of line and lost her dignity. He was out of line and lost her dignity, but she was too ditzy to realize he wasn't going easy on her, which he never did, even in the beginning. It was, I don't know how to explain this. He was burning her ass up the whole time. It's like, wow, you didn't catch that innuendo? Wow, you didn't catch that joke? Wow, he could have made that more obvious. That shit flew right over this woman's head. Maybe she likes him, but before I get up out of here, I'm just going to play a little bit of this. Look at this. Destiny, her friend. Look at this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I used to
be a big fan of you.
I used to watch you like last year, actually, a good amount.
Before you became SJWs.
Like a year or two ago, maybe.
What is like as a fan or as like a hate watch?
No, I don't know if it's like awkward to talk about like Trisha, but I used to watch like the show you guys did together.
Oh
I
yeah.
Really
frenemies. No, you can. Well, thank you. That's nice to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it like didn't work out, but I actually thought that was really good content.
Oh.
Like you guys did the like the bus tour. I thought that was so funny.
Oh,
there's so much drama revolving around Trisha and that Fred that I don't know anything about in like their universe.
At least you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, it was her segment. Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know if it's so long ago. It's ancient history. But I remember she was upset that it didn't go the way that she was hoping.
Oh, she thought we shot it unprofessionally.
Yeah, but Pearl liked it, so there you go.
Yeah,
Pearl, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess let's just jump right into it. I want to just, I don't know how many of my audience, I'm sure a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh and Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs, so to speak. And you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think that we should be... I think women are happier when we have, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. I understand. So it's more like traditional. You want people.
You said, again, I will ask this on both sides of the so-called wars. Why do people pay attention to Pearl? Well, she's basically a spokesperson that really inserted herself in the conversation. And I don't know, man. There's too many niggas over there, you know. There's too many niggas over there for real, you know. So obviously she's a staple in urban red black pill culture or urban red pill culture. You know, that's like saying, oh, why pay attention to Tay Tay Baby? Well, she's in the manosphere. She making noise. And some of your boys probably over there. You know, you don't know. You know, it's a great question. Could be anything.
To kind of follow a more traditional path.
No time.
In
She's
terms
just
of
throwing
family and
something,
gender and all
waiting
that
for
kind
it
of
to
stuff.
stick.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative like outcomes a society has when like families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see, the kids are more likely to go to prison, they're more likely to drop out of school, they're more likely to be in mental health institutions. So you just see like all of the problems that come with single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like in what way can you force a family to stay together?
Make divorce illegal. Oh my God, say it, Pearl.
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families.
Yeah.
So
no alimony, no
like,
child support.
For example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you guys, okay? I also pre-watch the future. I watch the future as well. I do believe in astrology. I do believe in tree leaves, and I can read the future. I do. Even on live content, I pre-watch it. I don't know how I do it. I'm just
child support. So if there's a divorce, let's say
actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay.
How does he do it?
You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Mm-hmm.
My third eye is open.
I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married. So that's just my opinion.
How
But,
ingenious.
In the real world, that kind of simplistic.
And there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general for most cases, we could talk about exceptions, but like the rule.
Well, the exceptions are the important part because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, "Oh, you want to talk about exceptions," but the exceptions is the important part because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about like 25% maybe or more, because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right, if it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting.
What? It's so easy. It is so easy to just say, yeah, in physically abusive relationships, people should split. Why would you even try to quantify or qualify or provide an exception? Like, well, in some relationships, people are beating the shit of each other, right? It's just that's such an easy position to be like, yeah, just bite that bullet. Yeah, it's so stupid.
The other, it's like mutual. So
surely that's not every time.
I think, yeah, no,
it's not healthier either.
Mm-hmm. I just think that the goal should be to keep families together, and that the goal should be to work through it.
I think most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look at the stats and say family is important, right? Family is important. Nuclear families is important to like the health.
So obviously, man, let this be a lesson to y'all. Stop absorbing all of these obviously weird manosphere talking points like body count and stuff like that, because people in the real world are gonna make you look stupid, even if you have a legit argument for body count and stuff like that. People are gonna make you look stupid. And obviously, Pearl, this should be a lesson to you to stop stealing shit without knowing why it was said and where it was coming from, because when you try to use the shit that you stole as a rebuttal, you're using it out of context, and it doesn't even make sense to somebody that would have gotten what you were talking about. Listen, y'all, shout outs to everybody here. Thank you for the support. We gotta get better with the support, man. I rock with y'all for 9 hours and 11 minutes, man. Definitely You know, next show about to be lit. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff to cover. Tried to cover it here with the news and views, but listen, man, gave you guys a hell of a show. This is draining, man. This is draining. Thank you, Lou. Shout outs to Toya. Thank you, Spawn. Shout outs to tonight's contributors. Make sure you guys support the show on air and off air. Shout outs to Degenerate. Shout outs to Sin. Shout outs to Shatera. Shout outs to Little Shirley. Young Jay. Shout outs to Young Jay. Hold on. Let me make sure I am not forgetting anybody. Shout outs to the Game Show podcast. Shout outs to Young Player there. Shout outs to Bro Speak. Hold on, y'all. Couple of people. Shout outs to Finance Man. There's a couple people. Shout outs to Don Philly, always coming through. Aaron B, always coming through. Shout outs to Link. Shout outs to my bro RG3. Hold on, y'all. I ain't forgetting everybody. Brownie Ellie. You did. Shout outs to Sin again. Shout outs to Spawn. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to Raven. Shout outs to a sower of seed. Pastor $40 was in the building. I'm not sure if I saw Mac Bones. Shout outs to New. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to New. Shout outs to my brother Raven. Hold on. I'm trying not to forget nobody. Hold on, y'all. JFK, James motherfucking Keels in the building. Oh, my bro Raj in the building. Shout outs to Raj. Shout outs to Kwafi. Yes. Yes. Hold on, y'all. It's 9 hours worth of game. It's all coming back to me. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Shit. Shout outs to Rasta Reality. Shout outs to Era Black. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. If I haven't said it, shout outs to RG3. UFO Kamikaze. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We got everybody here. Shout outs to Toya. Toya was in the cloud. Shout outs to P. Morton. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to Tide City. Uncut Underground in the building. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Shout outs to Cartel. My brother Cartel in the building. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We're not going to forget Soul. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to Fasting. My brother Fasting in the building. Yes, my brother Fasting was in the building. Hold on. We're not forgetting nobody. Shout outs to Les Troll. Shout outs to Les Troll. Les Troll in the building. My brother Young Wealth in the building. Hold on. Yep, Mac Bones in the building. Shout outs to Rainwater. We getting everybody. Hold on. Shout outs to Race and Vinny. What's going on, Vinny in the building? My brother Eric Bird in the building. Chris G in the building. I know you guys are probably asleep right now. Anti-social socialite podcast in the building. No, you probably sleep. Bayou, I know Bayou up working, and she probably sleep. All right. Shout outs to Bayou. Shout outs to Don Philly, Aaron B, RG3 again. You dig? Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys get some. Now I'm fucking everything up on my computer. Make sure you guys get some rest. Make sure you guys check out everything I said on today's show and check out other people's interpretation of the show. Maybe somebody might think different, you know. But we did a thorough breakdown, a thorough breakdown. And shout out to Little Shirley. Like, I'm gonna tell y'all, like, did you really want to see the ending of the guy being disingenuous? As soon as Pearl left, yeah, I was trying to pin her down. I was trying to get her say this. I was trying to get niggas have no decorum. And even if you got a moment with her or you got a moment out of her, really, bro? Wasn't really genuine if you was baiting somebody. I'm just saying. Wasn't really genuine if you was baiting somebody. I'm just saying. It's Player Talk Radio. We out. DJ Kuda, let's get it. Let's go.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. This stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.